Happy Friday. Welcome back into the show, and we're back at it again. The 2024 NFL Draft continues tonight with rounds 2 and 3, and we're live right here on Chat Sports. As always, no matter where you are, how you're tuned in, we appreciate you for making our 2024 NFL Draft coverage a part of your day, a part of your weekend, and tomorrow we're going to be live once again because here we are at Chat Sports, grinding, hustling, live for every day. All 7 rounds, every single pick, because this is one of the best events on the NFL calendar. I'm Chase Sr., and we have people tuned in from all across the globe. What you can expect, scouting profiles on all of these selections, instant reactions to all of these drafts, draftees, all of these picks, all of these players, and of course all of the big moves that happen. We're going to talk about that. News, rumors, audience interaction. We do it all. We're about 45 minutes away from the start of the draft here on day 2. Producer Jake Chipper to my right on the ones and twos, making the entire program happen. And all of you rocking and rolling with us from every pocket of America and all across the globe. It was a great round 1, a couple of surprises, a couple of chalk selections, a couple of picks that made you scratch your head, but that's what makes the NFL draft great. And you think about all these draft grades that we always do. It's so fun to react in real time and then to do revisionist history and look back to see if you were right, if you were wrong. We can all have opinions here. All the analysis is absolutely fantastic. And fan, it stands for fanatic, and we're all fanatics at the end of the day. As round 2 is set to get underway in just under 45 minutes, here is the entire draft order for the second round of the draft. We also have the third round coming up here in just a couple of hours, and we'll take you through every single pick here on day 2. The Buffalo Bills traded twice, and I took exception with them trading with the Kansas City Chiefs, an AFC rival that they have not been able to beat and get over the hump against because they made, in turn, the Kansas City Chiefs, back-to-back Super Bowl champions, better last night by gift-wrapping them Xavier Worthy, the fastest man in the history of the NFL Combine. Not only did the Bills trade back once with Kansas City, they traded out of the first round altogether, compiling some draft capital. They get us started with the 33rd overall pick. The New England Patriots, premium draft asset there at number 34. Could they trade that for Deebo Samuel? According to Jordan Schultz, the Patriots have kind of backed out of that deal. Arizona Cardinals on the clock at number 35, followed by the Washington Commanders. Jim Harbaugh taking Joe Alt, the offensive tackle out of Notre Dame, 5th overall. Did not go with J.C. Latham, which was some of the draft buzz as far as the mock drafts go. And Harbaugh, I love what he said last night after taking Joe Alt. We look at offensive linemen as weapons, and it's time that the San Francisco 49ers start to take the offensive line a little bit seriously, just like the Philadelphia Eagles and Howie Roseman do. So the Chargers, we'll see what they do at 37. They can get a really good player. And because 6 quarterbacks were taken inside the top 12, a lot of good players slid down the draft board in round 1. We had the longest stretch of offensive players going consecutively to kick off an NFL draft. But now in round 2, a lot of really talented cats who are still on the draft board. Tennessee Titans, Carolina Panthers, and the Washington Commanders there at picks 38, 39, and 40. Green Bay Packers, Houston Texans, Atlanta Falcons, and the Las Vegas Raiders, 41 through 44. The New Orleans Saints once again taking an offensive tackle just like did a couple of years ago with Trevor Penning, and they need to get that position right because that offensive line has been an absolute disaster. The Cincinnati Bengals at 49, Philadelphia Eagles at number 50, the Pittsburgh Steelers at 51, and the Los Angeles Rams at number 52. Couple of big scenarios could certainly happen there because Philadelphia is at pick number 50. The Eagles also have pick number 53. Will Howie Roseman package those picks together to try to matriculate up the draft board? Cleveland Browns, Miami Dolphins, Dallas Cowboys there. Dallas doing the most chalk thing ever in taking Oklahoma offensive tackle Tyler Guyton. Used to be a TCU player. Cowboys very familiar with him in that region. They do a good job, to their credit, of developing offensive offensive linemen. Tampa Bay Buccaneers taking Graham Barton, a pick that I absolutely loved because I think longevity-wise he's going to be a good player in this league for a long time. Green Bay Packers, Houston Texans, Buffalo Bills. And then as we round out this second round, you have the Detroit Lions, the Baltimore Ravens, the San Francisco 49ers, and the Kansas City Chiefs. That right there is the draft order for the second round. We'll give you the draft order for the third round coming up a little bit later as that becomes more pertinent information as we get closer to the start of the third round. Prize Picks making our draft coverage here on day 2 possible. The best daily fantasy sports app in the game. $100 deposit match at prizepicks.com/CLNS. Use the code CLNS. Prize Picks makes daily fantasy sports so easy. You just pick 2 or more players, and you choose more or less on the projected stats, and you can win up to 25 times your money. Some playoff hoop tonight. Paul George, more than 20.5 points against the Dallas Mavericks as that series shifts back to Dallas. Kevin Durant, more than 10.5 rebounds and assists. I absolutely love that number because the Suns have their backs against the wall in an 0-2 hole against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Luka Doncic, more than 34 points. He has been the Los Angeles Clippers' daddy throughout his entire NBA career. Win big money. Withdraw your winnings. Pick more, pick less. Pick Prize Picks. PrizePicks.com/CLNS. $100 deposit match. We have some super chats to get to as Mac Daddy and Gump Wolf coming in with a couple of $20 super chats, and we'll show you our super chat menu coming up here in just a little while. Mac Daddy, one of the real ones here. Yay, round 2, I bet. Thank you for that, Mac Daddy. We're going to spin the wheel for you. What'd you say? More to the message. Come on, technology. Help us out. Yay, round 2. I bet we traded up in the draft. And a quarterback, since we clearly don't need one. I like Ricky Pearsall, but round 1 just give me a damn right tackle or a cornerback. Been waiting effing years for Kyle to take one. Obvious news. BS. Yeah, San Francisco, outside of Mike McGlinchey, haven't really prioritized offensive linemen in general early in the draft. I thought San Francisco should have gone with Cooper DeJean, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Adonai Mitchell. I thought they should have traded up for Xavier Worthy. I thought Xavier Worthy would have been an incredible pick for San Francisco. Good route runner, can track the deep ball, can take the top off of the defense and get vertical. 4.21 40-yard dash speed. Instead, they do reach with Ricky Pearsall. Nobody had him going in the first round. I had him about going 45 overall, and I slept on it. I listened to what John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan had to say, and the more that I think about it, the more I see the reasoning behind it. That doesn't change my opinion that it was a reach. He's a somewhat limited wide receiver in a smaller frame, very solid athlete, but the reasons that the 49ers drafted him, he's going to be ready to play right away, really good route runner, can beat you off the line, good footwork, in and out of his breaks smoothly, can accelerate, decelerate, good vertical leap, 42 inches. He can go up and get it. He's tough. He's resilient. He's willing to get grimy. He could pick up yards after the catch in a tough fashion. I kind of see an Adam Thielen, Cooper Kupp type of hybrid. I'm not just saying that because they're all white dudes, but because the play style is a little bit similar. He also has a little bit of return ability too. And you think about Brock Purdy. What does he do well? Targets the middle area of the field. Timing, accuracy, anticipation. He can lead his receivers. Targeting kind of that middle third in between the numbers, in between the hashes. That's where Ricky Pearsall lives. And I don't look at him as a Brandon Ayuk replacement. If he is, it's a disaster. I look at him as a compliment to Brandon Ayuk. Gump Wolf, $20 super chat. Hello, faithful Chase Chip, LFG, rounds 2 and 3. Let's get the likes up a little bit. We've been live now for about 10 minutes, just rapping here. I love it. We have 266 people watching live on the Niners Report, 152 people watching live on Eagles Now. On Eagles Now, got to get to 100 likes ASAP. Please make sure you hit that thumbs up icon and like the video. And on the Niners Report, closing in on 300 people watching live, only 51 likes. Help the program out. And please support the show by liking the video. More likes that we get, more people who find the stream, the larger that the audience gets, the more it helps us, and the more fun that all of us are going to have. Now, those two $20 Super Chats coming in, we're going to spin the roulette wheel here as we take a look at our Super Chat menu. Again, if you send in a $20 Super Chat and you want to add something to the roulette wheel, of course, under conditions and rules, has to be appropriate, but we're willing to push the boundaries here at Chat Sports. You can certainly do that. 2 roulette wheel spins coming up. $10 gets you a raffle ticket. The raffle item here for both channels, we have a Niners Man Cave sign. That is one raffle item. We have an Eagles Kelly Green tumbler. That is the other raffle item. We have an autographed Joe Montana jersey for our Niners Report Super Chat MVP to the largest individual Super Chat. And then we're going to give away this Philadelphia Eagles MVP football to our Super Chat MVP on that side of things. 280 people watching live on the Niners Report, 11 likes away from 100. We are 40 likes away from 100 on the Philadelphia Eagles. Now, which stream can we get to 100 likes faster? Please make sure you hit that thumbs up icon and like the video. 2 roulette wheel spins to get to here. So let's go. The first one for Mac Daddy. Let's see what we got. Off the rip, 20 jumping jacks. We'll spin it again for Gump Wolf.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
And a sub shot clock. Let's give you some reminders for where we are in our sub count for both channels here. The Niners Report last night overtaking 132,000 subscribers. Absolutely incredible there with the channel growth, and the same can be said on Eagles Now as we are closing in on 74,000 subscribers. We have 73,645. I got to be honest, I absolutely love this job. It's a dream job for me. It's an honor to be in this post doing big events like this. I was at the National Championship, the Super Bowl, the Combine, covering the draft. I do not take it for granted, and we appreciate all of your support right here on the show. So hit that sub button. How many subscribers can we pick up by the 30-minute mark of our countdown clock for the start of round 2 of the 2024 NFL Draft? We give you content every single day. News, rumors, analysis, hot takes, opinions, audience interaction. All of our content, we aim for it to be as informative, entertaining, and as insightful as possible. So hit that sub button. Lock us in today. Also, we're down to have some drinks here too. First stream that gets to $500. Last night was $1,000. First stream that gets to $500. We're going to do a beer boot. I've got the beer boot ready to go, and we'll do that once we get to $500 in Super Chats. Got past 100 likes on the Niners Report. You love to see it. Closing in on 100 likes here on Eagles Now. Please continue to hit that thumbs up icon and like the video. Our best players available here going into the second round as it's quickly approaching 32 plus minutes away. Johnny Jerzon Newton, defensive tackle out of Illinois, the best player available on our big board here at Chat Sports per our NFL insider Tom Downey. Jackson Powers Johnson, he's definitely a first-round talent, but oftentimes teams don't really prioritize interior offensive linemen in the first round. They go offensive tackle heavy, but Jackson Powers Johnson, certainly a player. Really surprised that Kool-Aid McKinstry did not go in the top 32 picks. Could have something to do with the Jones fracture and the surgery that he got on that foot, but I believe somebody's getting a very good player in a perimeter outside corner. Ladd McConkey, very talented slot wide receiver. He can certainly win. Very similar to Ricky Pearsall. Just doesn't have the durability that Ricky Pearsall has. Cooper DeJean, maybe my number one player left going into round 2. I think he's going to go extremely early. And whichever team decides to draft him, they're getting a Swiss Army knife and a multi-dimensional defensive weapon in the form of a Trent McDuffie or a Malcolm Jenkins or a Tyrann Mathieu, a player who can simply do it all, but also has return ability. And when he picks off passes, he is a threat to take it to the crib. If you've seen his basketball highlights, the dude is an excellent athlete with so much vertical ability and a lot of explosion. Adonai Mitchell, wide receiver out of Texas, I wanted to see him go to the Niners at 31 because I'm a believer in the player. 6'2", 4'3", 4'4" speed, has everything to his route tree. I think he's going to be a stud. And I think he can end up being a top 3 receiver in this class. Kingsley Suamataia, one of the best offensive tackles still available. Zach Frazier is a very talented center out of West Virginia, a state champion wrestler, and has that mean streak of nastiness to his game. Edgerrin Cooper is a linebacker who can fly from sideline to sideline. Last year, able to tally 8 sacks for Texas A&M. Can work a little bit on the coverage ability and over-pursue sometimes, but with some development and proper coaching, I think that he can turn into a stud at the linebacker spot. Mike Sainristil out of Michigan, a converted wide receiver to corner. I think he's the best slot corner in this draft class. If he was a little bit taller, may have gone in round 1. Keon Coleman, excellent size at the wide receiver spot. Him running a 4.6 40-yard dash did not help him out in the pre-draft process, but he's just a go-up-and-get-it type of receiver who can climb the ladder, and I think that translates to the NFL level. When he balled out against LSU week 1, he looked like an NFL talent, and he played basketball at Michigan State under Tom Izzo. In addition to football, those players and the pedigree behind them, they're able to be successful at the next level. Cooper Beebe, excellent interior offensive line who played a ton at Kansas State, has a lot of positional versatility. Roman Wilson, another player that I like as a slot receiver in this class. Troy Franklin, a little bit raw, but a good athlete. Braylon Trice, a little bit slow in the pre-draft process, didn't test all that well, but the production certainly there at Washington. And then Braden Fisk did test really well, and because of that, climbing up some draft boards. Bearded Niner, another $5 super chat coming in. Ricky Pearsall giving me Dante Pettis flashbacks. I don't know about that pick. So Dante Pettis was an interesting player that the Niners drafted in the 2nd round and was a bust right away. And Kyle Shanahan lost confidence in him right from the jump after he made a couple of decent plays. And then in turn, the confidence for Dante Pettis went down the drain. And from there, has never been able to stick consistently on an NFL roster. I think that Ricky Pearsall is a better player. I really do. I think he's a better route runner. He has better hands. He's tougher. He's a better run blocker. I like his return ability a little bit more. I like the pedigree because his pops was an All-American wide receiver at Northern Arizona. And I just like his refined skill set a little bit more than the projection that was Dante Pettis. But as far as build goes, I can see what you're saying right there. Ball so hard, Will. 1994, first super chat on Eagles Now. Thank you for the 20 right there. We're going to spin the wheel again. Praise Dale, raise hell. Love your coverage. Better than Barstool Sports with Washington's and New York's draft pick. Who do you... Let's see. It cut off. Who do you take more seriously as an opponent this year? Also, give us your thoughts about Atlanta's quarterback pick. What is the Praise Dale Raise Hell reference? Is that from Talladega Lights or something?
I've definitely heard it because I had a friend named Dale in college, and we'd always go, "Raise Hail, praise Dale."
That
baby.
Sounds like a NASCAR
I'm not sure where
type
it's
of country
from.
reference. Let me know there, Ball So Hard Will. Thank you so much for the compliment. I think Barstool does an awesome job. What I try to tell people, with us doing fun stuff, spinning the wheel, shotgun and drinks, doing a little partying, but providing the analysis that we do, I think we're a combination between like ESPN and then the new media element of Barstool Sports. It's like if the two had a baby, and that's kind of what I like about my skill set. I can go deep into these prospects, and I love talking ball. I also want to have a personality. I want to have opinions. I want to provide thought-provoking content. and I want to make people think a little bit. I want to make people laugh, though. And ESPN, I'm not going to wear a suit all the time, although you see me at Super Bowl Radio Row, at the NFL Combine. I'm rocking the suit. I like to dress up, but it's less formal than ESPN for sure. As for the Falcons' pick of Michael Penix Jr., don't understand it at all for a couple of reasons. The obvious one is that you signed Kirk Cousins to a 4-year deal, and you gave him $100 million in guaranteed money, and that guaranteed money is all in the first 2 years. So essentially, it's a 2-year deal, $50 million per. And you sign him because you think that you can compete right now. And you're a believer in your football team that you have a pretty good roster where you're going to be able to compete in a pretty suspect division in the NFC South. But it's not an Aaron Rodgers type of situation with Brett Favre like a lot of people are throwing out there, or Jordan Love and Aaron Rodgers. Because Aaron Rodgers was a little bit raw. He was a JUCO guy before he went to Cal. Jordan Love, extremely rare, coming out of what? Nevada, I think it was. And they needed some time to develop and groom. Patrick Mahomes, coming out of Texas Tech, made some mistakes with the football. He's behind Alex Smith. Michael Penix, I think, is ready to play right now, but most importantly, he's about to be 24 years old. So you're not going to have Kirk Cousins for 4 years throughout the duration of his contract and then start Michael Penix for the first time at 28. So I think Kirk Cousins is going to play 1 year in Atlanta. They're going to try to trade him away because why would you wait until Penix is 26, 27 to start him? I think he starts next year at 25. So I just don't get it. And you saw Terry Fontenot, the general manager for the Falcons, trying to explain the reasoning behind that decision to owner Arthur Blank. And you could tell he was emphatic about it. He had to convince him, look, I'm making the right decision. And Raheem Morris fell in love with Penix. But Raheem Morris was in the front office when they signed and tampered with Kirk Cousins. So I just don't get it. For all of those reasons, you had an opportunity to add a quality player to your football team who helps you win right now. Instead, you don't get better at all, in my opinion. So, there you go. Let's spin the wheel again for Ball So Hard Will. Dennis Design said more drinks, another 20, and I'm cracking a drink. How about that? Another 20, I'm cracking a drink. 323 people watching live on the Niners Report. Continue to hit that thumbs up icon, like the video. This is the first time in the 2 days that we've been live that we've landed on this. Pick a player to talk about. So you list a player in the comment section. The first person that we see will go in depth on that prospect. It can be somebody who was taken. It can be somebody who you like today. First person. I like what Al Capper said. And Al Capper, he's a loyal subscriber who will disagree with me in the comment section. He's not scared to call me an idiot from time to time. But he's also always watching the program, and I appreciate that. Jeremiah Trotter Jr. is the first one that I saw. So we'll talk about Jeremiah Trotter Jr. from Robert Serrata. Adam Mordecai! He was one of our Super Chat MVPs last night. He's sending in a $20 Super Chat. Drink, drink, drink. Say less. We're going to crack a drink here for Adam Mordecai. And here we go. Something about that aluminum can. Cracking. That's so refreshing. Cheers to everybody for joining us for our Day 2 coverage. We'll be back tomorrow. And tomorrow's an interesting day because you're a little bit tired. You're working on adrenaline. We're tired and we're working on adrenaline today. I got to be honest with you. I went to bed at like 2:30, 2:45, and I got done the live stream. We had some stuff to do. I got home, and I'm working on all this adrenaline. I can't stop thinking. The brain is churning with creative ideas. I'm thinking about analysis on these prospects. And then I woke up at 8:30 before my alarm, did my morning workout, cold plunged, ran, hit the sauna. We're back. I was feeling a little sluggish, slugged a Red Bull, but we're ready to go. Tomorrow, though, is a day where you're really working on the adrenaline because it's an early day. We can't sleep in. We'll be here early. We'll be live early. Hope to see everybody there. So, Adam, thank you for that. Snowwalker, I'm all in. Put me down for the Bang Bang Raffle. Oh, we got you, cuz. And let's do this, Chip. I know that $10 enters you in the raffle. Today, we're going to hand out some deals here. $20 is 2. Let's go $50 is 5 raffle tickets. $100 is 10. And we'll kind of sequence it like that. So, Snowwalker, we'll give you 2. Adam, we'll give you 2. Ball So Hard, we'll give you 2. Mac Daddy, Gump Wolf, we're giving you 2 as well. And we'll also do this. Over the next 2 minutes here, let's take it until 19 minutes. Anybody who sends in a $5 super chat, you enter the raffle. The item on the Niners report, Man Cave sign. The item on Eagles Now, the Kelly Green mug. Our Eagles Now MVP, we're going to give you this football. Anybody who sends in a 50, your name goes on this as a real one MVP. And then we have an autographed Joe Montana jersey on the Niners side. All right, we spun the wheel. We owe you one more. But we also said we're going to talk about a player off the wheel spin. That's Jeremiah Trotter Jr., the son of the Axeman, Jeremiah Trotter Sr. I like him a lot. I think he's more of a round 3 player. There was some early chatter about him going in round 2. I know early in one of my mocks, I had him going in round 2 to Philadelphia. I just think that when you compare him to Junior Colson, an Edgerrin Cooper, a Peyton Wilson, he's not of that ilk, but has a good feel for the game, solid instincts to get himself in the right place. Athletic ability, definitely a question mark, as confirmed by the NFL Combine testing. Lower body a little bit stiff and lacking strength, but I think he's going to be able to make up for it with a lot of instincts. The athletic Stain Brugler on Jeremiah Trotter Jr., he's an instinctive hammer with the pedigree and toughness that will endear him to NFL coaches, although his limitations in space versus NFL athletes could restrict his next level role. And for Eagles fans who want him, you already have Nakobe Dean, who's a little bit limited as a player. That's why I'm not sure the Eagles go that route if they do go linebacker. That's why I think they go with the player with a little bit more upside in either Junior Colson or Edgerrin Cooper. So that is the latest there on Jeremiah Trotter Jr. Some people asked us to talk about Kool-Aid McKinstry. We can do that coming up here in just a few moments. Adam Mordecai, another $10 super chat. He said, fly, Eagles, fly. By the way, I didn't show you all my beer cheers, so there's the beer cheers right there. Lima, sounds like you're talking about Talanoa. You know, obviously different positions. Hufanga, a safety. But when he got drafted by the Niners in the 5th round, I love the pick. Because to me, the athletic testing isn't the end-all, be-all. The athletic testing is just an indicator. But what's similar to your point between Trotter and Hufanga? Instincts. And what instincts do when you have that feel and that innate temperature for what's happening within a game, you can diagnose plays before they happen. And if you get to the spot earlier than everybody else, despite the lack of speed, that's what allows you to make plays. That's why Talanoa Hufanga partially has been a guy who is always around the ball and turned into a first-team All-Pro in year 2 as a 5th-round pick. Matt Levinson will put him down for a raffle ticket with so many good prospects left. Do you think the Birds trade up tonight? Matt, I mentioned this a little bit earlier. Good to see you back. The legend, Matt, who nearly won the Venmo race last night. If Philadelphia wants to package 50 and 53 to move up into the 30s, I think that's completely in play for a team that doesn't have a lot of needs, for a team that may have had multiple first-round picks that can afford to move back a little bit. I think that's on the board for Philadelphia if they really like a player. We'll give you a raffle ticket. And while I'm at it, let's not forget this. The Venmo from last night, which came in a little bit later, we had 2 Venmos come in from Kayla Thompson. Let's give her those 2 raffle tickets. Kayla Thompson, if you're watching, we're going to put you down for those raffle tickets. John Wallace, a $10 super chat. That's on the Eagles side, by the way. Put me in that raffle. Does 10 get me 2? We'll give you 2, John Wallace, because it was within that 2-minute time frame. Bang, bang. What's your best guess for what we're taking next. What up, fam? Johnny Dubs. So what I think the Niners do, you go wide receiver 31. They're not going to go wide receiver again. I think they go offensive line and corner for day 2 here. Offensive line and corner. Now, if a Braden Fisk or a Brandon Dorless or a Michael Hall falls, they could go defensive tackle. They could go edge rusher. But the top 2 positions for San Francisco, I think, tonight are going to be offensive tackle and corner. The 2 remaining needs. I don't think that they go running back in round 3. Although if they go back to an offensive weapon, Jared Wiley, the tight end at TCU, makes a lot of sense. Thomas Bridges, Bill Pollock, legend. Do you think that defensive tackle Bill Pollock comes off the board tonight? If so, where does he land? You know, I think he's a priority free agent there. A priority free agent. The light coming through again, brother. We do have the plan. So this sliver here, it's so funny. We're in this, the growth of chat sports is crazy. And I'll bring you inside the chat sports locker room here for a little bit of insight. And please make sure you continue to comment, like the video, subscribe, share the video as well. We're off to a great start here on the day 2 live stream for the draft. And we got a wheel spin to do for sure, I believe, for Snow Walker. Yes, indeed. All right. I started March 1 of 2021. I was the 8th employee hired at Chat Sports. We were in our infancy growth as a company. And prior to working at Chat Sports, I studied broadcast journalism at Temple University in Philadelphia. I moved out to Springfield, Illinois. I was there 2 years, and I worked for a digital sports network covering high school sports, a little bit of college sports sprinkled in there. And I was doing digital as well as sports talk radio. Then I worked for a local television station as a news and sports reporter for one of the most watched local news stations in the entire country, covering 17 counties across northeastern and central Pennsylvania. But I was doing too much news, right? So I took this job at Chat Sports. I saw the potential of the company. I saw the growth. I saw what this company could become. But I was the 8th employee. So I took the job, moved down to Dallas. My role was to be an NBA analyst and then eventually take over the 49ers report. And I take over the Niners, and then a year later, I take over the Eagles. But at that time, 8th employee, and we had, Studio A, Studio B, Studio C. I think we had 3 studios at the time, right? And then we started to hire some more people, and we expanded the office once. No, we expanded to more studios, and then we expanded the office. And then we built 1, 2, 3, 4 more studios, right? And then we hired some more people. And then we hired some more people. And then we expanded into this side of the building where we have 1, 2, 3, 4 more studios? 4 more studios over here. Now, I like being over here because it's a little bit more modern. I like the carpet. It looks good. We have a beautiful view of the city. And when you're live for 6.5 hours yesterday, you're live all day today, to be able to look outside and look at the skyline, it's pretty damn cool. It's also a pretty cool backdrop for Chip. But how I started this rant, thanks for bearing with me, is that there are these blinds here where now the sun, through the sliver of the blinds, enters our green screen. And this sliver comes behind me where there's a defect on the green screen. So now we have paper towels hanging from the ceiling to cover that sliver up for a little while. And we figured out that solution the other day when it was a little bit of an issue. All right, Thomas Bridges, thanks for that, my guy. And congratulations to your San Antonio Spurs. My goodness, is Victor Wembanyama going to be an absolute problem? Nathan Eds, a $2 super chat. How much are you betting that Deebo gets dealt tonight? If I were to put a percentage chance on Deebo getting traded, I would put it at 35%. I think what the Niners' plan is that for 2024, they're going to have a stacked wide receiver room of Brandon Ayuk, Deebo Samuel, Ricky Pearsall, and Juwan Jennings. Now, if Deebo is disgruntled, he could demand a trade and want to go elsewhere because he probably sees the writing on the wall that the Pearsall pick is not the Ayuk replacement. The Pearsall pick, I think, is the Deebo replacement because Ayuk is the outside wide receiver. Pearsall's the inside wide receiver. I also think it's writing on the wall that Juwan Jennings, the Niners are not going to be able to afford him. So I think what the Niners are going to do, they're going to run it back this year, and they're going to have a stacked wide receiver room with Ayuk, Deebo, Pearsall, Juwan Jennings, and then Chris Conley, Trent Taylor, Danny Gray are battling for another roster spot or two. Whoever contributes more on special teams probably makes the team, and Conley and Taylor have the edge there because Conley has the special teams coverage ability, as we saw in the Super Bowl. He's tremendous. And then Taylor has the punt return ability. Danny Gray, 4.3 speed, but what has he done with it? A long pass from Trey Lance in the preseason. That was a couple of years ago. So that's about it. And then next year they reassess at the wide receiver spot. That's what I think. I also don't think that other teams value Deebo as much as we do because of the contract, the injury history, and they have concerns about how long he can play with that level of physicality at that price tag when he's been banged up the last couple of years. Just some thoughts right there. Again, our sponsor for day 2 of the NFL Draft is Prize Picks, making daily fantasy sports easy, and it's easy and exciting daily fantasy sports. You pick 2 or more players, you choose more or less on their projected stats, and you can win up to 25 times your money. You choose more or less on a projected stat total. Head to prizepicks.com/CLNS for a $100 deposit match. Some NBA playoff action. Paul George, more than 20.5 points against the Mavs. Kevin Durant, more than 10.5 rebounds and assists. That's my favorite pick of this trio here. Producer, Chips, Picks, Luka Doncic, more than 34 points. Win big money, withdraw your winnings within the app. It's safe, I promise you. I've done it a couple of times because I've been on some heaters. Pick more, pick less. Prize Picks. You pick them. Snowwalker, $5 super chat here, just simply sending us in a $5 super chat. Another beer cheers for everybody out there. We're up to $86 on the 49ers report, $54 on Philadelphia Eagles. Now a great competition going on the last couple of days. Shout out to my brother Cool Rains in the building, tuned in from Australia. Quinion Mitchell talking to the media in Philly. Absolutely love the selection. I really do. Number 1 corner in this draft class, in my opinion, and you got him at number 22. Fell right into your laps without having to trade up.
You know, you were talking about great competitions. We're having a like battle here as well between these two channels. 49ers, almost 400 people watching, 142 likes. Eagles, almost 200 people watching, 109 likes. Who can get more likes over the next 2 minutes? Over the next 2 minutes, every 10 likes we get on each channel, I'm cracking my drink and I'm taking a sip of my Happy Dad. So every 10 likes we get over the next 2 minutes on each channel, I'm drinking. So we'll have until 6 minutes left on that clock. You see it right below. It's at 8 minutes right now. Every 10, I'm going. Every 10, I'm going. And right there, we just picked up a quick 10 on Niners.
Let's go. Let's go. And I'm going to pass along some photos here to producer Chip to get some people excited here. By the way, Ricky Pearsall, plus 5,000 to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. Some NFL scouts think that because he's a security blanket for Brock Purdy, because there's going to be an onus from defenses in focusing in on Ayuk and Kittle and McCaffrey and Deebo, that he could catch 100 balls this year. So we'll show you what Ricky Pearsall looks like in a Niners uniform. And I'm going to try to find a Quinion Mitchell jersey swap for the Eagles. We'll show some people that. At the very least, we have him holding up an Eagles jersey alongside Roger Goodell.
1 minute left in our like battle. We've picked up 30 likes on Niners. We've picked up about 20 on Eagles. So that's 5 drinks for me right now. We got about 45 seconds left. Let's keep it going, baby. Let's get to 200 on Niners. Let's get to 150 here on Eagles. Let's do it, baby. Let's get more people in here. Let's have a party, man. Let's have a party.
Let's go.
You got 1 round last night. You get 2 rounds tonight, man. And you know what they always say? Drafts are not won or lost on the first round. Well, maybe you can lose in the first round. But drafts are won and rosters are built over the next 6 rounds and through your DFA signings. That's where you really get those important pieces for your squad. So going to be big to see what happens here tonight. 10 seconds left. 10 seconds left.
And we got 6 minutes until the start of the second round. How about that?
2, 1. All right, so we were at 142 on Niners. We're up to 187, so that's 40 likes, 4 drinks there. We were at 108 on Eagles. We're at 138, so that's 3, that's 7. Cheers.
I love it.
1.
I love it.
2.
Thank you to Nick Roloff's mom for allowing us to use her YouTube TV account. Back to
4.
NFL Network.
Yes.
Where were y'all watching the draft last night? Which broadcast network? Obviously here. And that's pretty incredible that you were choosing us for sure. But if you also had it on elsewhere, were you on ESPN, Pat McAfee Show, NFL Network, another YouTube stream? Where were you at? I'm curious. We'll give you some shout outs in the comments section here.
Five minutes to go. What's up, Don Ackerley?
NFL Network from Muhammad. I saw your comment earlier. Keep rocking, Muhammad. Thank you, brother. I will. Good old Pat from JJ. Words of wisdom. What's up, my brother? The Valencia family in the building. ESPN and ABC from Jonathan. Of course, Chat Sports live and kicking from J-Dub. JD, I'm a real one. I was here. That's awesome, man. Millie315 ESPN. Cool Rains ESPN. AS, Chase Senior, when will you raffle another signed Michael Vick jersey? I don't know about a Michael Vick jersey. Maybe during a watch party this upcoming season? Rochester, Minnesota from Thane. AS, I watched on the the illegal stream in Chat Sports. Here in NFL Network from its Scooby Bro. Don Ackerley saying chip.
I love this from Jinx Truck. Here and there, you call the pick much faster than other outlets. What we do, baby.
Yes.
You'll get the picks before you see them on TV.
Carol Hosey is in the chat. Was Carol Hosey wasn't she in the raffle running, or was that somebody else?
I think she was definitely in there. She definitely had some entries.
No, remember we were going through the winners at one point, and people who weren't here.
Oh, did she win and she wasn't here?
She wasn't here, I don't think.
Oh, Carol. Was that you?
Carol, I think your name... Oh, no, it was Kelly Knock. It was Kelly Knock.
Kelly Knock, yeah.
Is Kelly Knock here? Millie315 said, totally was a legal stream of the ESPN broadcast. You know, this got me thinking today, right? The NBA is now going to start streaming games on Amazon. And the NFL has obviously already experimented with that. We saw playoff games on Peacock. Is the sports experience for the fan becoming a hassle? And does that help us, where we're just easier to watch than trying to watch a game because you have to have all these streaming networks? Now, I pay for like an AT&T stream and Netflix. I also have Amazon Prime. But we're getting to a point where it's like you got to pay for all these streaming networks, and now these leagues are getting paid by the streaming services. It's like we're going to have 10 different accounts from everywhere. And then I get pissed off because I can't remember my passwords.
Hey, it's ridiculous. It's like we're going backwards, where now you're going to start getting all these bundles. It's just like cable anyways. You're paying for all these services in one. You might as well just have cable.
See, and Clay Travis made a great point. he said that the sporting experience shouldn't be so difficult these days. It should be so much easier where you should just pay a bulk price and be able to watch any game that you want at any time. I would pay for it.
Yeah.
If that's a yearly fee, I would do something like that because the only thing I watch on live television, really, is sports. That's it.
Yep, there should be an easier way. Hopefully, can figure that one out.
Clay Uri. Hey, Chase. Clay from McAdoo. I remember your days at WNEP.
Wow.
That's pretty cool, Clay. I spent a lot of time in McAdoo, man. That's pretty cool. I think I've gotten a little bit better since then as far as my on-air talents there, Clay, but it was certainly a great experience working for one of the most watched local news stations in the country. I just had to do too much news, man. That's why I had to leave. I had to get out of the negativity sphere, and I had to get back to the dream that I've had since I was 5 and talking about sports every single day, especially during COVID and the election. It became way too political. I had to get out of that realm, man. It was just bad. The whole saying in local news, if it bleeds, it leads, it's completely true. And the whole bias of taking a stance because of a political preference at the news level, certainly a real thing. I just had to dip. All right, where are you at? Shout out your city. The second round of the NFL draft is about to get underway. We have people watching from Utah, Los Angeles, Niagara Falls, New York.
Let's go,
Kingston, New York, LA, baby. Millie315, thank you, my man. Been working at this. I started my broadcasting career in high school, doing some high school announcements way back in the day. Bayard Rustin High School. Bayard Rustin was the right-hand man for Martin Luther King back in the day. Romeo is back, our Super Chat GOAT. Adam Mordecai is in Orlando. Romeo's in H-Town. Did you move, Romeo? Or is that just the part of Texas that you live? Because we've sent you a couple of Super Chat items, but it's not Houston. It's somewhere else. Philly from Unforgettable Name. Fresh Prince is in Philadelphia. Dustin Shepard is in Idaho. Hillsboro, Texas from Chris. Bowden, Georgia from Carol. Richard Moore is in Park City, Utah. Urban is in Atlanta. It's always been Houston. So you've got our Super Chat items, right? I just want to make that clear. I hope so. Poughkeepsie, New York from Daniel. Chris Clark. Toledo. Daniel Thomas, my stepsister played at Marist. So I've been to Poughkeepsie, New York once or twice. Little Egg Harbor, New Jersey from Brazzy Smacks. I remember I went to Marist for my stepsister's graduation. And growing up, it was the only Eagles game that I had missed. And it was the game where Brian Dawkins against the Houston Texans had a blocked punt for a touchdown, a fumble recovery for a touchdown, and a pick six for a touchdown, all in the same game.
Oh.
Western Colorado, but born and raised in Philly from Unforgettable Name. I was born in Littleton, Colorado. Little known fact about me. Brentwood, Cali from Abraham. Nice, a Los Angeles area. Salinas, California from Alex Salinas. Now, is that your last name? Or you're Alex in Salinas, and that's why the username is what it is. Raton, New Mexico. Boise, Idaho from Gene. John Wallace, Durham, North Carolina. Matt Keller, Duval. Matt Keller, it's good to see you back, my man. It's been a while.
Let's go.
Eastside San Jose from Words of Wisdom. Monterey, California. I have some family there, Brent Smith. Last name is Martinez. Okay. Oklahoma from Will Cross. San Jose from Dewey. Long time no see, Matt Keller. Yeah, my man. Which channel can get to $100 first in Super Chats? 86 on the Niners Report. 59 on Eagles Now. Now, Dennis Designs wants us to drink a little bit more in honor of Jason Kelsey retiring. First channel to get to 100, I'm doing the Jason Kelsey Beer Fall Chug.
Oh, let's go.
That's what I'm doing for the start of the draft, about to get underway. And by the way, the NFL draft last night, as far as in-person attendance in Detroit, it was a spectacle, a sea of people. It set the record for the most people to attend the first night of the NFL draft in history. The NFL continues to grow. Joshua Pett said Grant Cohn. What about Grant Cohn? Friend of the show, I was on his show last week. Does a tremendous job. Unforgettable name with the $5 super chat. So it's 86 to 65. 86 to 65. Which channel can get to 100 first? And I'm doing a beer fall for the channel that gets there first. Prayer Man 2009. Hello, Eagles family. I hope everyone is doing well. Fly, Eagles, fly to the Super Bowl. Unforgettable name with that 5 right there.
Let's go, baby. Hey, I want to keep this chat moving. Baby. The draft is about to start right now. If you're ready for the start of day 2, everybody spam go in the chat. We're moments away from the Buffalo Bills being on the clock. If you are ready for the start of day 2, everybody spam go. Spam go like Mamba Legends.
Spam go. Spam go. Spam go.
Let's go.
We're running to the second round of the NFL draft. About to get underway. Type go right now. And if you haven't hit that thumbs up icon, do so right now. Everybody type go. Mike Concho, Jacob Martin, Robert Smith, Will Cross, Matt Levinson, Daniel Lennox, Chris, Lisa Chipper, Mike Viertel, James Grizel, Jose Luis, Robert Smith, Jacob Martin, Johnny Dubs, Mike, Matt, Matthew, Machu, CJ Cuevas, Bearded Niner, Morgan, Romeo. Type go. Second round about to get jumping. Buffalo Bills gonna get us started. Round 2. Pick 33. Chip, by the way, how do your parents watch the show? Do they pull it up on the TV, on the computer, on the phone? Do you know?
That's a good question. I think on their phones.
On the phone? Nice.
Y'all let me know. Actually, I'm not sure. It's not the TV. I know sometimes they'll have it on the TV, but I don't know if you can comment when it's on the TV.
You can, but it's the user interface is not great.
I think it's their phones.
Gotcha.
I think it's their phones.
Andy C. Chase, you're the best. You're the best. M. Bernie said, Google mother effer.
Let's go. We want to do a little recap of day 1 before we get started here?
Yeah, let's do a recap of day 1. And we'll give you some insight as to what transpired night 1 of the draft. And then we'll take a look at the draft order for round 2 once again. And then take a look at the best players available. Continue to type go and make sure you're hitting that thumbs up icon and liking the video here. Night 1 of the draft, round 1 of the draft. I thought it went chalk for the first several picks. Caleb Williams to the Bears, Jaden Daniels to the Commanders, Drake May to the Patriots, Marvin Harrison to the Cardinals, Joe Alt to the Chargers, Malik Neighbors to the Giants, J.C. Latham to pick number 7 to the Tennessee Titans. This is where things got a little bit wonky. After the Atlanta Falcons gave Kirk Cousins $100 million in guaranteed money, they still took Michael Penix, who's going to be a 24-year-old rookie. I just don't get it. Roma Dunze to the Bears, a pick that I absolutely love. Surround your young franchise number 1 overall quarterback with some legitimate weapons. Now you have a Dunze, and you have Keenan Allen after you traded for him. DJ Moore. You signed DeAndre Swift. Really like the Bears' plan. They're going to have to bulk up the offensive line. But last year, you were kind of able to do that a little bit with Braxton Jones. J.J. McCarthy. Vikings move up 1 to get their hopeful for franchise quarterback. Sam Darnold could be the bridge. Olu Fashanu, as the Jets move back. That Jets offensive line has been a disaster. So the Jets get a player who can play left tackle right from the jump and is still only 21 years old. Then the Broncos go Bo Nix. So we see 6 quarterbacks taken in the first 12 picks. That reeks of desperation from Sean Payton in Denver. But if there's a player to maximize Bo Nix, and if there's a player that reminds me a little bit of Drew Brees, from the mental makeup, it's Bo Nix. Brock Bowers to the Raiders. I was surprised by this because they took Michael Mayer in the second round last year out of Notre Dame, who was great as a rookie. You go best player available for sure for a player who was probably a top 5 talent on my overall draft board, as far as all positions go, going to be a lot of 12 personnel for Gardner Minshew, maybe Aiden O'Connell. I think it's going to be Minshew, though, as the starter. Talise Fuaga. Saints needed an offensive tackle. They get a nasty player there. Laiatu Latu went pretty early here to the Colts, but their sack production last year, they overexceeded expectations, and they just need to get better as far as pressuring the quarterback. Byron Murphy to the Seahawks. We have a couple of Seahawks fans here. They like that selection. An interior rush and just controlling the interior of the trenches, something that teams have put more of an emphasis on in this offensive-laden era. How about the Minnesota Vikings getting J.J. McCarthy and then the best edge rusher in a light edge rusher class? But they get Dallas Turner, maybe a top 10 talent, at 17 overall. You pair him up with Brian Flores. I like that pick. This is reminiscent to me of what the Texans did last year with Will Anderson and C.J. Stroud. But they got those two players inside, the top 3, the top 5, and they're just two really important positions. And if there's a great place for a raw quarterback to go to in J.J. McCarthy, it's Kevin O'Connell in Minnesota. Also, no pressure for him to start right away. Amarius Mims to the Cincinnati Bengals. They need to get better along the offensive line to keep the off-injured Joe Burrow upright. Jared Verse, the Rams really like that selection. They try to move up inside the top 10 to get Brock Bowers and in that 10 to 12 range, but the price tag a little bit too steep. Troy Fuatanu, I think he's going to be an offensive tackle for Pittsburgh. They listed him as such. Really good player out of Washington. He was left out on an island. I thought he played well in island situations for a team that won the Pac-12 and made it to the national championship game. Chop Robinson goes a little bit earlier than anticipated here, but you can never have enough edge rushers. Goes to the Miami Dolphins. Quinion Mitchell to the Eagles. One of my favorite selections of this first round because you didn't have to move up to get the best corner in this class. He fell right into Howie Roseman's lap, just like Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith did last year. Brian Thomas to the Jags. It was a well-known secret. Jacksonville was trying to get a wideout after losing Calvin Ridley. Terrion Arnold to the Detroit Lions. They needed to fortify corner. They're able to do that. And Arnold, Mitchell, I like them both. I also like Kool-Aid McKinstry, who's still available. Jordan Morgan. Packers fans were not happy with this. They were irate at the draft, but very experienced player who I think is just a model of consistency. Speaking of consistency, Graham Barton, also versatility. At the next level, he'll be able to play center, guard, maybe tackle. Darius Robinson, a tweener, D-tackle, edge to Arizona. I think Jonathan Gannon can utilize him. Maybe the best move of the draft and a move that made me so angry because of how much I liked it and how much I hate Kansas City. The Chiefs moving up for Xavier Worthy. The Chiefs now have, and Patrick Mahomes now has, Xavier Worthy, 4.21 40-yard dash speed, and they picked up Marquise Hollywood Brown. Tyler Guyton to the Dallas Cowboys was something that I just guaranteed, and it happened with Dallas moving back, so they moved back to get their guy and pick up some draft capital. Nate Wiggins, he swore to the Baltimore crew that he was going to be the best corner in this class. We'll certainly see. 4.28 40-yard dash speed. Ricky Pearsall, the stunner, to the Niners at 31. A little bit of a reach, but the more I did my research and listening to Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, the more I can see what they're doing. I just thought they could have got him and picked up some picks in the 40 range. Xavier Legette, a player with incredible physical upside. He stays in the Carolinas, goes from South Carolina to Charlotte, and gives Bryce Young a very good weapon. Nathan Eds with a $2 super chat. What home game should I attend? Chicago, Detroit, Kansas City? It's a good question. Man, which home game? Very good question there. I mean, Super Bowl rematch. You got Kansas City. You can see Caleb Williams, or a rematch of the NFC title game against Detroit. I think all of them are good. If you want to see a win in order, I think you go Chicago, Detroit, Kansas City. You want to get revenge? It's Kansas City. You want to get back at the Lions? You go there. Or you want to see the phenom and Caleb Williams. That could be a lot of fun too. Which channel can get more in supers? We're at 89 on the Niners report, and we're at 65 on Eagles now. The first channel to get 100, I'm doing a beer fall. And on the clock to start this second round is the Buffalo Bills, who traded twice last night, which results in them being on the clock here at 33 overall.
I want to make a deal with the people too. About 4 minutes left on the clock for the Bills. Every super chat that comes in before the Bills pick comes in, I'm drinking, baby. I'm drinking. Every super chat that comes in before the Bills pick is announced here, I am drinking. Let's see who's going to win this super chat battle. It was a tight race last night. Let's get another great one tonight.
Okay, the pick is in. The pick is in.
Look at that. That was real quick. That was real quick.
And this is a very interesting selection, and we're going to have it way before the broadcast. That's why you tune into the show. Keon Coleman, the Florida State wide receiver, is going to the Buffalo Bills at number 33 overall. A fascinating player in this draft class. Only 21 years old, a Michigan State transfer where he played wide receiver and played basketball under legendary and Hall of Fame coach Tom Izzo. Excellent size at 6'3 1/4, 213 pounds. He is a classic jump ball, climb the ladder, go up and get it wide out with insane physical ability. The concern, he ran a 4.6 40-yard dash. So can you rely on him to win on the outside? Or is he going to be like a tight end hybrid operating out of the slot where he can be a mismatch there? Remarkable body control. Ability to win at the catch point. I like the body control in the air to contort his body and come down with some of those contested footballs. He's physical, but moves well for his size. And while he ran a 4.6 40-yard dash, the gauntlet was one of the fastest at the combine, if not the fastest. Doesn't have the same athletic juice as others and won't be an elite separator, but will he be able to win those balls because of the size there? From the athletic Stain Brugler, Coleman must develop more nuance to his route running. And I think that like a James Harden at the NBA level, a Jalen Brunson, I think he's going to be able to create space creatively because he's so big. But his big man twitch, physicality, ball-winning adjustment skills allow him to be a difference maker. With continued refinement, he has the talent to be an NFL starter. And after the Bills traded away Stephon Diggs, they needed to bulk up at the wide receiver spot. And you think about what they've done this offseason, they brought in Deebo Samuel. They're light there at that wide receiver spot. 50 catches, 658 yards, 11 touchdowns. If you want to look at his highlights against LSU, which pop off the tape at you, what he did against LSU and some really good players, even though that defense stunk, eye-popping. Oh! Elijah! He's doing another mini tour this next year, 5 games maybe, which would be a good West Coast one, or which would be a good West Coast one. Niners, Chargers, Raiders, Seahawks, or Cardinals. Elijah, by the way, you weren't tuned in at the end of the draft, but because you sent in that $50 super chat, you got a bunch of raffle tickets. You actually won our Eagles blanket. So I did message you on Instagram. Just message me back and let me know if you still have the same address. As for what game you should go to on the West Coast, that's a great question here. It's a great question. I'll tell you what, when I was at the Super Bowl in Las Vegas, I think that Las Vegas is going to be in the Super Bowl rotation now. It's a great Super Bowl host city. It does remind me of an Austin or a Nashville as a city that originally was never designed to have that many people and be that big, but the growth has been tremendous. The thing about Las Vegas, always something to do. I'm not a casino guy, but there's always entertainment options. The restaurants are fantastic. You can go to a fight, a football game. You can go to a different sporting event. You can go to a comedy show, a concert. You can do a casino tour. The food there is incredible. And culturally, it's a little bit of a melting pot. So that's pretty cool. I wouldn't go to a Chargers game because I think the atmosphere would be lame. I would try to go to a Niners game because I think the matchup that you could go to would be great. Plus, the Niners are a stellar football squad. And you can kind of turn that into a Northern California, Bay Area sightseeing type of trip where you go Golden Gate Bridge, you go Alcatraz. How about this? What if you did a whole West Coast tour? What if you started in Los Angeles? Or what if you did this? What if you drove from Tennessee to Arizona to LA up the Pacific Coast Highway to NorCal, and then you went to Las Vegas and then the Pacific Northwest? Now, I know that would dent your budget a little bit, but that could be fun. If I had to pick one, I'd go Niners or Vegas. The crowd in Seattle's awesome. I've heard good things about the city as far as a cool cultural experience. I would never want to live there because it's too cloudy and it always rains. All right, first channel to 100 is Eagles now. So we're going to do the beer fall here.
Chug, 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 chug. Woo!
And a Gronk spike. Dennis Design said Raiders, Niners. I sent these picks to Chip a little while ago, but this should get some people excited. This is a look at Ricky Pearsall in a Niners uniform. Now, they put him in the number 1. I know Deebo's in the number 1. I don't think that's saying, we're going to trade Deebo. They're selling these jerseys and marketing them as number 1 because they're first-round picks. Once they choose a number, they'll send you the jersey if you order it, chatsports.com/Pearsall, with the original number. But he's a first-round pick, so they put him in the number 1. Looks pretty fresh. How about Quinion Mitchell in an Eagles uniform? Now, he's rocking the 27. Is he going to take that jersey away from the legend that is Malcolm Jenkins? Not sure. What if he wears number 23? Because C.J. Gardner-Johnson is now wearing the number 8. So that's Quinion Mitchell in the 27. Did you get the draft photo of Quinion Mitchell and Ricky Pearsall? Because we have those as well. With Quinion Mitchell, he attended the draft, so he was with Roger Goodell. Here's Ricky Pearsall after addressing the media today in the all-gray denim, fresh look, and then Quinion Mitchell holding up the Eagles jersey in Detroit, and he experienced the NFL draft last night. We have a trade alert. A trade alert. The Los Angeles Chargers moving up to get pick number 34 and a 5th-round pick. The New England Patriots are moving back 3 positions to the 37 pole, and in turn, they are getting a 4th-round pick, 110 overall. And the Los Angeles Chargers. Shout out to Jack Sperry, the host of Pittsburgh Steelers Talk here at Chat Sports. He said, is Ladd McConkey a Charger? He is a Charger indeed. So a good weapon here for Justin Herbert. The Chargers go Joe Alt. They go Ladd McConkey, who is a very Ricky Pearsall type of player. Pearsall's a little bit taller, 6'1", $190. And Ladd McConkey, a little bit shorter, 5'11", a little bit lighter, at 186. Both are crafty route runners. Both are slot wide receivers. Both are fluid receivers who get open with acceleration and fluidity. Both have solid hands and contested catchability. Now, I think that Pearsall has a better catch radius because he has longer arms. McConkey has shorter arms. Limited production at Georgia, along with some injury concerns. He was banged up a lot because he's smaller. The Athletic's Dane Brugler on Ladd McConkey, a fluid receiver. His size and vulnerability to injuries aren't ideal, but he's sudden, skilled route runner, uses synchronized shake to tie defensive backs up in knots. QB-friendly target with the inside-outside versatility to be a quality number 2 option for an NFL offense. Had a first-round, second-round grade on him, number 31 overall prospect. Again, production limited at Georgia because he was just banged up a lot. An ankle injury, I think he had a foot or a toe injury, 30 catches, 478 yards, 15.9 yards per catch, and 2 touchdowns. And again, I'm not making the comparison to Cooper Kupp just because they're both white dudes. But white dudes who operate out of the slot, who are refined route runners, who have good footwork, who use the shoulder shake and the head shake to create separation out of the break, that's where the comparison comes from. Now, I think that Ricky Pearsall, with the bigger size, is more of an Adam Thielen. He's also more explosive as Pearsall as compared to a Cooper Kupp because I think the vertical inch was like 10 inches higher. So he can go up and get it a little bit more. Ladd McConkey is more of the Cooper Kupp. Emmanuel Henderson, $20 super chat. How many interceptions will Puni and Mitchell have during his rookie year? You know, that's an interesting question because Puni and Mitchell did not have a ton of picks while playing at Toledo. He had 5 in 22, and 3 came in one game. And I think that was against Northern Illinois, pretty good competition. And then he had 1 in 2023. But how about this number? 25 pass breakups in 2022, 19 PBUs in 2023. So I think that he has 2 picks as a rookie because I think teams might go his way a lot to test him because they know what Darius Slay is. We haven't gotten comments in a long time on Eagles Now. Something wrong? There we go. I'm seeing it now. Carol Hosey, Millie315, Dennis Designs. And then Queen Courtney Burgess. You are a queen. You are a queen. Look at you on the green screen. We got the green screen behind us. What's up, Niners? Stopping over from Trace's channel since he isn't going live. Queen Courtney Burgess is a super chat legend on Saints Now. Thank you so much for hopping on over here. We appreciate that. I'm pretty sure it's the first time you've been over here, right? Queen Courtney, if you send in a $20 super chat, I'm shotgunning a beer for you. All right, we've already had one trade. Chargers, Patriots. We have another trade. The Falcons receiving 35 overall and a 6th-round pick. The Cardinals receiving 43rd overall and a 3rd-round pick. So the Cardinals here move back from 35 to 43, 8 spots, and they pick up an additional 3rd-rounder. I like these type of crafty moves for teams. You know you're going to get a solid player at 43. That player can be an immediate contributor. He could be a solid player for your football team, but you also get 79 overall? And this is a little bit of a surprise here. Rook Ororo going to the Atlanta Falcons. I got to be honest, Chip, I know you're a Clemson guy. Michael Penix and Rook Ororo, 2 picks inside the top 35. These are reaches right here. These are reaches. Now, Ororo is an interesting player. He's a little bit light, 294-pound defensive tackle. Cool story, he's from Nigeria. A little bit older as a rook, 23 years old, 6'4", but has that sudden burst, strength, length, athletic ability. It's all there. Still needs development. Only 2 years of high school football after moving from Nigeria. The pass rush moves need work. Relies heavily on his bull rush at the moment. And here's what Brugler had to say about Ororo. Love the last name. Undeveloped pass rush instincts, finishing skills, cloud his next level production, but he displays intriguing movement skills and force at contact to continue getting better and better. 25 tackles for Clemson in 2023. 5 sacks, 1 pass breakup. What you kind of look at here is the emerging ascending player. 5 sacks, 26 pressures. He's twitchy. He's versatile. Sometimes struggles to find the football. And the reason for that, because he moved from Nigeria, and he's an inexperienced football player, but a great find by Dabo Swinney, who, a cool story with Dabo, he called the Ravens and said, please take Nate Wiggins. I promise you he's going to be a fantastic player for your football team.
Yeah, I'll tell you, Rook, fan favorite. Fan favorite. If for nothing else, great name, right? It's a fun name to say, Rook Oro. But, you know, as we said, a little bit raw because he just hasn't played a whole lot of football. But I definitely saw, and we could all see progression from his first days at Clemson until he left. Staying pretty local, going to Atlanta, just about a 2-hour, hour and a half drive to Atlanta from Clemson. A little bit early, I will say. I did not expect him to go this early, especially when you have some other, you know, higher upside defensive tackle prospects that were on the board. I mean, shoot, Johnny Newton is still out there.
Yep.
And they won't.
Wow, that's incredible. That's a great point right there. Yeah, that's a great point.
He has upside because he hasn't played a lot. If they can coach him up, he can be good. I like him learning from Grady Jarrett, but again, he's gonna have to get there. And I guess they obviously like the player, like the upside, but he's gonna have to reach that upside. Gonna have to reach that upside. Falcons crew started drinking around 3. Falcons crew has been drinking since that Michael Penix pick yesterday. They've had to. They have had to. Commanders on the clock.
And they traded up for him.
Yeah, they didn't just take him. They traded up for him. They gave up, what was it?
A third.
Yeah, they moved up from 43 to 35, so moved up 8 spots, and gave up a third, number 79, and moved all the way down to 186. So they moved over 100 spots down in the draft from the 3rd to the 6th to move up 8 spots in the 2nd to draft Rook. I love it for my guy. Honestly, I would probably give it a C. You know, unbiased, I don't know if this is the route I would have gone with. I probably would have went with Johnny Newton if you're going to go interior. But hey, support my guys, man. Shout out my guy Rook. Let's keep getting those likes up here on the channel. We're 7 likes away from 200 on Eagles.
Yeah, and here's the thing. The Commanders are taking Johnny Newton, and this comes after Rook, and they stand pat at 36, and they get Johnny Newton, a really good player who's a first-round talent at defensive tackle, and now you pair him up with Deron Payne. And I like what the Commanders have done here. They have team flexibility, financial flexibility. They picked up some players where I think they're going to be able to be competitive in 2024. They're not going to compete for the NFC East, I don't think. But they get Jayden Daniels, great dual-threat quarterback in a league that has shown that dual-threat quarterbacks can have a lot of success. You have financial control with Jayden Daniels being on a rookie contract. And I mentioned this a little bit earlier, but I'll repeat it for some people who are just joining the show. When you look at the impact of an Aaron Donald, you look at the impact of a Chris Jones, you look at the impact of a Jeffrey Simmons, there is an increasing importance for teams who are trying to find bona fide dogs along the interior defensive line to push and collapse the pocket, to blur the vision for quarterbacks, muddy the pocket, and cause disruption. And the Commanders are able to do that with Johnny Newton, who's a first-round talent, and our draft expert, Tom Downey, had him as the 15th overall player. and Washington gets him at 36. 6'1", 5'8", didn't test in the pre-draft process because of injury issues, 304 pounds. I think he plays bigger and takes up more real estate than 304. Disruptive interior presence, made an impact defending both the run and the pass, good pass rush moves. I like the set. I like the hand usage. Doesn't have ideal size or burst to play too often on the edge, but he can line up there at least a little bit with the positional versatility, depending on what front Dan Quinn wants to go with. Brugler on him, undersized, compact frame, will be a turnoff for some teams, but he's tough to block one-on-one because of his gap quickness, natural power, nose for the ball, projects as a dependable starting three technique in the NFL. If you're getting a starting three technique in the NFL with the 35th overall pick, and you look at how some of these lighter defensive tackles have been able to impact and take over games, and if you can win one-on-ones with gap quickness and burst and natural power, then natural power makes up for the lack of size. Consistently popped on tape. And 7.5 sacks. Got his mitts up for 2 pass breakups. 52 tackles. 36 overall pick. If I said 35, I apologize. But 36, I like it here for Washington. Grade the pick for the Commanders. More than 500 people watching live on the Niners Report. 250 people watching live on Eagles Now. Closing in on 300 likes on the Niners side. We have 211 on Eagles Now. Please continue to hit that thumbs up icon and like the video. Dennis Design saying undersized. That's according to Dane Brugler. I think he plays a little bit bigger than his size. That was the point that I made.
Chase, do we spin the wheel for Emmanuel Henderson?
Let's spin it for Emmanuel. We've been doing so many breakdowns on these prospects here. As I look at the sea of people in Detroit, it is phenomenal.
I mean, they're at capacity again on day 2.
It's just so cool. Spin the wheel for Emmanuel. Ooh, is Emmanuel going to get 5 raffles? Oh, it's a helmet sticker. You know what? Give him the 5 raffles.
We'll give it to him.
We'll give him the 5 raffles. We'll give you a helmet sticker as well. We're giving away the helmet to Romeo. But let's give him 5 raffle tickets because Emmanuel, he's been a real one for a long time. You have to stay tuned for the end of the draft, though, because we're giving away the raffle items. On the Niners side, you send in 10 or more, you're in the running for the man cave sign. You send in 10 or more on the Eagles side, Kelly Green mug, and I promise you it's Kelly Green. It just blends in with the green screen here. But you got the old school logo on there.
$20, you get to spin that wheel, baby. We're $7 away from 100 on Niners. Who is gonna get us there?
Let's go.
Who is gonna get us there?
Let's do this. We're gonna do a flash deal here after we talk about the upcoming pick. And this might take the New England Patriots out of the Deebo Samuel trade sweepstakes because they traded back a few spots where they could have taken a wide receiver, and they go back to 37 and still take a wide receiver, who I happen to really, really like. That's Jalen Polk. And Jalen McMillan, Jalen Polk, 2 wide receivers from Washington who a lot of people just kind of slept on a little bit because Rome Odunze was a top 10 pick with great size, contested catchability. He tested a lot better than I thought he was going to. And I think that his game really translates well with Caleb Williams, especially in a cold weather city. But Jalen Polk is a player who's 6'1", 203 pounds. I think that he can run really well. He has an impressive blend of strength and explosiveness. He's a quality athlete at his size, along with great ball skills. He can track the ball well. Needs to work a little bit as a route runner on non-vertical routes, but when he's on the vertical, he can really run. He can really be a burner here. And I think he's faster than what some of the pre-draft numbers do show. The athletic stain Brugler on him. Polk must continue developing as a route runner, but a natural athlete in addressing the football. And sometimes I just think that addressing the football, man, that's what you got to do. You got to be able to have that element to your game where you just have that type of ball awareness. And he has that ball awareness where he'll go up and snatch it. Pro-level toughness, potential NFL starter. His game is reminiscent of Josh Palmer's when he was coming out of Tennessee. Now, Brugler had a third-round grade on him, number 75 overall. But a good player here. 69 catches last year. Think about the production that Michael Penix was able to have. And I'm trying to bring up his scouting profile. I'm having an error here for some of my scouting notes. Let me try to find it here. You look at his production, and you think about what Rome Odunze was able to do, right? More than 1,000 yards. What Jalen Polk was able to do. Almost 1,200 yards. And then what Jalen McMillan brought to the table as well. You got to give credit to how Washington built up that roster. You already think about what they've had drafted. Michael Penix at 8. Rome Odunze at 9. Troy Fuatanu. Jalen Polk. They're going to have Roger Rosengarten go. They're going to have Jalen McMillan go. Roger Rosengarten, I think, is going to be a day 2, day 3 pick, as we've been talking about here on the show. Braylon Trice, pretty solid edge rusher. Just incredible what Kalen DeBoer was able to do. And for any Alabama fan that's worried about Kalen DeBoer, if he can recruit that well to Washington, and he has that offensive scheme, that offensive system, and now he takes it to Alabama, where he's just in a war zone of great high school prospects, I like that hiring. Now, I get it. You go from Nick Saban to Kalen DeBoer, but that's a good transition right there if you want a ball coach. Romeo, $10 super chat. Let's get the likes up, Eagle Nation. How about Romeo? Cool story for Romeo. Longtime supporter of Eagles Now and the Niners Report. He actually loves both teams and grew up loving both teams. And last night, he was the winner of our Eagles helmet and our Niners helmet. Romeo, you've won so many Super Chat items from us here at Chat Sports. A custom jersey, autographed jerseys. Are you putting together a man cave just from us? Seriously. And if you are, I got to see it. Send me a email or something if you have a man cave working. Oh, the deal I wanted to do. Pop up the Super Chat menu here. Pop up the Super Chat menu. I want to go 50% off for the next 2 minutes. So $5 gets you a raffle ticket for the Man Cave sign and for the mug. Largest individual Super Chat is Elijah right now. He's in the running for the signed Eagles football. The MVP item for the Niners Report is actually a Joe Montana autographed jersey. And we do have the certificate of authentication for that too. But 50% off Super Chat menu. Let's ride. $5 gets you a raffle ticket for those items. $20 now goes down to $10 to spin the roulette wheel. $25 shotguns coming up. And again, $500, the first channel to get the 500. We're doing the beer boot. Wow, how about this pick? This is going to come as a surprise. Tavondre Sweat is the brother of Eagles edge rusher Josh Sweat. Flagged for some character concerns as a partier who didn't take the game seriously. Some people thought that because of that and just being a big dude, flagged for a DUI or DWI, I should say, that he was going to drop to day 3. He's going high here in the second round, 38 overall to Tennessee. 23 years old, 6'4.5", 366 pounds. You put him next now to Jeffrey Simmons. That's a lot of girth along that interior defensive line for Tennessee. Massive human. Can stop the run well, generate a pass rush as a pass rusher, has the length to absorb double teams. A little bit of character concerns from early in his career resurfaced following a DWI charge in April in the lead up to the draft. The athletic Stain Brugler. Sweat must continue turning the brilliant flashes into more consistency, but he's a rare athlete for his size with the power and ingredients to be a dominant force against the run. Needs to stay conditioned and locked in to reach his potential. So his teammate Byron Murphy goes to Seattle at, 16? And then T'Vondre Sweat going here to Tennessee. 45 tackles, 31 pressures. What a team that Texas had. Shout out Steve Sarkisian for building that roster up. The jersey is clean. Is that a 3XL for the jersey? Let me check. It's an XL. But you want to frame that thing. I don't know if you want to wear it. Robert Smith, $10 super chat. That's a wheel spin. Romeo, also in the running for the raffle. We'll give him another raffle ticket. Raffle. We're past 100. Romeo, another 10. We'll spin the raffle again. And Romeo with this question, who does San Francisco take tonight? They got to make an offensive line splash. Yeah, I'd look at Kingsley Suamata, Blake Fisher, Patrick Paul, maybe Roger Rosengarten. Those are the offensive tackles that I'm looking at for the Niners. 2 wheel spins coming up. This one for Robert Smith. Also a raffle ticket. Freestyle. So the Titans announcing their pick right now. Super chat coming in from Robert Smith. Moving smooth in the chat like DeAndre Swift. Many people hoping Ricky Pearsall gonna be a hit. He's going to the Niners. That's pretty lit. Freestyle for Robert Smith. Let's spin that wheel one more time. Pick a player to talk about. Pick a player that you want us to talk about here. Queen Courtney Burgess, who cares about size? If it's signed, frame it. She's talking about the Joe Montana jersey. Daniel Morris getting a raffle ticket and a wheel spin here. Dennis Designs with the 5. How many picks tonight if we don't move up? So 50 and 53 right now are the picks for Philadelphia. No third-round pick for Howie Roseman and company. Gump spinning the wheel. I love it. They're flying in, man. So 5 or more right now during this spending spree, getting you a raffle ticket and then 10 for the wheel spin. Daniel Morris, do you think the Niners will trade up tonight? If they trade up, I think it's in the 3rd. I don't think they trade up in the 2nd. I think they trade up in the 3rd because as of right now, they have 9 picks. And they have a couple of 4th-round compensatory picks and 4th-round picks in general. So I think they pair maybe those 4ths and their 3rd to trade up in the 3rd. That's kind of my thinking there if they do move up. Bearded Niner, I want that Joe Cool jersey. Largest individual super chat. It's going to go to that person. And the number to beat on Niners, I think, is only $20, right? That's the largest super chat that we've got on Niners. So Mac Daddy and Gump Wolf in the running for that. Gump Wolf, spin that wheel. 2 more wheel spins. Rick Torres, what's up, Rick? The funny man on Instagram. I like how that rhymes. The funny man on Instagram. Rick Torres, my guy.
Spinning the wheel for Daniel Morris.
Daniel Morris, wheel spin as we wait to see what the Rams do. 39 overall. Beer cheers. I got to crack another beer here, I think.
I'll give you a cheers as well.
All right, Chip's got you on the cheers.
By the way, the Rams picking right now just traded into this pick with the Panthers. Another wheel spin for Gump Wolf.
Freestyle for Gump. Freestyle for Gump. Niners on the quest for 6, looking for that Super Bowl, trying to get over the hump. Sometimes you go to the club, you see that white line, and people do a bump. Freestyle for Gump. Here's the trade details here for the Rams. Move it up to number 39 overall. And moving up to 39, sending to the Panthers, pick 52, 155, and a 2025 second-round pick. So the Los Angeles Rams took Jared Verse in the first round, and they're going to continue to add along that defensive line that lost Aaron Donald because of his retirement. And they're going to take Braden Fisk, who I'm never going to compare anybody to Aaron Donald, who put together one of the best defensive careers for anybody in the history of football. But if you want to talk about build and athletic traits, Braden Fisk does some things athletically that Aaron Donald did in the pre-draft process. Again, don't get it twisted here. 6'3", 292 pounds, a draft riser after elite testing at the NFL Combine. Not much of a drop-off in production or play after transferring from Western Michigan to Florida State. Struggles against the run due to his lack of length and bulk. Fisk, according to Dane Brugler, doesn't have a deep arsenal of counters if he doesn't win early, but already has a professional mindset. Twitchy urgency, that's where the Aaron Donald type of twitchiness comes from, and steady play strength will translate well to the pro game. Philadelphia Eagles moving up to number 40. We have a trade. Eagles are on the clock. The pick is in for Philadelphia. Commanders are the team that they are trading with, and the Eagles here are getting Cooper DeJean. The Eagles are getting Cooper DeJean. So Philadelphia takes Quinion Mitchell in the first round and Cooper DeJean here in the second round. A blockbuster trade for Howie Roseman to move up 10 spots from 50. I imagine this includes the 53rd overall pick. And Cooper DeJean, get the t-shirts ready, is going to the Eagles here as Philadelphia gets a Swiss Army knife and a player who can simply do it all. Yeah. Wow. Cooper DeJean to the Eagles. This is something that I thought could be in the works. And I think Cooper DeJean is a first-round talent. And now Howie Roseman gets him at 40 overall. And you are really bulking up your secondary here. And I had tweeted out after talking with some NFL sources at the Combine that the Eagles had interest in DeJean. He was one of their first initial top 30 visits. And I got to find that tweet from what I had said. Now, let's wait to get those trade details. They're in. Okay, so it is 50 and 53. So the Eagles are done for the day unless they trade back into the second or third. Oh, they get a third-round pick. Okay, so they give up 50 and 53. They get into the third, 78 overall, and they give up a fifth. I kind of like this trade. Yep. Wow. 310 people watching live now on Eagles Now as we've had an uptick in audience, and we're going to react to this Cooper DeJean selection for Philadelphia and the trade up here for the Eagles. By the way, I owe everybody a beer cheers. So after having not traded, or drafted, a corner since 2002, the Eagles now take a corner in Quinion Mitchell at 22 overall. I imagine they're taking DeJean as a safety. Is that what they're listing him as? Let's wait to see Brandon Graham's announcement of the pick, because I wonder if they're going to list him as a safety. Brandon Graham letting out the EAGLES chant. Howie Roseman really remaking the entire secondary here. And let's see what they list him as, and then we'll start this cut. Brandon Graham's a legend, isn't he? Get the Cooper DeJean shirts ready. They listed him as a corner. Yeah, and the Eagles could clarify that a little bit later. Wow, that's incredible. Howie Roseman moves up for Cooper DeJean, a first-team AP All-American in 2023. He's explosive, versatile. I think the pro comps for him, little Trent McDuffie, little Minka Fitzpatrick. He can play safety, he can play corner. Just a big-time playmaker for this Eagles defense. And let's go in further detail here. And I'm waiting to see if the Eagles... Kool-Aid McKinstry to the Saints, by the way. Brandon Graham also said, you already know all day Dallas sucks. That is fantastic. All right, Cooper DeJean to the Philadelphia Eagles. Let's talk about this pick in further detail here. Subscribe to the channel for year-round coverage right here on the program. Day 2 of the 2024 NFL Draft is underway, and Howie Roseman does it again. Philadelphia trading up from 50th overall to number 40, and they are getting a first-round talent in my eyes as Howie continues to remake this entire secondary. Philadelphia had Quinion Mitchell, the number 1 cornerback on my big board, fall in their laps at 22 overall, and then Cooper DeJean, who I thought was a shoo-in to go in the top 32 picks on night 1 on Thursday, falls to number 40. So Philadelphia matriculates up the draft board. They trade away a couple of picks here, and they take Cooper DeJean with the 40th overall selection. This is really fascinating to me because going into the draft, Philadelphia had not taken a corner in the first round since 2002. It's been a position that Philadelphia has spent on in free agency, a little bit later in the draft, but Howie Roseman ends that streak with Mitchell, night 1, 22nd overall, a cornerback out of Toledo, who in the last 2 years has had 25 pass breakups and 19 pass breakups, and now they get a freak athlete who is a versatile chess piece and a Swiss Army knife. And I can't wait to see how Vic Fangio utilizes him, because I think he's a hybrid between a Trent McDuffie, a Micah Fitzpatrick, a Tyrann Mathieu, where he can play outside corner, he can play inside corner, he can play hybrid linebacker, he can play safety. Now, the Eagles right now are listing him as a corner, but I think that he's going to be able to play all across the defense, and maybe at some point down the road, he might play some safety. He might be a starting safety alongside C.J. Gardner-Johnson. And then when you look at the trade details here, Philadelphia is parting ways with 50 and 53, as well as a 5th-round pick at 161 overall. And going into today, I had mentioned that if the Eagles were to trade up, if the draft board fell in their favor, 50 and 53 are premium draft assets that they could use at their disposal in their chamber to move up to get a player who they really covet. And they do that with Cooper DeJean in this trade with the Washington Commanders. And I don't hate this trade because I like the player, I like the value. You get a first-round talent, another position of need. You continue to really remake this defense to a certain degree with a really good defensive coordinator in Vic Fangio, who knows how to put these players in a position to succeed, to maximize them. But you also pick up a 3rd-round pick, too, at 78 overall. Cooper DeJean is a great athlete. And it's really going to stand out to a lot of people who watch his highlight tape. If you've done some film study, he's extremely twitchy. In high school, he was just tremendous with great bounce, whether it be him playing football, him playing basketball. He was a rim rocker while playing basketball. He could throw down the jackhammer, and ran the floor really well. And that translated to him being a really good football player. I like his instincts at the defensive back spot, and he credits those great instincts with playing quarterback at the high school level when he was growing up in Iowa, because he sees the game as a quarterback, and in turn, he's able to diagnose and recognize plays before they happen. He's a talented zone corner, struggles a little bit in man because he played a lot of off-ball coverage at Iowa, great straight line speed, a willingness to tackle. He's not afraid to mix it up. He is coming off a broken leg in which he suffered in November at Iowa, but has been fully cleared and ran and tested very well at his pro day, offers great punt return ability early on and special teams ability. He's not the most fluid player with his ability to flip his hips. That does raise some concerns in man coverage. That's why I think that maybe he could be better slotted as a safety in this league. But he was a home run threat. Anytime he got his hands on the football, whether that be as a return man or when he intercepted passes at the college level. A second-team All-Big Ten member in 2022, a first-team All-Big Ten member in 2023, and an AP All-American this past year. The last 2 years, he's had 13 pass breakups in 2022, 7 pass breakups in 2023, to go along with 5 picks in his breakout 22 campaign, and then 2 interceptions during his 2023 campaign. At his pro day, he clocked a 4.44 40-yard dash, so a good-sized athlete. And I want to bring up these numbers for him bringing back some of his interceptions for touchdowns. He returned 3 of his 7 career picks for touchdowns. So I'm not going to go as far as to say he's an Ed Reed type of player, but when he gets his hands on the football, he can make things happen because of the athleticism in open space and the patience, and again, able to see the game from a quarterback standpoint. This is why you subscribe to the channel. Here on Eagles Now, we've been live for every round, every pick. We're going to be live every day of the draft with some great analysis for when these picks, when these trades do transpire. Hit that sub button right now. more on Cooper DeJean here. 4-star recruit coming out of high school. He did play safety in high school as well. And he went to Iowa and played for Kirk Ferentz, who you can make jokes about the offense. I have too. It's a lackluster, vanilla offense that's never explosive. They always struggle to score points. But their defensive players are always coached up well. The 2023 numbers for Cooper DeJean: 41 tackles, 2 interceptions, 7 pass breakups, a Pro Football Focus coverage grade of 76.8. The Athletic's Dane Brugler with the scouting report here is that DeJean, one of the best tackling defensive backs in the class. Philadelphia was middle of the pack in missed tackles last year. And in that game against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, it was a crime how many tackles they missed. It's not going to happen with DeJean. That's also why I'm comfortable with him playing safety. Shows playmaking skills and coverage, along with an immediate special teams role as a gunner, because he played that, and then the aforementioned return skills too. NFL starter quality skill set fits interchangeably at corner, safety, or nickel. And you think about how the Kansas City Chiefs in the Super Bowl used Trent McDuffie, corner blitzes, slot corner, nickel corner, hybrid linebacker. That's the type of player and that's the type of role that I envision Cooper DeJean having for the Philadelphia Eagles. Our sponsor for our breakdown here of the Eagles' new draftee is Prize Picks, making daily fantasy sports easy. You pick 2 or more players, you choose more or less on their projected stats, and you can win up to 25 times your money. Go to prizepicks.com/CLNS to get a $100 deposit match. Some of the picks that we like for some NBA action here in the playoffs: Paul George, more than 20.5 points. Kevin Durant, more than 10.5 rebounds and dimes. And then Luka Doncic, more than 34 points. Win big money, pick more, pick less, pick Prize Picks, and withdraw your winnings all within the app. The thing with Howie Roseman that I always give him credit for is that he always tries to find value. He's making calls on night one to try to move up in the draft. He didn't have to move up because with 6 quarterbacks going inside the top 12, really good players started to fall down the draft board. And Quinion Mitchell was the first corner taken, one of the first defensive players taken at 22. So he falls to Philadelphia there, and Howie didn't have to trade up. But he was looking to trade up, and if he had to, he would have. He's done it for Devontae Smith. He's done it for Andre Dillard. Dillard did it for Jalen Carter. He's done it for a plethora of prospects here. And then in round 2, not only has he been able to compile a lot of these draft picks here, you're positioned well at 50 and 53. You want to stand pat, you can do that. You can get 2 really solid players at 50 and 53. If you want to use those 2 picks and package them to move up to get a player who is high on your draft board, you can do that. And that's exactly what he's doing here. So you appreciate value and then you pounce when you need to here. More on DeJean. Some of the weaknesses here. Sometimes he can have average reaction burst. That's where, I'm not sure if he's going to play corner, if he's going to play safety. The first step isn't as explosive as when he gets going with some of his full strides. Sometimes he can be caught with taking extra steps at the top of routes. And so because of that, that's why he plays off to be a little bit safer. 2-year starter with Iowa. But again, when you think about just the versatility that you can utilize with the skill set of Cooper DeJean and then the skill set of C.J. Gardner-Johnson, you've gotten younger. You've remade this defense for now and in the future. And Philadelphia's in a good spot with 2 really good players here that you get again with value. So the draft needs for Philadelphia, they needed corners. And again, we're not sure what DeJean is going to be. Is he going to be a corner? Is he going to be a safety? We'll see. You need offensive line depth. You could go wide receiver still. Offensive tackle, maybe a safety. You still have a lot of money as far as cap space goes. You've been really aggressive in free agency. You take Quinion Mitchell at 22, Cooper DeJean at 40 overall, and you pick up a third-round pick, which I don't hate either. So the Eagles pick so far, Howie Roseman, just really wanting to put his fingerprints on this defense that was terrible. And you think about this Eagles offense, right? You're in a good spot. You extended A.J. Brown. You extended Devontae Smith. You have Jalen Hurts. You have Dallas Goedert. You have Saquon Barkley. You have a good starting offensive line. Again, the depth is an issue. You needed to get better on defense. Bryce Huff, restructured Josh Sweat. You have a couple of young defensive tackles. You need to see what they can become in Jalen Carter, in Jordan Davis. Nolan Smith going to have to take a big leap. You signed Devin White, Oren Burks, Quinion Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, now fortifying that back end. Grade the pick here for Philadelphia, A, B, C, D, or F. As always, thank you so much for watching the show, and keep it locked here for more draft content. So let's get you caught up on some of the picks that have happened here as we went in depth on that. And cheers to everybody for watching. We'll get you caught up on all of the picks that have happened here. Yeah, let's go whole second round. Let's take a look at all of these second round picks so far, as right now the Raiders are on the clock at 44 overall. So the Bills get us started. Keon Coleman, wide receiver out of Florida State, 33rd pick. Big wide receiver who can be a jump ball guy for Josh Allen, go up and get it. I hated how they traded back and gift-wrapped Xavier Worthy to Kansas City. It pisses me off. Ladd McConkey, Chargers trade up with the New England Patriots. They get a slot wide receiver for Justin Herbert. Short area quickness, good route runner, very crafty. Rook Orororo, after the Falcons traded up, a little bit of a reach here. Good player, but raw. It's because he grew up in Nigeria, 2 years of high school football. But the Clemson player certainly has some flashes. Another defensive tackle off the board, Johnny Newton, fighting Illini to the Commanders at 36. And as we know, the Commanders trade out of 40 with Philadelphia. Jalen Polk, after the Patriots traded back, I wonder if that takes New England out of the Deebo Samuel trade sweepstakes because they get a young wide receiver and they were in need of a wideout. Polk, Jalen McMillan, Rome Odunze's teammates, Michael Penix's teammates, those wide receivers falling under the radar because Odunze was so good. Tavondre Sweat, character concerns, Titans said F it. They go with the defensive tackle out of Texas. He's massive, takes up a lot of space against the run, can push the pocket a little bit from the interior. Jeffrey Simmons, Tavondre Sweat could cause some problems. Another defensive tackle. We've seen a lot of DTs here in round 2 going to the Los Angeles Rams. So the Rams lose Aaron Donald to retirement. They take Jared Verse, edge rusher out of Florida State, edge rusher, and then defensive tackle here with Braden Fisk out of Florida State too. So 2 Florida State teammates to the Rams here. They get some good intel with those players. Cooper DeJean, round 2, number 40. Kool-Aid McKinstry. I love this pick for the Saints, and they continue to have a stellar defense there. I think Dennis Allen is a great defensive coordinator. I don't like him as a head coach, but you have an awesome secondary now with Marshawn Lattimore and now Kool-Aid McKinstry as your DBs. Kamari Lassiter, cornerback out of Georgia to the Houston Texans at 42. Max Melton, a player who I absolutely love, the corner out of Rutgers who actually grew up a Niner fan in Jersey, 43rd overall to Arizona. Now the Niners get to see him a lot, and he gets to play against his favorite squad. Jackson Powers Johnson going to the Raiders, round 244. There was some chatter about the Raiders maybe going offensive tackle with their first-round pick. They go Brock Bowers. Now they have Brock Bowers, Michael Mayer, and Jackson Powers Johnson. The thing that stands out to me about the Raiders, they list him as a guard, so he can play guard for sure. The thing that stands out about the Raiders, they're competing against Kansas City. They're competing against Denver, competing against the Rams. They want to be a physical team, and they're going to be physical with 12 personnel, and they're going to be physical now along the offensive line. Romeo, $5 super chat. Appreciate that, my guy. And some people are saying another trade. Did the Panthers trade up?
Yeah, so while we were in that cut as well, the Packers just took Edgerrin Cooper. So linebacker target that we loved. Gone to the Packers, and now the Colts were on the board at 46 and just traded that pick to the Panthers. A lot of movement already. Romeo, thanks for the 5. Emmanuel Henderson with another 20. That's a wheel spin. Asks, is there any small school prospects you like for the Eagles?
Man, small school prospects. Luke McCaffrey went to Rice. Good player right there. Muhammad Kamara, edge rusher out of Colorado State, a lot of production. Emmanuel, Dennis Designs, Cooper and Ringo, C.J. Gardner-Johnson and Brown. Future looks good. Need to upgrade Avonte Maddox again, and it's all good. Now, Dennis, Cooper DeJean could be your Avonte Maddox replacement if you want to be him or want to have him as a slot.
So we owe one wheel spin for Emmanuel Henderson. We also got a 20 coming in from Daryl Fulmore.
Daryl, or if it's Darrell, let us know one of the two. Daryl number 1 or Darrell number 2. Let us know in the comment section, and we'll give you a wheel spin here. Just want to show some love for the channel. I enjoy everything the channel gives. Give my spin to the 49ers report. All right. Say less. We'll do that for sure.
Let's spin it here for Emmanuel Henderson.
And a sub shot clock.
Nice.
Sub. In the case of Daryl or Darrell for Niners dubs. Yes, we can outdoors. Chase, how do you take a dump during the show? Do you even pee after all that beer? Last night, I don't remember you leaving the set for long. You're a legend, man. I appreciate that. So, my morning routine. I have a run streak now that tomorrow reaches 359 days. So today is 358. My morning routine, wake up, meditate, cold shower, drink some coffee, and you get the dump out of the way. Go for a run, work out, you get those bowels moving, right? And then I'm kind of good for the rest of the day. Of course, it's not like I'm constipated. You're going to take a dump at some point during the day. But you get the day started with clearing out the system. As far as this live stream goes, I'm sorry, TMI, but, you take the dump before the show. As far as the peeing goes, that's very difficult. You never want to break the seal early. So I peed before the show, and I had to go very bad. That's why we started a little bit later, to be honest with you. Sometimes during the stream, I got to jet out of here, and I'll tell Chip, I got to use the bathroom. I got to go, and it'll pop up on the stream. But last night, I did not miss a pick. I stepped off once, but I didn't miss a pick.
On it, baby.
You just got to be built a little bit different,
On it.
Electra Babe is here.
Oh!
Electra Babe. What's good?
One more wheel spin here.
Pick a player to talk about. We'll talk about the Giants pick. How about that? Coming in at 47. And it's Jonathan Brooks. Oh, no, that was to Carolina. Jonathan Brooks, a running back off the board to the Carolina Panthers. And then the Giants go with Tyler Nubin. They lost Xavier McKinney, an NFL free agency, $17 million a year, to the Green Bay Packers. So they had a need at that safety spot. I like Nubin as a player. 6'1 and a quarter, 205. The number 2 safety on Tom Downey's big board here, 52nd overall pick. It's a weak safety class, that is for sure. Instinctual free safety who spent most of his time deep and doesn't miss many tackles. Showed growth as a tackler to pair with impressive coverage skills. Instinctual, doesn't miss many tackles. Nubin has conservative tendencies in coverage, but a 4-down player with the coveted skill set because of his split field range, playmaking instincts, and toughness versus the run. Ideally suited for a quarters-based cover 2 scheme in the NFL. His coverage grade, according to PFF, was outstanding in 2023, a 90.1. That's about as good as it gets. Almost perfect and flawless there. 9 pass breakups, making some plays from that split deep spot. 5 picks, too, and 53 tackles. Let's talk about Jonathan Brooks, too. A lot of people like running backs, and he's going to Carolina. The new coach for the Panthers is Dave Canales, who is the offensive coordinator for the Bucs. I thought he did a great job with that offense. And then just getting Baker Mayfield back. And Carolina is hoping that he's going to be able to do the same with Bryce Young, who had a very rough rookie year. Carolina's going to want to run the football. And with Brooks, they're going to be able to do that. Now, he's coming off a torn ACL. He's definitely the number 1 running back in this class, in my opinion. Again, it's also a light running back class. Very good balance along with quickness and explosiveness in tight areas, all qualities that I find to be very important at that running back spot. Sometimes they make up for just the overall athletic traits. Held up well in pass protection last year. 1 year proven production that was cut short due to that torn ACL. He's springy, balanced athlete with the feel for lane development, elusive traits to create his own yardage, both at the line of scrimmage and on the second level. Stylistically, reminds me of Kenyon Drake. And Kenyon Drake, a gifted player who a lot of teams have valued. The numbers in 2023, 187 carries, 1,100 yards, 10 touchdowns. He was really, really good for Texas en route to the college football playoff semifinal. The Jacksonville Jaguars, defensive tackle Mason Smith out of LSU off the board. And this is surprising to me. I had him going a lot later. Our draft expert Tom Downey had him going a lot later too. Defensive tackle number 9 on his board, 113th overall player, and he goes 48th here. 6'5" and an eighth, 306 pounds. And Trent Baalke, who Niner fans know very, very well, going early here. Now, Dave Brugler had him as a 2nd or 3rd round pick. He had 4.5 TFLs last year and 12 starts. 2 pass breakups. Did miss the season opener because of an NCAA suspension. Outstanding size with proportional quickness for his long frame. At the combine, 6'5", 306, 35-inch arms, 501 40-yard dash. You're 6'5", 306 running a 5, nearly a 5 flat 40. That's impressive. That's really impressive. And how about round 2? We continue to see a bunch of defensive tackles. Chris Jenkins out of Michigan is now being picked. Now going back to Mason Smith, 28 tackles, 2.5 sacks, 23 pressures for just an awful LSU defense. We do. Mike Silver with this regarding a potential Deebo Samuel trade right now. There does not appear to be a team that would meet the Niners' asking price. That could obviously change. All it takes is one team. But at this moment, it is quiet. How about this? Do we have a link for that? We have Cooper DeJean shirts. They are available right now if you want them. The link is in the chat. Cooper DeJean shirts are available.
Oh, he's gonna be a stud just because of the name, man. It's so perfect. Get those shirts right now, man. Get them while they're hot, baby. That link's in the chat right now. Chatsports.com/DeJean. Let's go. Those are clean. I think I'll be getting one myself.
Just sending out a tweet here. You can pop up my socials if you want. If people want to give me a follow on X and Instagram at Chase_senior.
Go give Chase a follow. Popping those up right now. Chase_senior. Tweeting all throughout the draft. Go interact on Twitter. Throw a follow on Instagram. You get even more coverage. Even more coverage.
Where is that photo? Is it in production?
I could send it to you.
Okay, cool. Did he send it to you directly?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Sweet.
I could send you the link too.
I got it.
You got it?
Yeah.
All right. Commanders on the clock now with what was the Eagles pick. So now the Commanders will have both 50 and 53.
Are those shirts available in black?
I'm not sure.
Try to find this.
Lord Buddy Bear!
Buddy Bear! The legend. Yeah, give me a follow on X at Chase_senior, Instagram at Chase_senior as well.
Oh, before that came in, look who else is here.
Electra Babe! I missed everyone. Very excited to see what SAN-FRAN-CISCO will come out with during this draft. Bang, bang, real one, Niners forever. Electra Babe, I hope that the bartender shifts are going very well for you in Canada. Lord Buddy Bear, what up, Niner gang? My team is getting top players, just not at the positions we are needing. I'm trying to keep a better attitude today. See, Lord Buddy Bear, I think it's fine if you go best player available. I really do. And that's what the Raiders are doing. I also think what they're doing is smart in the sense that they're building a physical football team.
And Electra Babe with another two. We got a little distracted when she sent her first one in. There was a lot going on. So she said, we not reading Super, so all love. Hey, we got you, Electra Babe. We always got you.
We always got you,
We
Electra
always
Babe.
got you.
It's been a little bit of a crazy last couple of minutes here with all these picks getting caught up.
Yes. Definitely been wild.
Gonna put that on the community tab as well. Are we not reading Supers tonight? Still all up. We always read the Supers.
Come on now.
We always read the Supers.
Come on now.
Come on now.
Speaking of those Supers, baby.
Yeah, read out the Super Chat menu there, Chip.
If you're a first timer, which I don't think we've had a first timer yet tonight. I'm going through. We've had some thirds, some fifth time Super Chatters. We have not have a first time Super Chatter yet. If you are a first time Super Chatter, any amount, we'll ring a little draft bell for you. $10 gets you a raffle ticket. $20 get to spin the roulette wheel. And we got some great stuff on the wheel. By the way, you can win 5 raffle tickets. We can put on a beer hat, where as long as I have the beer hat on, any Super Chat makes me drink. Give you a beer cheers. We'll freestyle for you. Plenty of great options and more on that wheel. $50, next 50 that comes in, I'm doing a shotgun. So next person to send in a 50, I'm doing a shotgun. And when we get to 500, we're going to change this. When we get to 500, Chase got a little beer boot over there just waiting. We're up to 200 on Eagles,
waiting.
160 on Niners. When we get to 500 on either channel, first one that gets there, Chase is doing a beer boot.
How about this? If we get a $100 super chat right now, I'm doing the beer boot.
Oh!
I'm doing the beer boot for a $100 super chat. Oh, Mike Sainristil to Washington. A player who I really, really liked.
Brent Beck is in with a $10 super chat. Send a little super sticker there. That'll get you an entry into the raffle, Brent.
Thank you, Brent. Good to see you again, my man. I know you were with us last night.
All right, we got a couple picks. The Bengals took Chris Jenkins. Commanders took Mike Sainristil. We'll run through both of those here in just a second. Appreciate that, Brent. Yeah, good slot corner there for Washington. We'll cover both these picks here.
Yeah, Chris Jenkins off the board too. A lot of people are making funny jokes about the Eagles now having two white defensive backs in Cooper DeJean and Reed Blankenship, who they actually just extended too. All right, let's get you caught up here on a couple of picks that have happened. Chris Jenkins, another defensive tackle who I really like. Out of Olney, Maryland, a Jim Harbaugh recruit, 23 years old, 6'2", 299 pounds, an anchor along the interior of that Michigan defensive line. Has the profile of a pass-rushing three-tech, but plays and produces more like a run-stopping three-tech. I think that he can do both pretty damn well. Gets in the right spot, doesn't miss many tackles. I think he's a very smart and intelligent player. Sometimes he can get a little bit late off the ball, doesn't keep his feet moving, but I think that that can be coached up a little bit. The Athletic's Dane Brugler had him as the 36th overall prospect. So a high-impact player who I think can get some really good snaps right from the jump. Jenkins might never be a high-production interior player, but light on his feet, heavy with his hands, with the do-my-job mentality that NFL defensive coordinators appreciate. That screams Jim Harbaugh right there for sure. 37 tackles in 2023 for the national championship winning Michigan Wolverines. And again, you know, you talk about the sack production, only 2. 20 pressures, but I think that he can move and collapse the pocket a little bit. 1 pick. And then his Michigan teammate, Mike Sainristil. I like the player so much because he started his career at Michigan as a wide receiver and then made the switch to really maximize his capabilities to cornerback. And he's a little bit older at 24. He's definitely small at 5'9". If he was 2 inches taller, I think he could have been a first-round pick. 182 pounds. And when I talk about Sainristil and him being a wideout, why I like that background is because the ball skills have allowed him to be a ball hawk at cornerback because he can track the ball, he can high point it, he can identify where the ball is, he reads the eyes of the receiver because he has the makeup of a wide receiver. And because of that, he can come through with some really clutch plays. Former wide receiver with great instincts despite the limited experience on defense. Better fit at nickel due to his size. Good footwork. Again, wide receiver background. Playing a role there. In run support, he can struggle a little bit. But just a big-time player, makes big-time plays in the national championship against Washington. Nearly had a pick 6 that almost went the length of the field against Michael Penix. Sainristil, per Brugler, has obvious size limitations that will remove him from some teams' draft boards, but other teams will be more than happy to bet on his outstanding toughness, instincts, ball skills. He'll compete for immediate starting reps as a rookie nickel. Again, rookie nickels, important in this league. 12 pass breakups. This was his second year playing the cornerback position full-time. 6 interceptions. The production the last 2 years, very, very solid. Pro Football Focus coverage grade of 85. A player is off the board that I wanted the Niners to take, and that's Zach Frazier going to Pittsburgh. And I had said in the lead up to this draft, during the draft, Pittsburgh Steelers needed to get better along the offensive line. They go Troy Fuatano at 20, tackle out of Washington. And they get better there, and they just got a lot better with Zach Frazier, who can play center or guard. Is this the pick? It is Zach Frazier. Yeah, we talked about Frazier on the mock. Yeah. Yeah, 6'2", 315 pounds, and I've said this, but for anybody out there who's like new to the game as far as scouting players or you're interested in this, I love offensive linemen with a wrestling background because you have to have good feet, you have to have good bend, you have to get good leverage, you have to be nasty. They love being ferocious with pancaking dudes. 4-time state champion wrestler, which really shows in his power and bend. Smart player. He made pre-snap calls at West Virginia, and he's not going to go far from West Virginia to Pittsburgh, right on the border there. Lacks length and athleticism, but moves well enough. Might not boast elite athleticism or length, but certainly good enough in those areas and will win over NFL teams with the core strength, the football IQ, the competitive toughness, with him being that 4-time state champion wrestler. Understanding of leverage, again, wrestling background. Overall Pro Football Focus grade, 77.5. Pass blocking grade, 83.8. Started 12 games at center in 2023. Run blocking grade, 75.3. 806 snaps. And another pick in for the Indianapolis Colts here as we continue to give you the picks before they happen. The Colts were interested in trading up for a wide receiver, per reports. They were a team mentioned in the Brandon Ayuk sweepstakes. They wait until 52nd overall to get a player who I think could be the number 2 or number 3 wide receiver in this draft class in Adonai Mitchell. 6'2 and a quarter, 205 pounds, with legitimate 4'3", 4'4", 40-yard dash speed. Nice length, size, tremendous hands, a diverse route tree. Deep routes are solid. Deep corners are solid. Some football character issues have been raised. Poor effort at times when he's not the target. Maybe that's why the Niners didn't really like him. Kyle Shanahan also played wide receiver at Texas, has intel with that program. He's tight with Steve Sarkisian. But the point of a first-round pick sometimes is taking a chance on a player. And the value here for the Colts to get this caliber of a player, to give Anthony Richardson, Adonai Mitchell, Michael Pittman, for Shane Steichen, who I think is a great play caller, play designer, and play caller, I like the pick. Mitchell needs to become a more detail-focused receiver to fully unlock his talent, but the body length, loose athleticism, catch point skills to be a chain-moving weapon. Projects as a rangy, outside the numbers target. 55 catches, 845 yards last year for Texas, 15.5 yards per tote, and 11 touchdowns. And for Adonai Mitchell, there was a report earlier this week that he was flagged for character concerns. Some of those concerns are he's diabetic. And when he's on his medication, people love him. When he's not, he can go a little bit awry. I think that's something that's manageable, though, if he goes to a good football organization. And at the NFL Combine, love the personality that he exuded. Oh! Romeo! $100 super chat. And Andrew K, $5. I'm a happy boy. Trotter at 78 would be icing on the cake. Oh! The Don 76, $100 super chat. Bring the boot, drink the boot. I'm loving this draft. Go Birds. And then Romeo, I don't think we'll see much of Ricks or Blankenship this year. Ringo may hit the field, but it'll be sparingly too. The thing with Blankenship, Gardner Johnson, DeJean, you can use them in a variety of ways. Nickel, slot, hybrid linebacker off the edge, safety, a little bit of corner. Ricks is interesting for sure, and it's going to be a battle to see what corners make the roster? You have Darius Slay, James Bradbury, Quinion Mitchell. All three of them, because of financial reasons and obviously with Mitchell draft reasons, should make the team. But then you have Keely Ringo, Eli Ricks. By the way, Adonai Mitchell, a Georgia transfer. Pedigree certainly there. The Don 76, bring the boot, drink the boot, and we're going to take down the boot.
You know, since we got 200s, I'm going to give y'all a shotgun for one of those.
I'm going to shotgun too. I'm going to shotgun in addition to the boot here.
Whoa!
And the Eagles channel, man, up to $414 in Super Chats. The 49ers report at 159. So we'll give you an updated look at the Super Chat battle here. It is fascinating.
Man.
Whoa. Joseph Ernberg saying the Niners are basically the new Cowboys. Completely disagree. 4 NFC Championship games and 2 Super Bowl appearances over the last 5 years. The Cowboys have not sniffed the NFC title in nearly 3 decades. And they've choked in big games. The Niners have won a lot of big games. They just haven't won the Super Bowl. But it's almost like Super Bowls are hard to win.
Really?
Come on now. Don't go that far.
All right. I got a shotgun coming.
Yeah, what do we have? On the clock, Commanders again. Pick us in at 53 via Philadelphia, Cleveland, Miami, Dallas, Tampa Bay. All next on the board. Yes, we can. Outdoors said those fake Colts cheerleaders were hairy.
What?
Did you see that chick? She had more armpit hair than me.
I did not
No
see
way.
that.
I did not see that. That's too funny. All right, beer boot for the 100.
I'll let you do this first. Chug, 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 chug. Beer boot. Everybody spam chug in the chat. Let's go. Everybody spam chug in the chat. Let's go. Chase, 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 chase. Chug, 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 chug. Woo! Yes, we can outdoors. I'm not doing that, and I'm not reading that.
He said, Jake, I'll send $200 if you motorboat Chase. Would that be Chip putting his face in between my pecs and motorboating me?
Yeah, pretty much.
You know what's crazy? That is something that the Raiders report might do.
Yeah. It's honestly, that wouldn't even be the worst thing they've done. I don't even think it would come close.
Yes, we can outdoors. If you send $200 in Super Chats, I will try to get somebody from Chat Sports to motorboat me.
Oh, my God. All right, I got a shotgun coming up. Shout out to Romeo. Shout out to the Don.
The Don, 76.
All right, baby, here we go. Got the little tool here. See if I can rival the sub 4 that Chase seems to get down every time. Don't know if that's going to happen.
I got the head rush after the boot, that's for sure.
Yeah. No, that'll do it to you.
So the Commanders pick coming up. We're in a little bit of a standstill here.
All right, here we go. Cheers, everybody. Let's have a day. Ugh. Woo! Woo! You got that trash can over there?
Yeah, it's somewhere over here. I'll do a shotgun here in a little while. You just got to give me some time to digest that boot.
Yeah, a boot back-to-back with a shotgun would be crazy. And I think that we have this Commanders pick in.
Commanders pick us in, huh? Here's a text that I got from my Falcons fan friend. Shout out to Mike Oliver. Love you, brother. I texted him, I got to get your thoughts on this Falcons draft. Michael Penix, Rukaroro. I said, I just don't get the plan. He said, man, I'm just as lost as you. LOL. This class looks a lot more like what you would do if you traded for Fields and went for Danielle Hunter rather than signing Kirk. That makes a lot of sense to me. Like if you bring in Fields, you're not giving him $100 million in guaranteed money. You have Fields on that final year, and if you want to exercise a fifth-year option, you can do that. He continued by saying, Penix could be really good, but hard to justify it where he was picked similar, but so much different than a Jordan Love, Jalen Hurts pick in the 20s with quarterback questions. And he's old. He is. He's going to be 24. I hope it works out because I do like the way that Terry drafts with the best available players the last few years, but man, this one is tough to see the vision. Penix pick still would have been weird with Fields, but at least you can sell a quarterback competition better than this mentorship shit that Kirk didn't even know about. Cooper to the Birds will be fun. Pretty good.
Washington taking a tight end that I'm pretty sure you were a fan of here, if I'm not mistaken.
Ben Sinnott.
Ben Sinnott.
Yeah, I did like him. He's a good athlete. He doesn't have the prototypical size that you would look for in a tight end like Travis Kelce or a George Kittle or a Dallas Goedert. But he's a really good athlete, and he kind of like has that wing T type of build. He wore the number 34 at Kansas State, so that looked ugly, and it made him look like a little bit of an H-back. Had 676 catches, or 676 yards, excuse me. That'd be insane production. And 6 touchdowns last year for Kansas State, which led the team. But he's 6'3" and 7/8. 250 pounds, though. So he's a big dude. Rare speed and quickness combo for the position. It allows him to run routes like most tight ends can't. So that's what I talk about with that H-back type of feel. A willing run blocker, which will help him stick around in the NFL. Shorter arms limit his catch radius, which is a little bit of an issue. But look, if you can get open, they'll find you. And if you're an athlete, you're an athlete. And Dane Brugler with this scouting breakdown, he offers some blocking value, but his controlled athleticism, reliable pass catching traits project him best as a versatile H-back. That's exactly what I said. Who can be flexed across the formation. All 32 NFL teams will appreciate his football IQ and pro-ready toughness. The 676 yards I mentioned, not receptions. 49 catches, and then the 6 touchdowns, those 6 touchdowns leading the team. We do have a Deebo Samuel update from Diana Rossini. I spoke to Deebo Samuel on the phone, asked his reaction to the Niners drafting of his potential replacement and to the reports they explored trading him. He said, quote, I know what's going on, but it is what it is. I'm good. Staying with them. I'm chilling. So Deebo Samuel, I guess, not going to request a trade. And right now, it looks like it could be the Niners running it back. Carl Nassib announcing the Browns pick. I used to work with him at Dairy Queen. Yeah, in Westchester. And then Michael Hall. That's the selection that Carl Nassib just announced. The defensive tackle out of Ohio State. Larry Krueger loved him as a pick for the Niners. He even talked about him going to the Niners at 31 potentially. Check out the Krug Show on YouTube. Krug, 6'2" 3/4", 299 pounds. Again, as the NFL game has changed a little bit, teams have started to be more willing to take chances and prioritize defensive tackles who have that really quick burst, first step, and are a little bit of the smaller build at defensive tackle. You don't see beefy defensive tackles getting drafted as much, or sometimes you take teams who are willing to take smaller defensive tackles, like a Michael Hall, and a player like Devondre Sweat. He's 345 pounds. He went earlier. Some people thought he was going to be a fourth rounder. Might call under 300 pounds. And he's going here to the Browns at 54, who did lose Jordan Ellis to the Niners in free agency. Very athletic and able to generate pressure pretty well. Still untapped potential as a true pass catcher. Burst, some bendability, raw with his hands, feel for the game. That feel for the game comes from him playing center at high school. And some NFL draft evaluators think that if he stayed at center with his athleticism, with his size, he could have been a first-round pick at center, which is interesting. Brugler on Hall, more of a flash player than consistent force, quick twitch movements, natural energy are the ingredients of a disruptive gap penetrator. But when I talk about the lack of production here, you see it. 1.5 sacks last year for Ohio State. What were you saying oh shit to?
Some NFL news here. Darren Waller just retired.
Wow.
Yeah, so Darren Waller, the Giants, had not been good since he went there, injured a lot. He's done. He's calling it a career after, really bounced back.
Crazy career.
Really bounced back from a rough start to his career. A lot of respect for him because what he dealt with, very hard to come back from. And really had a great career when he was in his prime. Was one of the best tight ends in the league at one point in time. Really just didn't work out with the Giants, whether it was his age or was their quarterback situation, probably a combination of both. But best luck to him in retirement, man.
Yeah, and he recently, unfortunately, got divorced.
Yeah.
And as we know, he's dealt with a lot of substance abuse issues. Hopefully, that hasn't resurfaced. If it has, we wish him the best. If it has, and anybody dealing with those issues, prayers to you, strength to you, and hope that you're able to find the right track. And for Darren Waller, good luck in your post-career.
Got a few supers. All right, while we were announcing all those picks, got a bunch of supers here. Niners making a run at Eagles.
Niners making a run here. All right. Joel Luna, a $20 super chat. We'll spin the wheel for you.
Let's do that right now.
Let's do it right now.
It's been too long since we spun the wheel.
Yes, we can outdoors. Fair point. Says the man drinking beer out of a boot. I'm blessed that I do not have a problem.
Oh.
But we do like to have some fun.
Love this.
Oh, I like this. Let's get to the other super chats first so that we know.
Right.
Yeah. We're going to go 50% off for 1 minute here coming up. By the way, Dolphins select Houston tackle Patrick Paul. We'll break that down here. Coming up next, Dallas, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, Houston, Buffalo, Detroit, Baltimore, San Francisco.
And we got 3 in a row coming from the same guy who was a first-timer as well. Hold on.
Time.
Super Chatter.
That's Captain Super Chronic. Are you smoking that chronic? If you are, hope you're enjoying it. Who do you think the Niners will grab on pick 64? Roger Rosengarten. 63. It is 63. I was going to correct you, but all good. Roger Rosengarten, I think. And then, is there another one from him? And then he asks again, Captain Super Chronic. Yes, the draft bell for all of the first-time Super Chatters. Gary Menserati, Larry Kruger picking a pickle. Hey, you already know. That's a man who knows the show. So for 1 minute after spinning the wheel, we're going to go 50% off on the Super Chat menu here. Eagles now at 414 in supers, Niners at 185, and 50% off. $5 gets you a raffle ticket. Eagles channel, you got the Kelly Green old school Eagles mug. Niners, you get the Man Cave sign. MVP item, signed Joe Montana jersey for the biggest individual Super Chat. Number to beat, is it still only 20 on Niners? It's only 20, right? Number to beat is 20 for the Joe Montana jersey, and then on Eagles now a tie for 100. We'll sign the football for you. But 50% off Super Chat menu, right? $5 raffle ticket, $10 spin the roulette wheel, and a raffle ticket. $50, cut to 25, you make a drink. I still owe a shotgun. And we'll start that right now. So over the next minute, 50% off. All right, Patrick Paul to the Miami Dolphins, round 2, 55th overall. Patrick Paul has ideal size for what you look for in an offensive tackle. 6'7", 331 pounds. Some people liked him as a first-round selection on the back end. I think he slots better as a second-round pick. Our draft expert, Tom Downey, 56th overall prospect, so right in line here. Has him 56, he goes 55. Very good athlete who really improved every year at the collegiate level. He showed flashes of willingness to be a nasty finisher. You always love that. Stance and hand usage need a little bit of work, both in pass and run blocking. Has the size and length to keep defenders occupied, but his rhythm breaks down quickly and opponents will find success until he improves his rudimentary recovery technique and hand usage. So a little bit of a raw player, but the Dolphins do need to get better along the offensive line. Has the tools to develop into a functional NFL starter, second or third round grade. He graded out pretty well per PFF. Overall, 81.1. Pass blocking grade, 91.5. Run blocking grade, 69.4. 778 snaps. So Patrick Paul out of Houston, 55 overall to Miami. And who did Miami go with in the first round? If we could pop that up. Did they go? Oh, they went Chop Robinson. So Chop Robinson, edge, and then Patrick Paul, offensive line. That's a team that needs to get tougher. That's a team that to me is soft. And I like what Mike McDaniel has done. Kyle Shanahan disciple. The highs of the offense have been awesome. The lows of the offense at the end of last year were not good. I don't think the 2 is the guy.
Let us know in the chat right now, who's been your favorite pick of the draft, regardless of Eagles, Niners. And you can say who the Eagles or Niners have taken so far if that's your favorite. But out of all teams so far, what has been your number 1 favorite pick in the draft? Let us know right now in the chat. As Romeo has migrated from the Eagles chat to the Niners chat to get in the Niners raffle. I sent in 2 $5 super chats, says 49ers raffle and bang bang Niner gang. So because we were 50% off during that pick read, Romeo will get 2 entries now into the Niners raffle. Romeo has, let me count this up.
Jeff Romero, what up, brother from another mother? I love that saying. What up, brother from another mother?
So Romeo has 13 entries right now on the Eagles wheel, and now gets 2 into the Niners wheel.
Okay.
Knowing Romeo and his luck, he'll win both.
I know.
That's just what
Romeo's been just a well-earned, lucky Super Chat recipient as far as raffle winners go, and then he's obviously earned a lot of the MVP items too.
Let's see. Romeo, my fave pick is Worthy to KC. If he had no drop issues, he's still going to be so good for them. Nilla says Joe Alt to the Chargers. Great pick for them as well. Andrew K, Johnny Newton, very good value for Johnny Newton. David likes Cooper DeJean, and I'm only calling him Cooper DeJean now, by the way. That's his name.
It's DeJean. And we had
Mitchell
DeJean shirts.
likes the Mitchell pick as well. Let's see, who else? Penny's back in Seattle. Did Rashad Penny go back to Seattle?
Oh, boy. I don't even know if he got signed. I mean, he was a healthy scratch for the Eagles all year. He's a free agent.
Ale the Butcher. That's not how you say his name. That's how I'm saying his name now that he's with the Eagles. This makes too much sense.
Get it? John?
Ooh, Ahmad King. I like this. Brock Bowers to the Raiders. Yeah.
Bowers to the Raiders. See, I'm just conflicted on that because they took Michael Mayer last year. Michael Mayer, great player. Now, 12 personnel. I like the idea of 12 personnel at all times. But how are you going to be able to fully maximize both players as pass catchers? Now, you have two great tight ends in addition to Devontae Adams. So that's going to open up opportunities for a lot of guys. Now, Mayer, bad quarterback play last year. 27 catches, 304 yards, 2 touchdowns. But I like the player. He was a stud at Notre Dame. Marshawn Kneeland to the Dallas Cowboys at 56. How about them Cowboys? F them. Suck it. Marshawn Kneeland, interesting player here. He's rugged, an instinctive rusher. 6'3", 267. So a lot of size. Western Michigan, so smaller school. One of the better run defenders in this class. He can really set the edge there. Great size, frame, length with the power to certainly match. Relies too much on the bull rush. Doesn't have great production despite lesser competition. A little bit of an issue. Still taking classes in the arts of the pass rush, but he is charged up into contact. Displays twitch throughout his frame, which allows him to defeat blockers in different ways. I loved last year how Cowboy fans were convinced that Mozzie Smith he was going to be just the stud. I think he stinks. Now, they have done a good job of drafting, developing offensive linemen, some defensive linemen for sure. We'll see if Kneeland can become that. But 4.5 sacks last year at Western Michigan. I'm always concerned about the players who are projections. I like to see some production on tape.
So we talked about the Super Chat battle, which Eagles is up 415 to 196. The like battle, though, very, very close. We'll pop up those numbers on screen, but Eagles up to 320 likes. Niners, 387, excuse me. So a close battle there. A close battle there. Who's going to get to 400 first? We're only 8 away now on Niners, up to 392.
8 away.
Hey, Niners fans, your pick's coming up. Buccaneers are on the clock, just made their selection at round 2, number 57 overall. Niners fans, you're at number 63, so just a few picks away, Niners fans. Hit that thumbs up if you're excited. Your pick is coming in close here, and still a lot of good players left on the board. A lot of good players on the board. And yes, we can outdoors. Send it in the $5 super chat. He says, I was in Dallas when they hosted the Niners in the playoffs 2 seasons ago. I love this. I will say, yes, we can outdoors is a legend in the chat. He always has great stuff to say. He says, I've never seen so many men my wife could beat up in my life. Soft! Talking about those Cowgirls fans. I love that. I love that. Yes, we can outdoors. That's funny. Niners fans, let us know in the chat who you're looking for the Niners to take. I can pop up here real quick who the best available players are left according to our draft expert, the one and only Tom Downey.
Tommy Downey.
So, hey, a player, Chase, you talked about a lot. Kingsley Suamataia is still on the board.
Yes.
Certainly an option. Cooper Beebe, Roman Wilson, Troy Franklin, Braylon Trice, Jaden Hicks, Trey Benson, Peyton Wilson. So still some talented players there. I would bet if he doesn't get taken, Kingsley Suamataia will be a great pick. Junior Colson, Jalen Wright. Also another player that Chase has talked about a lot, Roger Rosengarten. Still available. Christian Haynes still available, along with Cole Bishop, Javon Bullard, TJ Tampa, and Jatavion Sanders. But could one of these players be going off the board right now as the Buccaneers pick and the Packers after them? Both those picks are in. We will see.
Oh, the Packers taking Javon Bullard. The Georgia safety. Did you talk about that? Sorry, I was locked in.
I did not.
No?
I did not yet. So we got 2 picks
So that's
to go
at,
through.
okay, that's at 59. Yeah, I was just doing some work here. Chris Braswell, the edge rusher out of Alabama, now going to Todd Bowles' defense here. And I'm always a fan of defensive-oriented coaches. In this instance, Todd Bowles, head coach, being able to maximize defensive players with a lot of upside here. Dallas Turner fell in the draft, and he was the SEC Defensive Player of the Year. Braswell falling under the radar because of the success of Dallas Turner. Good size, 6'3", 251 pounds. Also a very athletic player with a pretty well-developed pass rush skill set. Waited his turn at Alabama because of Will Anderson and Dallas Turner, and he was able to break out last year. Might be a little bit of a liability in defending the run, but going back to that point that I was making about the defensive-oriented head coach, they put these players in a position to succeed, just like Kyle Shanahan puts his offensive players in a position to succeed. Athletic player with a pretty well-developed pass rush skill set, and that skill set I think is going to be refined with those skills, as I said. Slightly undersized. I actually disagree with Dane Brugler. I like the size there. Still a work in progress in several areas, but first step quickness, ability to convert speed to power. Solid starting points for a developmental pass rusher that Todd Bowles can't wait to get his hands on. This past year, 8 sacks. So a developing player, 8 sacks, who waited his turn, and you see the production there. 42 tackles, 2 PBUs, 3 forced fumbles. And then Javon Bullard, this safety out of Georgia, going to the Green Bay Packers here to pair up with Xavier McKinney, who the Packers gave $17 million per year to in NFL free agency. I like Bullard's game a lot. I always love players who are instinctive on top of the athleticism with the versatility to play free safety or nickel. So you have instincts, you have versatility. Fuck me up, fam. Showed ability to cover at both safety spots, more versatility, lacks the size and play strength, which mainly shows up in defending the run. Some people are concerned about the size. That includes Brugler. Doesn't have the ideal size or length, but ultra instinctive. Again, that can make up for some of the lack of athletic traits, in my opinion. His presence felt at all 3 levels, and that's the football IQ they're showing off. Can play against the run at that first level. Can make plays in the backfield. Can stop those bubble screens. Can make plays at that second level. Sure-handed tackler. Skill set fits best as a hybrid nickel defender who can handle box duties, disguise his intentions, and drop into space. Jeff Hafley is the former Boston College head coach who left Boston College to become the Packers defensive coordinator. I'm interested to see what he's able to do because I like that Packers roster a lot. I think that they are a sneaky team that could represent the NFC in the Super Bowl. 56 tackles, 2 picks, 7 PBUs, and a Pro Football Focus coverage grade of 88.4. Niners pick is coming up soon. You had that Packers pick at 58. Next, Houston, Buffalo, Detroit, Baltimore, San Francisco, Kansas City, and then we're on to round 3. And another Niners player, potential target off the board, Blake Fisher, is going to D'Amico Ryans and Houston here, the offensive tackle out of Notre Dame. Chipping his... I'm cracking up, man. We have producer Coop, who the real ones know very well, who's doing a Mavericks watch party like 2 studios behind me. I've been so distracted the last couple of picks because he is screaming in my ear, and I just can't maintain concentration. Maybe I just got to lock in. Anybody got some Adderall? Couple of super chats that we'll get caught up on here. But Blake Fisher to the Houston Texans, 59th overall pick. Roger Rosengarten could be the Niners selection. Cooper DeJean, by the way, on that fractured fibula said if there was a game ready to be played today, I'd be ready. Producer Chip using the bathroom, and then we'll get caught up on that Blake Fisher selection, and then we'll pop up your super chats. I can read them out in the meantime here. The legend Gabriel, first time super chatter. We decided to let our opponents get elite players. Meanwhile, we get a third-rate receiver, and now we get the leftovers in the second and low third-rate players. The Niners should have traded up for Xavier Worthy. I'll die on that hill. I agree with you. Ricky Pearsall fits what the Niners want to do, but he's a limited player when there were better players on the board at 31 overall. Andrew K., you guys think Rattler goes tonight? Maybe the Raiders round 3? For sure. For sure. I think he definitely goes. Ring the draft bell for the legend Gabriel. Mr. Chow, where's all the angry, irate porn stars at? Yeah, that was wild. That's probably the craziest quote tweet I've ever gotten. A porn star calling me a bug-eye mother effer. And I saw the quote tweet, and it was from a verified account. So I got the notification, and I'm like, who is this calling me a bug-eye mother effer? So I tapped the profile, and the bio is good girl by sun, anal sex craved MILF by night. That was wild. And then the banner photo on her X page is all deliveries to the back door.
I can imagine, like, if that seems like a real person to me, not a bot. I can imagine. Like, oh my God.
And I love Elon Musk. I think we need more leaders like Elon Musk. But the whole porn movement on X is insane because her pinned tweet is her just dancing naked, full-on nudity right in my face. I'm like, whoa! I'm live for the NFL draft. And I don't think she's good looking.
The cherry on top.
The cherry on top. But hey, everybody's got their own thing. Andrew K., yeah, I do think Rattler goes, as I said, to the Raiders potentially in round 3. Yes, we can outdoors. Chase, why did she shit on your eyeballs? Or are you saying, why did she sit on your eyeballs? I did not let her sit on my face. I did not let her do that. But why did she shit on my eyeballs? I don't know. I've got like the Aaron Rodgers bags under the eyes. People love to point that out in the comment section. It's how I was made, man. I can't help it. I am who I am. Shoot. All right, Blake Fisher, round 2, 59. Houston Texans. I like what they've done along the offensive line in really just strengthening that unit, and you have to do that in front of C.J. Stroud. People who watch the show, you know that I absolutely adore what the Texans have done in NFL free agency, paying a lot of big-time dollars, but on short-term contracts for a team that won the division. First time a rookie head coach and rookie quarterback have done that in NFL history. Made it to the divisional round, beat the Browns, good squad. Challenged the Ravens at least a little bit. And they're taking advantage of C.J. Stroud being on that rookie deal. And I'm of the belief that the Texans are stacking up that roster to beat Kansas City so that Kyle Shanahan and the Niners can win their Super Bowl. Blake Fisher, 6'5", 3/4, 310 pounds, plays with power, both in the pass run game, highly touted recruit coming out of high school, mostly a right tackle playing alongside Joe Alt, but has experience playing left tackle as well. Won't be for all teams, shouldn't be asked to do a bunch of outside zone, and what is Bobby Slowick, Kyle Shanahan disciple, like to run? Outside zone scheme. But they clearly like the player here. He's big, athletic, has some finesse to his game, has some power as well, falls off too many blocks a little bit too quickly, needs to introduce more control to his play style before he's ready for NFL competition. You have Laramie Tunsil. Last year they had George Fant, so he could be a developmental player for a year, reminiscent of Nicolas Petit-Frere. Great name. French. Overall Pro Football Focus grade 71.1. Pass blocking grade 72.5. Run blocking grade 69.1. Very nice. Speaking of porn stars. Snap 710. And then the Bills with Cole Bishop. Safety. Number 60 overall out of Utah. Remember this name. Sione Vaki out of Utah. Played safety and running back. Could be a late rounder target for the Niners. Out of Peachtree City, Georgia. 6'2", 206. Third overall safety on Tom Downey's big board. Overall 58th player. So right in line there, going 60. One of the best athletes at safety this year. Solid vision in the secondary paired with flashes of blitzing ability. Length is not good. That'll cause some issues in coverage against tight ends. But with the burst, can he make up for it? Needs to put more impact plays on tape by setting traps for the quarterback in coverage, but he plays with top-down explosiveness, the football IQ, to make plays at all three levels of the field. Sean McDermott came up under Jim Johnson, legendary Eagles defensive coordinator, the head coach for Buffalo. Only a coverage grade of 60.9, so that's where the consistency comes in. 5 pass breakups, 2 interceptions, and 60 tackles. Detroit Lions pick is in. Ennis Rakestraw. Some people liked him in the first round. The cornerback out of Mizzou. Is he outside or is he inside? We'll see. Buck 83, a little bit lighter. Not as light as Nate Wiggins, but a little bit shorter, a little bit lighter. Undersized, but a tough player who excels in press coverage with his length. Pretty fluid, smooth, both inside and outside. Didn't make a ton of plays and did get beat when rarely targeted. Rakestraw doesn't have the desired long speed or build for his position. And his injury history, a little bit of a concern, but he plays aggressive, sticky coverage, NFL quality movement skills, confidence, has the NFL starting man cover talent. That's what teams look for sometimes. Man cover talent if he stays healthy. 3 pass breakups. I worry about the lack of production there, but the man talent, you see it. Oh, the Detroit Lions get Roger Rosengarten at 61? Or no? They get it. Oh, the Ravens get him at 62. Wow.
Yeah, that's a player that we were looking at for the Niners who are going to be up in a couple picks. Actually, the Ravens are the pick before the Niners, so
yep.
Maybe stealing them right under their noses. But, still on the board is Kingsley Suamataia.
Yeah, I wonder if Kingsley Suamataia is the choice here.
Ravens are always such a good drafting team, man. They know what they're doing over there in Baltimore. But with the Ravens taking Roger Rosengarten, that means the Niners are on the clock. They're on the clock. So Niners fans, hit that thumbs up if you're excited for this pick and let us know who they should draft here. Let us know who they should draft here. Do you want them to take Kingsley Suamataia? Certainly a player we've talked about a lot.
Yeah, what position, too, do you want the Niners to go with here? We've had an uptick in audience, nearly 800 people watching live, 451 likes. If you're pumped up for this Niners pick, and we'll go into it in further detail, Hit that thumbs up icon, like the video here. And the Niners are on the clock. Ricky Pearsall, first pick at 31 overall. Now the Niners on the clock once again at 63 overall. This is interesting because I thought Xavier Worthy was in play for the Niners. Chiefs leapfrogged them. Roger Rosengarten, a lot of buzz for him going to the Niners. Didn't give up a sack last year. Michael Penix, fastest 40-yard dash among all offensive tackles at the Combine. Played under Ed McCaffrey at Christian Valor High School, or Valor Christian High School in Colorado. Niners went and specifically worked with him one-on-one a couple of weeks ago in Seattle, and now the Ravens get him before the Niners do. So I wonder what San Francisco's going to do. Trade!
Oh.
Kansas City moves up.
Oh, so is it just one spot?
The Chiefs are on the clock.
The Chiefs are right after the Niners, so are they
And
just moving up one?
let's see if the Niners move back one spot. But we have a trade. The Niners are trading out of 63 overall with the team that beat them in the Super Bowl. San Francisco is trading back one spot. And the Niners trading back one spot leads me to believe that San Francisco wanted Roger Rosengarten. Now they need some more time to assess the draft board here, to move back a pick, to try to figure out what they want to do. And they're going to talk some things over here because you have 10 minutes to make a pick in the first round, 7 minutes here on day 2 for the second round, and then I think it's 5 minutes for round 3.
Interesting here. We'll see what these details are when they come in. Should come in shortly. And the Chiefs wasting no time getting their pick in. So trade details here. The Niners trade down one spot from 63 to 64. They'll get a 5th round pick, number 173 from the Chiefs, and they'll send the Chiefs back a 6th round pick, number 211, and oh no.
What?
The Chiefs are going to take offensive tackle Kingsley Suamataia.
Dude, this is what bothers me about this. The Ravens are a smart organization. They take Roger Rosengarten. Could have been a top 10 pick in 2025. The Chiefs are the best organization in the game. They draft Kingsley Suamataia.
Wow.
So you reach for Ricky Pearsall. You get beat out by the Chiefs for Xavier Worthy. You improve their football team. You allow the Ravens to improve, and you allow the Chiefs to improve.
Man. I mean, on the surface, right, before we knew the pick, to only trade down one spot and then you move up nearly 40 spots from the 6th to the 5th round, that's pretty good value. But then they steal a player who you could have taken. And now what are the Niners going to do? Man.
Dude, you're now losing out on some really good offensive linemen. You had the run on offensive tackles in round 1. I even said it here on the show. I've been the leader of the Niners must improve the offensive line. But you didn't have to take an offensive tackle at 31. But now you get beat up by the Ravens for Roger Rosengarten. You allow the Chiefs to leapfrog you for Kingsley Suamataia. And now what do you do at 63? or 64. Final pick of the second round. Can we go top available offensive lineman here? Karan Amagaji out of Yale? That's a late developing player with a ton of upside. That's the player that comes to mind. He's the top offensive tackle available, so there you go. Brandon Coleman out of TCU is a player that I like. Christian Jones, I think, is too early. Caden Wallace, I think, is a round 4 guy. And if you're taking a project offensive tackle in Karan Amagaji, he's not going to be ready to play over Colton McKivitz in 2024. Whereas I felt Roger Rosengarten could have challenged Colton McKivitz. Kingsley Suamataia could have challenged Colton McKivitz. So now you're looking at Colton McKivitz maybe being the starting right tackle this upcoming season.
Wow, wow, wow.
So the Niners on the clock here. More than 1,000 people watching live on the 49ers Report. Please make sure you subscribe. San Francisco trading out of 63. Now on the clock for 64. Grade the trade A, B, C, D, or F. Let's pop up the trade details as we wait here, because the Niners are picking up yet another 5th round pick, and that's their sweet zone. They love 5th round selections. Chiefs move up 1 spot to 63. They get a 6th, 211 overall. Niners receive 64. They move back 1 spot. They pick up a 5th rounder at 173. Niners are going corner here. Niners are going corner. Renardo Green. I don't hate this, actually. Physical, tough player. 5'11", 186. 23 years old, nicknamed Duda. Grew up northwest of Orlando. He's a very experienced player. He's played 52 games in his college career, 32 starts. He had 14 pass breakups in 2023. This was one of those like draft diamond players that Niners Twitter was talking about. The 14 pass breakups were the most in the ACC. And so the Niners trade back. They get Renardo Green. And cornerback, no doubt for me, was a big need for San Francisco. Every corner on this roster is on an expiring contract. Renardo Green had really good athletic testing numbers. And we're going to go further in detail here. So if you're just tuning into the 49ers Report, subscribe for daily and year-round coverage. But we're just reacting to this here in the infancy of the Niners making this pick. The vertical leap, 37.5 inches, a very good broad jump, 4.5 40-yard dash, 186 pounds, 5'11". He's patient, controlled, and press man, smooth turn, run movements with above average body control to react to route breaks, quick to key in on routes, feels the combinations around him, jam a lot at the line of scrimmage on tape, but pins receivers. Average size and speed athlete by NFL standards, but he's quicker than fast. Again, this was one of the draft Twitter type of players that a lot of people really liked. My issue is this. the Niners have allowed some of their competitors to get better. And we'll talk about that here on the show. I just, fourth round grade for the player. I think it's another reach for San Francisco here. And you want to have faith in this front office that they can make the right moves because this has been a great football team. The pass breakups leading the ACC, second team all ACC. But you're getting jumped for good players. And that's the issue here that I'll explain here coming up with this draft breakdown of Renardo Green to the San Francisco 49ers at 64 overall. We can start the trade details right after we do the intro. We're in a good spot right here. Day 2 of the 2024 NFL Draft is underway, and the San Francisco 49ers making their second selection of the draft at 31 overall. They surprised a lot of people, including yours truly, by taking wide receiver out of Florida, Ricky Pearsall, at the end of the first round. And here in round 2, San Francisco is taking Florida State cornerback Renardo Green. He led the ACC in pass breakups last year. And this pick comes by way of a trade with the Kansas City Chiefs, obviously the team that the 49ers lost to in the Super Bowl back in February in Las Vegas in heartbreaking fashion. And this is interesting for a bunch of reasons that I want to talk about. And the Niners draft room is ecstatic about this pick. I thought Pearsall was a little bit of a reach. I've warmed up to it because I think he's ready to play right now. I think he's a good weapon in the middle third of the field, taking advantage of what Brock Purdy does well, timing, accuracy, anticipation, leading his receivers with the football. And that's what Purdy likes to do in targeting the middle area of the field. Good footwork, good route runner, accelerates, decelerates. Niners love his toughness, can go up and get it. But again, he's somewhat of a limited athlete. 4.4 40 speed, it's great. But he's a little bit shorter. He's not an outside wide receiver. I would have taken an outside wide receiver at 31. I thought it was a little bit of a reach. I think this pick is a little bit of a reach. But the Niners have loved these two selections. They love Pearsall for his toughness. Can come down with contested catches. Can take hits. A willing blocker. Renardo Green fits the dog mentality. Now, San Francisco trades back a spot from 63 to 64, and they pick up an additional 5th rounder, and they part ways with the 6th round pick. Here is my issue with the Niners draft so far, though, and then we'll talk more about Renardo Green. I think that Pearsall's a reach. Renardo Green's a reach. I thought you could have had Pearsall in the 2nd. Renardo Green, maybe in the 3rd, maybe in the 4th. The Niners are confident in their board. That's fine. My other issue is that I thought Kansas City leapfrogged the Niners to take Xavier Worthy last night, who would have been a tremendous fit for San Francisco. 4.2 140-yard dash speed, tracks the ball extremely well, an underrated route runner. People obsess over the 40 speed. He's a really talented wide receiver who has great footwork, great route runner, good deep ball tracker, just an explosive punt returner. And I thought he could have made your team a lot better as a really good complement, as a guy who can play inside, outside, better player, in my opinion, than Ricky Pearsall. The Niners like the fit of Ricky Pearsall. You allowed the Chiefs to get better. You stood pat. You weren't aggressive. The Chiefs were. You're trying to beat the Kansas City Chiefs to win the Super Bowl. They're being aggressive. They're going all in. And you're kind of just like, we'll wait to see who falls to us. That's issue number 1. Issue number 2 is that the Baltimore Ravens were selecting at 62. They drafted Roger Rosengarten, an offensive tackle out of Washington, who I thought would have been a good scheme fit. Could have challenged Colt McKivitz. Didn't give up a sack last year of Michael Penix. Fastest 40-yard dash speed of any offensive tackle at the Combine. Played under Ed McCaffrey at Valor Christian in Colorado. You went to Seattle to scout and work with him with John Lynch and Chris Forster. You could have been aggressive to trade in front of the Baltimore Ravens to take him and address a massive position of need. Cornerback is an issue of need, but the Chiefs are a smart organization. The Ravens are a smart organization, and you're allowing them to either leapfrog you or take players that you could have liked that make their teams better that you're competing with for a Super Bowl. And then the Chiefs move up to take Kingsley Suamataia, who's a good scheme fit, is very athletic. I like the mean streak, and I thought he could have challenged Colton McKivitz. So now you still have an addressed offensive line. You do have that third-round pick toward the tail end. Do you go offensive line there? You kind of have to. But now I'm thinking Colton McKivitz might be the starting right tackle for this team in 2024 after he simply was not good enough this past year. Now let's talk about Renardo Green here. Grew up outside of Orlando, 3-star recruit. He's gritty, he's tough, 5'11". So the size concerns are certainly there. 186 pounds, has the personality for the position. Uses awareness and physicality to win reps. He has smooth hips, solid body control, racked up plenty of pass breakups, but only one career interception in college. The Niners do like corners who have a proven track record of tracking down the football, making plays on the football. He had 14 pass breakups in 2023 that led the ACC. He had 5 before that, 1 before that, and 1 before that, then 2 in 2019. We're talking about a 5-year college player here who is plenty experienced. 52 games, 32 starts, 148 tackles, 7 TFLs, 23 pass breakups, but that one pick, a little bit of an issue. 4.49 40-yard dash speed. For some NFL scouts, that's kind of just average NFL speed, but again, that's not the end-all, be-all. As I've said here on the show, sometimes I will value awareness and instincts prior to that. He's also a pretty cut athlete. He's got like 8-pack abs. More on Green coming up here in a moment. But first, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Year-round, daily coverage of the San Francisco 49ers right here on the largest Niners channel that covers this team on a news basis every single day. We just surpassed 132,000 subscribers. With Green, some of the strengths here with my scouting notes. He's a patient player. He's pretty controlled in press man. So a lot of Niner fans are going to like that he can play press man. Smooth turn and run movements. You can have a 4.3 40 speed, but if you can't turn around and run, you're going to get beat, and then you're using that speed to catch up. He's able to, with the lack of speed, turn his hips on the flip of a switch and maintain that foot-for-foot positioning with the wide receiver that he's covering, with that press man. Inside-outside versatility here with the player, too. In 2023, he had a Pro Football Focus coverage grade of 83.2. 43 tackles, that pick. And then the 14 PBUs is what I think the Niners really like. And upon seeing the celebration in the draft room, they like the player, but this is also a Niners organization that has missed on a lot of players early and hit on a lot of players late. And this is a critical draft for San Francisco because their roster is starting to get pretty expensive here. And you need to be able to hit on these cost-controlled assets. Here's what the Athletic's Dane Brugler had to say about Green. Polarizing prospect among NFL teams, but his play personality and ability to quickly find his balance mid-coverage helps him stay connected and will give him a chance to earn a meaningful role in an NFL secondary. Dane Brugler, a draft analyst who I really trust, had a 4th-round grade on Green. The Niners here are taking him with the final pick in the 2nd round. So I know that sometimes these draft grades don't mean anything, and I know that it's all revisionist history. And we look back and say, wow, we were wrong. Wow, we were right. And sometimes nobody even knows what these players are going to become because NFL draft evaluations are a science. But these are analysts who watch the tape. They break down the game. Nobody had Pearsall going in the 1st round. Nobody had Renardo Green going in the 2nd round. And if anybody tells you that, they're lying to you. I'm not lying to you when I tell you about the Prize Picks app being the best daily fantasy sports app in the game. And I'm not lying when I say they make daily fantasy sports so easy. Pick 2 or more players, choose more or less on their projected stat lines, and you can win up to 25 times your money. Get a $100 deposit match at prizepicks.com/CLNS. Some picks that we like during the midst of some NBA playoff action. Paul George, more than 20.5 points against the Mavs. Kevin Durant, more than 10.5 rebounds and assists against the Timberwolves down in an 0-2 hole. Luka Doncic, more than 34 points. Win big money. Withdraw your winnings within the Prize Picks app. Pick more, pick less, pick Prize Picks today as the go-to daily fantasy sports app. So offensive line continues to be an issue for this football team. Again, you go back to some of the strengths for Green. He can read the eyes of receivers. He can read the actions of some receivers. Another player on the board I could have liked, Brandon Coleman, the offensive tackle or guard out of TCU. The Niners not going that route. Green uses his body and length to barricade catch windows. The arm length, 31.25 inches. A wingspan of 74.75 inches. 10-yard split of 157. 20-yard split of 262. Do you have his pro day numbers by chance that we could potentially take a look at? If not, it's all good. As for the Niners offseason profile here, you address corner, you address wide receiver 3, you still need offensive line help. Offensive tackle, offensive guard. I could see the Niners going tackle, guard in round 3. Could they trade up with a lot of the 4th round and 5th round picks that they have earlier in the 3rd round? I would like to see that to get a player who they really like. And if it's for a tackle, I'm a fan of that proposition. So tackle, guard, linebacker, the remaining positions of need here. I think you need to get a little bit younger at defensive tackle because you don't really have young players there outside of Kalia Davis, who's been injured a lot going back to UCF in his first 2 years in the NFL. He's been injured a lot. So I don't think a lot of people are going to like what the Niners have done so far, just judging upon the reaction in the comment section and how people are reacting. Ricky Pearsall, I see why the Niners did it. Again, with some of the ability that he has. I just want to see this team be aggressive, though. Trade up and get Xavier Worthy. Take a player with a lot of upside and potential. Pearsall might be ready to play right away. He reminds me a lot of Adam Thielen, but he's never going to be a number 1 in this league. He's a good compliment to Brandon Ayuk. I think he's the future Deebo Samuel replacement, to be honest with you. And I think the Niners next offseason might be without Deebo and Juwan Jennings, so then you're looking at Pearsall, you're looking at Brandon Ayuk. But again, it's just a little bit of a reach for me. And then Renardo Green, polarizing prospect, as Dane Brugler said. I like the ball instincts. I like the ability to make plays on the football here. I just don't like 2 things. The reach and just not being aggressive to get a player that you like and allowing teams that you're competing with and against to win a Super Bowl because you've been this close. Smart organizations too in Baltimore and Kansas City to get players who you could have realistically had without having to mortgage the farm. Grade the pick here, A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know down in the comments section and sound off with what you think. F from Kevin Barnhouse, A from Sexy Boy, Mr. C going with Z. So he really hates it. Dowie with a D, Muhammad C-, Jacob Martin B, Robert Smith B, B+. Don't want to see Ambry again. Yes, we can outdoors. Joe Biden is drafting for us. If you appreciate comedy, that's actually a pretty funny comment. Chase Sr.'s twin, C. Larry McGowan, C. Antonio, D for doomed. Yeah, we can, let's go through what we missed so far. Get people caught up here. Get people caught up. What are people beefing about in the comment section on Eagles now? A lot of people beefing, going back and forth. All right. So here was the lead up to the Niners pick. Ennis Rakestraw, cornerback out of Mizzou, to the Lions. They go cornerbacks back-to-back, first and second round. Roger Rosengarten, offensive tackle, to the Ravens. Kingsley Suamataia, offensive tackle, to the Chiefs. Bernardo Green, cornerback to the Niners at 64. Malachi Corley, the Deebo Samuel clone, he was going to be off the board because you took Ricky Pearsall, but him going to the Jets is a player with wiggle, yak ability. I like for that offense a lot. Our second running back is gone, Trey Benson out of Florida State. Brandon Coleman to the Commanders, 67th. And then Caden Wallace, another offensive tackle, to the New England Patriots. A run of offensive tackles in this second round here, and then to start round 3. Richard, F to Chase Senior haters. Thanks, brother. Appreciate it. The legend Gabriel Chase. What if we get Malachi Corley and trade Deebo for a third-round pick? Follow with the wide receiver 3 or a round 5 pick. Well, Malachi, now that you set that super chat in a little bit earlier, but now that we know that Corley's going to the Jets, obviously that's not going to happen. But look, after you drafted Pearsall, you weren't going wide receiver in round 2. You just weren't. Scotty H. Most of the Niners' shortcomings and losses last year were because of the weaknesses on the right side of the offensive line. Preach. Preach. Junior Colson going to the Chargers. What does Jim Harbaugh do? Smart dude. Drafts a great linebacker. Wido and Chase Senior we trust. What up, Wido? Hope everything's going well with your podcast. I love the creative content that you've been doing, man. You've been doing some really good work on Instagram, on social media, and with the whole digital media movement. How's the golf swing going? I know you're a good athlete. Saw you throwing down some dunks as hammers. I don't have that bounce. I can shoot the 3, but I saw the golf swing coming along well. You're an athlete, man. I see it. I see it. Giants pick is in as well. Drew Phillips, cornerback out of Kentucky, who has inside-outside flexibility. Giants go to the secondary once again. So they go Tyler Nubin, safety, and then Drew Phillips, corner, with the 70th overall pick. Solid 15 handicap? Yo, that's really good. If I ever break 90, Wido, I'm hype with that. That's like a great round for me. I just don't play enough. I play a couple times a year. If I'm under 100, I'll live there. Scotty H., you're so right about the offensive line, man. I agree.
Into the third round here. Into the third round.
Third round. Type those 3s in the chat.
You know what we can do here?
Type those 3s
You know what we can do here? While you're typing those 3s, here's what we'll do. I'm going to put a minute on the clock. I want everyone to spam 3 as much as they possibly can. I'm going to put a minute on the clock. Whoever spams 3 the most in each chat is going to get a free raffle entry. 1 free raffle entry. Minute on the clock starting now.
There you go.
So spam those 3s. Whoever spams 3 the most in each chat will get 1 free raffle entry. Infamous Alex on Niners. Dennis Designs. Herman Breckenridge on Niners. I'm seeing a lot of Rex Katz on Eagles. Keep it going. Still plenty of time. 40 seconds left. I'm seeing Thane Sear on Eagles. I'm seeing Jesse Sr. on Niners. You got to keep doing it the whole time. Got to keep doing it the whole time. 30 seconds remaining. 30 seconds remaining. Santiago. I'm seeing a lot of Santiago on Eagles. A lot of Anthony Byers on Eagles. Niners, I'm seeing Lil Spark. Keep them coming. Infamous Alex. Making a late push here. We got 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have 2 easy winners here. It's going to go to Infamous Alex on Niners. And it's going to go to Santiago Briones on Eagles. So congrats to y'all. Free raffle entries. 1 ticket into our raffle on each channel. So congrats to both of y'all. So, infamous Alex, let me get you down here for the Niners wheel. Everyone congratulate both of them in the comments, man. We're a lot of love for you on the channel. Even if you didn't win, let's show some support, show some love. And I know, because we did this last night, I know people are going to be saying it, that YouTube can limit you if you're going too fast. I do understand, but it happens to everybody. It happens to everybody. Dennis, you were second. Dennis was second, because Dennis was going crazy. Dennis was right there. He was right behind him. So, infamous, and then Santiago. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Had another pick come in the meantime. Isaiah Adams, guard out of Illinois, is going to the Cardinals. All right, let's do this.
I'm just firing off a tweet with my thoughts on this for Renardo Green, so just bear with me. Chip's riding you through it.
Yes, sir. Let's do this. If there's any players or teams y'all want to see, let me know. Any players you want to talk about, we can just chop it up in the chat as well. Yeah, Matt Levinson. If it was still going, you would have won. Might be watching on delay. Anthony with the 5 on Niners.
Appreciate that, Anthony.
I apologize for accidentally saying the wrong amount yesterday. My bad. KC will win Super Bowl again. Hope Brock Purdy survives. What do you mean?
Oh, he sent in the 300.
Oh, I don't think that was your fault, Anthony.
I mean, what happened, Anthony? Please explain it to us. It was on there, and then it got taken off, so I figured that maybe you hit up YouTube and you were like, I didn't mean to send that in.
Oh, did you meant to send like 30 or something, and you sent 300 on accident? That's crazy. Hey, we appreciate you, Anthony. Real one right there. We appreciate you. You know what, Anthony? I'm going to give you a ticket into the raffle. I'm going to give you a ticket into the raffle, Anthony. You're in. Luigi, I want the Niners to draft Braden Rice / Frank Gore Jr. Hey, we talked about it. Very possible. Very possible. They could go legacy there. Yes, we can outdoors. Anthony said, give the entry to me. Funny stuff. Funny stuff.
All right, so where are we at here?
This light got me looking like a ghost up here. It's bright. The lights are too bright. Turn the lights off.
Turn them off! Turn them off!
Oh, they're too bright.
All right, so I released my thoughts on Renardo Green. It's just, I just don't know what the Niners are doing here. They're reaching, man. Dennis Design said 50 chipper boot.
I'll do a shotgun for 50.
Shotgun for 50?
I'll do a shotgun for 50.
Dennis Designs, I'll do a boot for 50. I'll do a boot for 50.
You'll get a boot and a shotgun for 50. And Millie said Chase looks like he needs a drink.
Hey, I did say that I'd do a shotgun for a long time ago, but that was right after I did the boot. So I'll do the shotgun now, and then I'm going to use the bathroom here. Picks coming up. Cardinals, pick us in at 71. And by the way, give me a follow, X, Instagram, at Chase_senior. A lot of short form content there, a lot of thoughts, opinions, commentaries, but also news. So Cardinal selection in at 71. Carolina, Dallas, Atlanta, Chicago, Denver, Las Vegas, Philadelphia, Arizona, Cincinnati, Seattle, Indianapolis, Rams, Pittsburgh, Cleveland, Houston. All coming up. So shotgun coming up for the real ones.
Let's do it.
Then I'll use the bathroom, and then we'll continue to give you some great draft coverage here.
Everyone, I want you to type in the chat right now. Over under 4 seconds for Chase right now. Over under 4 seconds for the shotgun.
O for over, U for under. Antonio said hits from the bong. I think YouTube might flag us if we did that. Anthony, no need to email me, man. If you sent in the 300, then that number was probably going to hold for you to get the helmet, but then Romeo sent in a big Venmo that beat you. So no worries on that. But we got you the raffle ticket. All right, shotgun here. Let's go.
I got a timer.
I wasn't going to try to go fast, but Chip, he's putting me to the test.
Put him on the spot.
All right, F it. Here we go.
Three, 5, 4. The unders. If you said under, you won, baby. 3, 5, 4.
Oh, that one hurt.
Official time there.
Same thing happened yesterday where I got the bubble in my chest as I'm taking it down. And it's like the beer boot bubble. You just can't swallow that thing.
Oh!
Dennis Designs. $50 super chat. All right, I'm going to use the bathroom. I'm going to fill up the beer boot here. I'll be back here momentarily. Isaiah Adams, the pick to the Cardinals there. 71 overall out of Illinois.
I know the light's a little bit bright. It can't go down anymore without me turning it off, and then you wouldn't be able to see me. But Dennis, what a legend. What a legend. I got a shotgun for you, Dennis. I'll run through the recent picks here real quick. Cardinals at 71 took Isaiah Adams. Some offensive line help there. Guard out of Illinois, excuse me. And then Trevin Wallace. Solid linebacker out of Kentucky. There was some buzz about him going in the second round. He falls to the early third. Good pick there for the Panthers at 72. And now the Cowboys on the clock at 73. We got to get a chip boot. You know what? I'll do this shotgun. If we can get another 100, I'll do a boot. I'll do a boot for 100. I'm going to do this shotgun first. Put sunscreen on, I know. Casper the Ghost. Oh! Man. Who was the pick you were talking about? Reggie. When? I'm not sure. I mean, we talk about all the picks. We cover all the picks. We cover all the picks. All right, I'm going to do a shotgun here. You're going to cook in that light, I know. The lights are too bright. Call me Jared Allen. Call me Jared Allen. All right. Boot coming for Chase. Shotgun coming for me. Unfortunately, I can't go as fast as Chase. It's kind of a shame. I just graduated college, and I can't shotgun faster than Chase. I'm a little bit ashamed. A little bit ashamed. Turn it off. You wouldn't be able to see me. I promise you, you wouldn't be able to see me. We can't have that. We can't have that. I like this from Jay Feliciano. Braylon Trice for edge for the Niners. Certainly an option. Certainly an option there. All right. Here we go. Shotgun coming for Dennis Designs. Yeah, Chase is a pro, Dennis. Chase is a pro. I'm like amateur. I'm the amateur ranks. Chase is in the pro ranks. Matthew Short with the 5. Do you think the Niners are going to address offensive line? They absolutely have to. They better. Or else Niners fans are not going to be happy. I'll tell you that. I'll tell you that much, Matthew. Appreciate the 5, Matthew. As the Cowboys pick is in, and I hate the Cowboys. I like this pick for the Cowboys and Cooper Beebe. Another guy that I thought could have gone second round. Very solid interior offensive lineman out of Kansas State. 4'6'8". Man, I'll try. I can't really time myself accurately and do the shotgun, but maybe you can time me, Dennis. If you can time me, let me know what I get. Chase in the bathroom swiping right. Over 5 seconds is probably a good bet. My over-under is probably closer to 6 or 7. My over-under is probably closer to 6 or 7. Let me... All right. All right, shotgun coming for Dennis. Boot coming for Chase. Next 100, I said I would do a boot. Next 100, we get on either channel. By the way, Niners right now at 240 in Super Chats. Eagles is up to 470. So Niners, got to step it up. You're getting blown out in this race. Get a bigger boot. That boot's for little people. Chase a big dog, I'll tell you that. All right, here we go. Over under 6 seconds. 6 seconds. Hopefully I can go under. Someone time me. All right, here we go. Appreciate y'all. Shout out to everybody. Chase will be back in a second. Making a bathroom run and filling up that boot that he has to do as well. Here we go. On the crack. It's on the crack. Let's do it. Ooh. A little spillage. Woo! That was probably over. Foot! What up, Foot? You want to get on real quick?
Am I allowed?
Uh-oh. Oh, are you allowed? Are you allowed?
Am I allowed? Is this allowed?
We got Allie Barefoot here, and she has the beer hat on.
Oh, did I do something?
You know what the beer hat means?
No, obviously I don't. I put it on willingly.
The beer hat means any super chat that comes in while you have the beer hat on, you have to drink.
Well, then I guess it's up to the people.
All right. So while Foot is here, while Allie Barefoot's here until Chase gets back, any super chat, any amount, she's got to take a drink.
That's fair. I have not had a drink yet today.
Oh.
I've had a big cup of coffee, a Dr. Pepper. Maybe should throw some water in there at some point, but
probably a good
fine.
idea.
We're
Probably
running
a good
off
idea.
Starburst and coffee at this point in the third round of the draft. Chipper, how the hell are you?
I am fantastic.
I'm
Fantastic.
bad.
We've had a great day here.
Well, Jaden the kid really wants me to drink,
Oh, yeah?
but somebody's got to pull the trigger here.
Hey, it's any amount right now. It's any amount.
Hey, I'm not expensive. I'm not expensive.
Dennis Designs!
And there it is.
There's the first one.
Well,
There's the first one.
you got a little, you got a happy thigh here for me?
I haven't opened one.
That's fine.
I swear I'm cool.
The only thing that's worse is that it's grape. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
What do I have to drink? Is it like a beer bong? Is it like
Just
like
a
a chug or
cheers.
like
Just a
something
cheers
like
for
that?
everyone.
All right, that's fair.
We have another one from Jesse, so now you owe 2.
Oh gosh.
Now you
Well,
owe 2.
I might just finish your drink here, Chipper. So sorry.
Woo!
Dude, can't be
Yeah.
grape.
Grape's not. That's why I have that one as my sipping one and not as my chugging one, because I just can't do the grape.
You know that that cough syrup when you were a kid? You
Oh.
know the cough syrup.
Oh, that's that?
Every kid has that like horrible nightmare of the grape cough syrup. That's what this tastes like. So just know, I'm in complete pain. And I want to take this hat off. I thought it was just fun. I didn't realize there were consequences.
If you put the beer hat on, you got to get to drinking. It's a rule.
Well, I'll win eventually says that I have to keep drinking. So I'm just going to do this down the hatch.
Jesse Sr., his 20th super chat. What a milestone. Oh, I'm sorry. That was Jesse Sr.'s third. We got another one. I'll win eventually. With his 20th super chat. Says, drink. Drink up, Foot.
One more.
Down the hatch. Hey, everyone type Barefoot in the comments right now. Let's show some love for Barefoot.
Oh,
Or, you know what? Type AB for Allie Barefoot.
ugh. Oh God. That leaves an aftertaste.
Yeah, not good.
Yeah, that's not good at all. Hopefully you guys are drinking a little bit better stuff than we are here. Jaden the kid said shotgun. I am a lady. I don't shotgun. That's not ladylike. I'll only chug. I'll only do a beer bong. And occasionally I'll do a Stone Cold Steve Austin. But I'm not going to
Okay.
shotgun. No, I'm just kidding. I've never done that before. Oh, all right. Chase Senior.
Got you.
Huh.
Thanks for coming in.
Oh, of
She
course.
needed a saving.
I didn't,
She needed a
I didn't
saving.
mean to, but
Relief
this is
duty.
what happens.
Legend.
She put the hat on. Rules are rules. Yes.
Allie
please.
Barefoot, the legend.
Thank you. The legend.
Back and better than ever, and feeling very relieved. Millie315, her last name is Barefoot. She is not currently barefoot. We call her Foot. Yes, we can outdoors. Did you wash your hands? Of course. Come on, man. If you're touching your wang, you got to wash your hands. Chase, you look 5 pounds lighter. I feel it, man. Sometimes you don't realize. It's like when you're just up here talking for so damn long and you're taking down some drinks and you're talking ball, interacting with the people, and then you just like take the headset off and you walk around like a normal person, you're like, I really have to pee. Luigi, you should take a shot of Ciroc. We can't because P. Diddy is a controversial guy these days. But nah, we actually don't have Ciroc, unfortunately. Nathaniel said smelling salts. We got them somewhere. Here we go. Whew. All right, recent picks. I was here for Junior Colson, linebacker out of Michigan, going to Jim Harbaugh, staying with him. I imagine Harbaugh just loves that. Drew Phillips, the quarterback out of Kentucky to the Giants. They drafted Tyler Nubin a little bit earlier, so remaking that back end to a certain degree. Isaiah Adams, the offensive guard out of Illinois. That's when I left. Trevin Wallace. Thought he could have been a Niners target. Linebacker out of Kentucky to Carolina. And a couple more Super Chats to get to. Mac Daddy, I can almost guarantee our next pick is a running back or a kicker. I give up. It's not going to be a kicker. I promise you it's not going to be a kicker. If it's a kicker, I will retire from this show for the rest of eternity. I'd be shocked if it's a running back. Brendan Rice of note, still on the board. Luke McCaffrey, still on the board. But the Niners won't go back to wideout because they took Ricky Pearsall. Yeah, Cowboys go Cooper Beebe. So Tyler Guyton, offensive tackle. Cooper Beebe, offensive guard. We can make fun of the Cowboys all we want, but if we want to talk about the construction of their offensive line, I like what they have done. Braylon Trice to the Falcons. Not a good tester in the pre-draft process, but a lot of production with Washington. Another player who I would have loved for the Niners, but he didn't fit the timeline, is a developmental prospect. Karan Amagaji, 75th overall pick in round 3 to Chicago. They got Braxton Jones last year, or no. They got, Braxton Jones went to the Steelers. They got Broderick Jones. Braxton Jones out of Tennessee. Name slipping my mind right now. Braxton Jones to the Bears. I like that selection. So he played at Southern Utah. Who was the... He was a 5th round pick. Who was their... They got the Tennessee offensive lineman who I like. Darnell Wright. Darnell Wright. That's what I meant to say. And then Jonah Ellis, another good player. His dad played in the NFL. Couple of brothers play in the NFL. Now he's next up. Going to the Denver Broncos. Not a far trip from Utah there. I like that pick and I like the value. He had a breakout season this past year. A lot of sacks, TFLs. Not an insane athlete by any means, but just knows how to play the game of football. Millie315. Philly is on deck, baby. Not quite.
They're close, actually, yeah.
Denver, Las Vegas, Philadelphia.
Yeah, so Las Vegas on the clock now. They're a little behind.
Oh,
on
okay. I'm
NFL.
looking at the broadcast here.
Yeah, we're ahead. So the Raiders are on the clock now, and the Eagles up next. So Eagles fans, who do you? We can run through the available players right now as well.
Eagles fans. Yeah, top available players here. Continue to hit that thumbs up icon. Like the video, by the way. Best players available. Roman Wilson, really good slot wide receiver out of Michigan. That could be an Eagles target for sure. Troy Franklin, wide receiver out of Oregon. Jaden Hicks, the safety out of Washington State. But Philadelphia won't go secondary, I don't think, because they went Quinion Mitchell, Cooper DeJean. Linebacker, Peyton Wilson, NC State. Jeremiah Trotter Jr., Jalen Wright, running back out of Tennessee, lightning quick. I think it's a little bit too early for Philadelphia to go running back here. Marshawn Lloyd is a player who I'd like a little bit later. Christian Haynes, offensive guard out of UConn. You always know with Howie Roseman, they could go trench play. TJ Tampa, very good corner out of Iowa State. He's a player who's fallen a little bit, but I like the ability. But again, Philadelphia won't go DB. Jatavian Sanders, don't think it's realistic for the Eagles here. Brandon Dulles, defensive tackle. You have Jalen Carter. You have Jordan Davis, Milton Williams, Kalen Bullock. Again, I like him, but you're good there in the secondary. I think Philadelphia, they could go wide receiver or offensive line. Wide receiver or offensive line is what I think the Eagles do here with the 78th pick.
Eagles officially on the clock. Eagles fans, hit that thumbs up. Oh, and I think they just made a trade.
They made a trade.
I think they just made a trade.
Texans on the clock at 78. Houston is now up.
All right, Eagles not on the clock. Sorry, I blue balls you. Eagles traded out.
So now Philadelphia is at 86 and 123. And Houston on the clock at 78. So now the Eagles will pick at 86 overall. Anthony, I sent a 10. You did not read. Bang, bang.
Let me find that. I don't.
We'll find it for you. Thanks for the 5, brother.
Anthony. Oh yeah, I see it. Anthony.
We'll pick it up, man.
Was it when? It might have been when Chase was gone.
Here you go, Anthony. Oh, I read this out.
Oh yeah, he read it out.
I read this out.
Maybe we didn't show it on screen.
Yeah, we may not have shown it, but I read it out. I may have confused Chip. Bad job by me. Type F Chase in the chat. Yeah, that's what happened for the raffle ticket. Do I need to email Chase with my address? No, you're good there, brother. What round do you think Brendan Rice would go? Could go here at the tail end of the 3rd, if not 4th. Are the Raiders going to go?
We had their pick up.
Oh, their pick is up. Delmar Glaze. I thought Spencer Rattler maybe. Wow, so Rattler still on the board. No quarterbacks in rounds 2 or 3. That's what happens when 6 go inside the top 12. Michael Pratt, Spencer Rattler, probably the next quarterbacks to go, I would imagine. Delmar Glaze, 13 all Big Ten, started every game the last 2 years, 14 at left tackle, 12 at right tackle. Here are the trade details for the Eagles here. They had traded up. And this was in the Cooper DeJean trade. When they gave up 50-53, they had gotten 78, and then they trade that away to Houston. Now they move back 8 spots to 86. And they also pick up a 4th rounder. Oh! Thank you. Yeah, Antonio, I think Frank Gore Jr. goes undrafted too. I think Tariq Owens, Frank Gore Jr. could be UDFAs for the Niners. Opportunity to crack the roster. Jason Blumstein. Sup, Chase and Chip? What up, brother?
What up, what up, what up? Troy Franklin? Has he gone? I feel like he maybe has gone. You know, Troy Franklin is still out there. Speedster. Played DB in his high school days. As many of these guys do, play multiple positions. So now Texans on the clock. Nathaniel Hambrick. Did we let the Chiefs really trade ahead of us to get an offensive tackle? Yes, the Niners did. Niners traded back a spot with the Chiefs, and the Chiefs took a tackle, and Kingsley Suamataia that the Niners could have taken. That is correct. That is correct. Yo-Yo Rad, I want Trotter Jr. for the Eagles. I would love that as a Clemson fan.
Yeah, I think the Eagles may be trying to see what the value is here. Another trade, Colts on the clock.
Wait, so the Texans traded for this pick and then traded it away? Or is that for the next pick?
Let me see. Colts get 79.
Okay, that's the next pick, yeah.
So who did the Texans take?
We do not know yet. We do not know that pick yet. Last pick we knew, Delmar Glaze to the Raiders. Trade here, though. Cardinals trading 79 to the Colts. In exchange, they'll trade down, the Cardinals will, from 79 to 82 and pick up an extra sixth. Number 191. So looking back on some of our polls here in the chat, last pick the Eagles made was Cooper to John. 75% A, so people loving that pick. For the Niners, great to pick up Renardo Green. 37% gave it a B, so not too bad.
B, okay, all right.
Not too bad. Yeah, still waiting on that Texans pick. Greg Smith says, hi, Chase. John Lynch said that Ricky Pearsall might be used as a punt returner. That would make sense.
Yep. John Lynch said last night that he believes that he could certainly grow and get better in that area. And he didn't do a lot of it at Florida, is what Lynch said. And he didn't muff a punt at Florida or in his college career. That's impressive. But he thinks that he can get better there. And then Kyle Shanahan said, we kind of need that because Ray McLeod went to the Atlanta Falcons.
Texans pick is in. About to announce this pick. We're up to 260 in supers on Niners, 480 on Eagles. So Niners still have some ground to make up. Next 100 that comes in, I promised Dennis Designs. I won't forget this, Dennis. I promised Dennis Designs that the next 100 that comes in, I would do a boot. And I'll hold to that. I will hold to that. Oh, good pick here for the Texans. Kalen Bullock, safety out of USC.
Wow. So he goes to D'Amico Ryans' defense, and now he gets to get mentored and tutored by a really good player that the Niners fans know very, very well in Jimmy Ward, who was a first-round pick. And I think that Bullock with some seasoning here can really become a good player. He had 9 picks, 15 PBUs in his career. Oh, Dennis, I do have the boot. I did not forget.
Longtime Niner fan. Niners need to use their plethora of picks to move up. A lot of picks on day 3 they could certainly use here. A lot of picks they could certainly use here. So a couple picks now coming in here. As we said, Kalen Bullock, the Texans, and then the Colts pick coming in right away. A player that I'm not going to lie, I'm not familiar with. Matt
Goncalves. Let's get the proper pronunciation here.
Yeah.
I honestly, in a lot of my draft research, I have not come across him.
I mean, just the fact that we just have his headshot, not a big cam, that tells you all you need to know. It's the first player we don't have a big cam for. I think the first player that hasn't been in our system so far.
All right, so Dane Brugler had a 5th-round grade on him. Gonzalez.
Oh, wow.
So a silent Z for the C. Oh! Dennis Designs. $100 super chat, a boot for Chip, and I tap out. He really wants Chip to do the boot.
Hey, I said I'd do it. I will do it.
All right. All right. I'll do the boot right now. I'll do my boot right now, and then Chip will do his boot. Pick is in for the Bengals. At 80 overall, Gonzalez. It's going to be, I think, Christian Haynes here.
Yeah, so Bengals go with Jermaine Burton. Wide receiver out of Alabama. And then, yeah, Christian Haynes, as you said, going to the Seahawks.
LMS wants the info on the trade, please, for the Eagles. We got you covered.
Yep.
So Philadelphia moving back from 78 to 86. And they got this 3rd-round pick. They did not originally have a 3rd-round pick. They got the 3rd-round pick in the Cooper DeJean trade-up. They gave away 50, 53, moved up to 40, got DeJean. They got a 3rd-rounder in that deal, 78. They trade it to the Texans. They go back to 86, and they pick up another 4th-rounder here. So now you have Arizona on the clock. Bengals selection is in. Followed by the Rams, Steelers, Browns, Eagles. And I'm not sure if the Niners report has ever lost to Philadelphia Eagles now in a Super Chat battle. Tonight might be the night. Eagles now 580 in Super Chats. Niners report 260.
Dennis, Chip, my brother, I got you. Dennis.
Dennis Design.
What a real. That's a lot of raffle tickets for you, Dennis. I think you have close to 20 raffle tickets. Yeah, Christian Haynes was a solid player. Certainly in range and could have been a target for the Niners, but he's gone.
Yeah, Seahawks, Christian Haynes, offensive guard out of Connecticut. I know a lot of Eagles fans are clamoring for Jeremiah Trotter Jr. I'm thinking he might go to round 4. We might see his name called tomorrow. Edgerrin Cooper, Junior Colson off the board at linebacker. Has Peyton Wilson been selected yet?
I don't believe so. I can pop up the top linebackers.
Top linebackers on the board.
Yeah, Peyton Wilson just sitting there.
Number 2 linebacker overall, but the health concerns are just massive. Dennis Designs, here you go, my man. I'm going to try to take all this down in one sitting. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to, though. I got a lot of liquids in me.
A lot. Here we go. Chug, 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 Chug. As we get a $5 super chat from Matthew Short. Ricky could have been drafted in the second. We missed out on Kool-Aid. What are we doing? Although, the one thing I'll say about this pick is maybe the NFL was a little higher on Ricky Pearsall than we were as analysts, as fans. And maybe the Niners knew he wouldn't last till the second round. And that's why they took him. Especially where they were picking at the back end of the second, so. Woo!
Yeah, Dennis, that's for that $100 super chat, that's 10 more raffle tickets for you, my man.
Yeah, he's almost at 20.
Currently rebranding, does not want to see Jeremiah Trotter Jr. A little bit of a stall here.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
The broadcast has the Seahawks pick in at 81. We already know that.
We've had that for a while.
Christian Haynes. We've had it for a minute.
Yeah, we don't know the Cardinals pick yet. It's slowing down here. Taylor Bean with the 5. His Niners building some momentum. Chase Chug, one more for your boy. I'm rallying a chug of Jameson with you. A chug of Jameson?
Dude, my boy Taylor Bean has been with us for a long, long time. I hope all is well, my brother. Chase, chug one more for your boy. I'm rallying a chug of the Jameson with you. Love to see the content, brother. You never miss. Hey, salute to you. Hope you and the family are doing well. I know that you were running into some health issues, right? A couple of years ago. I hope that you're doing okay. You look great. The fade? Woo! Fresh, icy, clean, crispy.
Oh, currently rebranding says that he likes Trotter, but was trying reverse psychology.
Oh, okay. I like the reverse psychology. I can get a little bit superstitious sometimes.
Jaleel, has Blake Corum went yet? No. He is not.
Is Peyton Wilson a mean linebacker? I fear we go offensive line with the next pick. Could certainly go offensive line. You're in a weird range here with offensive linemen, though. A lot of the good ones are off the board that I really liked. A Niners target at tight end for a late round pick, Tip Riemann. Very good blocker, maybe the best blocking tight end in this class. Going to a division rival. Arizona Cardinals, 82 overall. Dennis, I'm going to finish this for you.
And Dennis, I'll do mine, but I'm going to wait till after this Eagles pick. They're up in a few picks here. I'm going to wait till after they pick.
Yeah, because Chip's going to have to do a lot to help me out here.
Yeah.
We can give you some more information on Peyton Wilson. I'll pull it up here.
I think we have some of this stuff here as well.
All right, so the injury history is not good for Peyton Wilson. The good, 6'3", 233, 4'4", 40-yard dash. Teammates love him. 46 games, 36 starts at the college level. 17 and a half TFLs in 2023 with 6 sacks, 9 pass breakups, 3 picks. So a good athlete, tests well, very good production. Here are the negative components to this. Double-digit surgeries, that is not a misprint. Double-digit surgeries since his senior year of high school. Tore his ACL in his right knee his senior year of high school. Re-injured his right knee during the summer of 2018, another surgery. Sat out his first year at NC State. Underwent surgery on both shoulders after 2020. Sat out 2021 spring practice. Missed most of the 2021 season after a third shoulder dislocation. Nakobe Dean had some shoulder issues, by the way. That required surgery. Battled complications from that surgery, including infection. He's also 24 years old on draft weekend. I don't care about this, but arrested on a misdemeanor, consuming alcohol, possession of fraudulent ID, injury to personal property, resisting an officer in December of 2019. 5 years ago at this point. 4+ years ago at this point. After he ran from police, was struck by a vehicle and hid under a parked car. Sounds like something that you do when you're young and dumb. But I don't worry about that. I worry about the injury history. The dude is a dog, man. In 2019, led the team in tackles for NC State, missed one game. 2020, first team All-ACC, led the team in tackles and TFLs, missed 2 games, shoulder and concussion. 2021, team captain, missed the final 10 games, shoulder surgery. 2022, honorable mention All-ACC, 11 games, 11 starts. Last year, 12 games, 12 starts. So the plus, the last 2 years, he has played in all 23 games, and he started all 23 of them. And that's 23 of the 36 starts. But he's been in college since 2018. So that's a 6-year college player right there. Oh, the Niners going to miss out on a player who I really liked, and it didn't make sense for San Francisco to take him in the 3rd round. I totally get it. But Blake Corum is a dog, man. Blake Corum is a player with good balance. He has good power. He can catch the ball a little bit out of the backfield. I like his short area wiggle. I like the cultural component to his game. He's short, he's stout, he's powerful, a strong lower half, and one of the most legendary players for that Michigan program. So he's going to the Rams. Now you have him and Kyron Williams as that backfield for Los Angeles, and people rave about the character. When I interviewed him in Houston for the college football national championship game, you could just sense it, man. Michigan players love him. Now, he's 5'7", 3/4 inches. But I just think that he's a good football player who's going to be in this league for a minute. A minute meaning, as the cool kids say, a long time. Hey, yes, remember when I said F. Brian Johnson and Sean Desai? I know. Hey, you knew. And you think about it, right? Like, when the Eagles made it to the Super Bowl, and they hired Brian Johnson from within, they were grooming him to be that offensive coordinator. It made sense. Sean Desai, I like the hire, but in hindsight, coming off a Super Bowl run, you went with an offensive play caller who had never called plays before and a defensive coordinator who had 1 year play calling experience. Now, Howie Roseman admitted that he didn't do a good job of putting together the roster on the defensive side of the football, but either way.
All right, Eagles up in a couple picks. Just the Steelers and the Browns and the Birds. Who should the Eagles draft? Linebacker? Certainly a possibility. Can't count out edge. Can't count out receiver. Going to be very, very interesting. I'm seeing a lot of Trotter Jr. We will see. Obviously, the family ties.
So Blake Corum, as we mentioned, we're slowing up here with the way that this draft is moving, I feel like. Yeah. We were going so quickly there for a while, and now I think we've slowed the pace.
Really slowing up. We do have this next pick in. Player that maybe the Eagles could have taken here, going to the Steelers.
Roman Wilson, slot wide receiver out of Michigan, as we have seen so many Michigan players get drafted so far. J.J. McCarthy, the first one off the board. Roman Wilson, the most recent. Blake Corum right before him. Junior Colson. You had Chris Jenkins, the defensive tackle. What a roster that Jim Harbaugh put together. My goodness.
Yeah.
And I like what Pittsburgh has done. Their offensive line has not been good. They took a chance on trying to bring in 2 quarterbacks. We'll see if either of them are good. Russell Wilson might very well be cooked. He's changed his mechanics a little bit. Is he motivated? I think what Pittsburgh is doing is smart in that they needed to bulk up the offensive line. They did. Russell Wilson, when you think about his Seattle days, they were never at their best when he had to throw the football 30, 40 times. With Pittsburgh, he's not going to do that. They have a really good defense that they can rely on, good tight end, good running game, better on the offensive line. They get a shifty slot, Roman Wilson. Russell Wilson could throw the vertical ball and the deep ball, the moon ball to George Pickens. I like Pat Freiermuth. I think the Steelers are putting together a good draft. I really do. Troy Fuutanu was a good selection there in round 1. And then, what did they go? Jackson Powers Johnson?
Who?
In round 2, Pittsburgh?
Yes, they did.
Antonio, we're getting Rice with the 3rd. How do you go Ricky Pearsall then Brendan Rice?
Yeah, you can't do that.
Upcoming draft order here. Cleveland on the clock, followed by Philadelphia, Dallas, Green Bay, Tampa Bay, Arizona, Green Bay again, Tampa Bay, Baltimore, San Francisco.
It goes Green Bay, Tampa Bay, Arizona, Green Bay, Tampa Bay.
Yep.
We're at that point in the draft.
We're at that point in the draft when so many trades have been made that the draft order is just all messed up.
Taylor Bean!
Taylor Bean again! If TJ Tampa falls to us, do we do it? You went Renardo Green, but if you strictly want to go best player available, I thought he could have gone in round 2. I really do. Taylor Bean, by the way, played some quarterback at Washington.
Really?
Yeah.
All right, the Browns pick is in. Waiting to see what it is, but that means the Eagles are on the clock.
Philadelphia Eagles on the clock.
So who do you want the Birds to draft? I've seen a lot of Jeremiah Trotter Jr. Could it be Troy Franklin? I wouldn't be mad at that pick. Would they go linebacker? Trotter Jr., Peyton Wilson? Could they go tight end? Jatavian Sanders still on the board? Oh, a player you like, Chase. Adisa Isaac still on the board as well.
Adisa Isaac still on the board. David Marcella, $20 super chat. LFG finally focusing on very important positions. Can't believe we got those two exceptional DBs. I'm excited for the Eagles' future. I think we're fortifying for the next 3 to 5 years. It's part of the plan. Doing it now and for the future. Let's spin that wheel. For one of our OG subscribers, David Marcel. He did not include F. Trizzy in that super chat.
Surprising.
And what do we got here? Beer cheers? Beer cheers. Thanks for making our draft coverage a part of your day. We will be live tomorrow, rounds 4 through 7, and we'll continue to give you great analysis on all of these prospects. Who should the Eagles draft next for our Eagles Now audience here? Taylor Bean, health is doing amazing. That's fantastic, man. I'm happy to hear that.
I don't know where people are coming up. Oh, hold on. We have a trade. People were saying that 86 was going to Indy. The Niners trade with the Eagles.
Niners trade with the Eagles.
And the Niners are on the clock.
The Niners are on the clock. So San Francisco at 86.
Wow.
Philadelphia now gets 94 and 132. So San Francisco now on the clock after Cleveland because the pick for Cleveland is in. So there we go. We wanted San Francisco to be aggressive. They are.
And the run on Michigan players is crazy.
Wow, Zach Zinter. I like this. He's coming off the broken leg, but he could have been maybe a second-round pick if he didn't break that leg against Ohio State this past year. All-American type of player. Excellent player. So here are the trade details here. San Francisco and Philadelphia making a trade as these newfound rivals. Niners move up to 85. Philadelphia moves back for the second time after originally being at 78. And the Niners get 94 and 132. So Philadelphia still has one more third-round pick left. And then they gather another fourth rounder.
Wow.
So Zach Zinter has great size and strength. He's coming off the injury, but a great player for Jim Harbaugh. I think that we can go picking grades for Niners here.
Just same time?
Yeah, I think so.
Cool. Just talk about the pick and then...
Yep. And go through all of them so far.
Yeah. All right. Who do you... Now, Niners, all of a sudden it shifts. Niners fans,
Yeah.
who do you want to take? Now, you're not going to take another receiver.
What are the best players available right now?
Let's go. Let's go to it.
Best players available. Who do we got? And the pick is in for San Francisco.
Well, we were going to take a look at the top available players. They made their pick.
Oh, they go offensive line. How about it? Niners go with an offensive lineman. Dominic Puni. Finally, San Francisco drafts an offensive lineman. This is pretty good value here. He's 6'5", 313. The Niners like offensive linemen with long arms. He does not have long arms, but that's why he's an interior offensive lineman. He has a lot of versatility. 27 starts at left tackle, 13 at left guard, 3 at right tackle. Started his career at Central Missouri. Played with both of his older brothers. Spent 3 years there. Went to Kansas. First team all Big 12 this past year. He's big for a guard. 6'5", 313. 33 3/8 inch arms. A wingspan of 81 and 1/8 inch. So I think he probably slots as an interior offensive lineman. 0 sacks in 324 pass blocking snaps this year for Kansas. Yeah. B- for Renardo Green. And then a B for Dominic Puni. So we're going to break this pick down in further detail here. Yep. You can set it. Dominic Puni to the Niners. That was the 86th pick. So 43 starts, 27 at left tackle, 13 at left guard, and 3 at right tackle. This year, he started all 12 games at left tackle. Did not give up a sack in, let's see here, 300 plus pass blocking snaps. And I just want to get those numbers correct here. And the pronunciation here is Puni, which a lot of people are going to laugh about. A little bit older, at 24 years old. Take a look here. Did not give up a sack in 342 pass blocking snaps. Let's go full breakdown on Puni, sponsor, and then go through each pick and grades. Does that make sense? Yeah, exactly. Yep. We can start full screen, go to the trade details, and then dive into the player. So Dominic Puni. We're going to talk about this selection here for San Francisco. Don't you dare go anywhere. 616 people watching live. The Niners finally drafted offensive lineman. Paul Sheets, we did not forget about the boot for Chip. We've got it right here. We'll fill it up for Chip. Continue to hit that thumbs up icon, like the video. 30 likes away from 600 on the Niners report. 17 away from 400 on Eagles now. Continue to pepper that thumbs up icon. Like the video. And let's discuss the Niners finally taking an offensive lineman. Then we'll go through my grades for all of their selections so far through 2 days of the NFL draft. The 49ers are finally on the board and drafting an offensive lineman. That causes for a celebration here on the show because we know that is a massive need for this football team, and I happen to really like this pick of Dominic Puni, the offensive tackle. I think he's going to be an interior offensive lineman out of Kansas. Started his career at Central Missouri. We're breaking it down here on the San Francisco 49ers Report by Chat Sports. I'm Chase Sr. No matter where you are, how you're tuned in, we appreciate you for making our draft coverage a part of your last couple of days. We were live for night 1, live for day 2, live for day 3. Don't forget to subscribe here. And the Niners making this pick, and they're doing what I had asked them to do. If you like a player on the draft board, be aggressive. Trade up. Improve your football team. I think their first 2 picks were a little bit of a reach in Ricky Pearsall at 31, Renardo Green, the cornerback out of Florida State. I'm going to hand out my grades for all of these selections on the back half of the video, but the Niners making this deal with the Philadelphia Eagles to move up to number 85 overall. Not a sizable leap by any means, but they identified a player who they coveted on their draft board, who has a lot of positional versatility, as we're about to talk about. And they get up to 85. They give up 94. So they matriculate up the board 9 spots. They also give away one of their 4th-round picks at 132 overall. San Francisco still locked and loaded with plenty of selections here. And I like the selection for a couple of reasons, and I'm happy with this pick. I thought that Dominic Puni could have gone in the 2nd round. He falls to you at number 86. You're able to address a need here, and you're getting a player that I think has a high level of talent and gives you a lot of positional versatility. Puni is a guy who is big, has a lot of size. He's a good scheme fit. He stands at 6'5", 313. Now, the Niners do prioritize offensive tackles who start with 34-inch arms. Puni has 33 and an 3/8-inch arms. So he's got shorter arms, the wingspan at 81 and an 1/8 inch. So I think he slots to be more of an interior offensive lineman at the NFL level. But like Colton McKivitz in drafting him a few years ago, who also had a shorter arm length but had a longer wingspan, they drafted McKivitz in the 5th round because they liked his positional versatility potential, and Puni certainly has that. And this is a player that I think makes your offensive line a little bit better. As for that positional versatility at that size, where he ran a 5.35 40-yard dash at the NFL Combine, so he can move pretty well, getting to that 2nd and 3rd level on some of those pull blocks, a staple in Kyle Shanahan's offense. In his career, he's a very experienced player, older at 24 years old, but he has started 43 games, starting at Central Missouri, played with both of his older brothers, and then he transferred to Kansas, and he played there in 2022 and in 2023. He's played 27 games at left tackle. All 12 starts in 2023 came at that position. He started 13 games at left guard, and then 3 games at right tackle. The Athletics' Dane Brugler with the pretty good scouting profile here. Quality run blocker, which is important for what Kyle Shanahan wants. He's going to get himself in trouble from time to time, bending at the waist or letting his pads rise, but he plays big. He's powerful. He sends a harsh message with his hands while staying controlled through contact. He can play tackle, but projects best as an NFL starting guard. The thing here, too, he could play a little bit of center. Now, he did not play center at the college level, but Jake Brendel, I think you can upgrade there. You can get a little bit better at guard. You can get better at right tackle. That is for sure. So this is a player where you get him into your building. You see how he moves. You see how he translates to the next level. You see where he fits best, and then you figure out the rest there. Keep in mind, Aaron Banks, contract year. Right guard, you brought back John Feliciano. He's on a 1-year deal. Spencer Burford, you're not sure about him as a young player. I think he has some upside, but he struggled up to this point. And then Colton McKivitz, you signed him to that 1-year contract extension. I think he's more of a backup, as evidenced by giving up 45 pressures last year, and he struggled at right tackle. But that's swing tackle money on that $7 million contract extension that you gave him. And Puni here, he can play tackle in the future. He can play guard. Maybe he can play a little bit of center. The Pro Football Focus numbers certainly check out here. Overall grade of 80.6, a pass blocking grade of 90.4, run blocking grade of 72.3, and that came on 745 total snaps. Here's where people will start to get a little bit excited, and this is why I'm excited. Positional versatility, nasty streak to his game, good athlete, good scheme fit, very experienced. Some people will say, he's 24, he's older. I don't really care. If he's with your team for the next 5-6 years for a 3rd-round pick and he's a steady contributor, age isn't really much of an issue. He did not give up a sack in 342 pass blocking snaps last year, playing at the Big 12 level. So, workable frame, a lot of upper body strength, fires his hands to deliver a pop at contact. The Niners are a physical football team. This is a physical offensive lineman. Sometimes he can get a little bit high cut, so he can get upended, some edges, some defensive linemen able to get good leverage if they get underneath that pad level. Not a lot of injury concerns, but did tear the MCL in his knee in September of 2021 in the 2nd game of the year. Missed the remainder of the season, but a player who's been really durable outside of that lone injury, and again, very, very experienced. So Dominic Puni to San Francisco here. You trade up, you get a player that you like, good scheme fit, quality player at a position of importance and a position of need to fortify the offensive line. What position should the Niners draft next? Let me know down in the comment section right now and share your feelings. Stay tuned because I'm going to hand out my grades for all 3 of the Niners picks up to this point. But first, let's tell you about Game Time, our sponsor for this breakdown and draft grades video here on the 49ers Report. Best seats, lowest price guaranteed. Prices drop as the event gets closer. They have these flash deals, and if you wait till the last moment because you're busy like me, I'm live every day, every round, every pick of the draft. I'm a busy dude in general in this sports broadcasting space. Sometimes I don't know what the future holds. So if I wake up on a Saturday, I want to go to a baseball game, I want to go to a football game, college, NFL on Sunday, I'm able to do that with the Game Time app because they specialize in last-minute tickets. You get in the door with the best price at the lowest price guaranteed at the last possible moment. That's what I love because a lot of you, like me, we're grinders, we're hustlers, we're extremely busy. And if you use the code CHATSPORTS, you get $20 off. What's cool about the Game Time app is this. If you want to go to a Niners game, you want to go to a Giants game, baseball, basketball, hockey, football, whatever, that's cool. But they also have tickets for comedy shows, for concerts, theater events as well. The list view, the map view, very cool, where you can see the vantage point from your seat and the price point, or you want to look down at the bird's eye view. Because for me, when I go to a baseball game, I love sitting behind home plate, see the movement from the pitch, see the trajectory off the bat. You get that vantage point, and you get to see the sights beyond the outfield for some of these stadiums that are in the city or have a cool backdrop. That's what I'm all about. Making good memories, and you can make good memories with the Game Time app. Code CHATSPORTS, get $20 off. So the Niners selections, first 2 days of the draft, surprised a lot of people with Ricky Pearsall, the wide receiver out of Florida, with the 31st overall pick. You go Renardo Green, cornerback out of Florida State, with the 64th overall pick. You traded back to get him, and then you traded up to get Dominic Puni in that move with the Philadelphia Eagles, and you take him at 86 overall, an offensive tackle, offensive guard, potentially a center option, according to some NFL scouts. My grades up to this point, I gave Ricky Pearsall a C grade from the jump, and I am going to stay firm with that grade. Now, don't overreact. You can rip me in the comment section all you want. I like the player. I really do like the player. He's got game. He's got skills. This makes sense for San Francisco. Why I'm giving it a C. I'm a fan of going best player available. And in my opinion, with my draft board, I thought there were better players available at number 31 overall, where if you traded back into the second round, you could have gathered some more draft capital, and you wouldn't have taken him at 31 overall. Now, he's a multidimensional wide receiver threat who can play inside and out, a strong ability after the catch, along with good results on design runs. You can use him on end arounds. You can use him on bubble screens. That's why I think he could be a future Deebo Samuel replacement, whether it be this offseason or next offseason. He's not a Brandon Ayuk replacement. For me, he's a slot guy, not an outside guy. And a majority of his snaps last year at Florida, on a bad Florida team where he put up good production, came out of the slot. Not always fluid, especially out of his breaks sometimes, but I do like the ability to start and stop. I like the footwork. I like the route running ability. I like the production for the awful quarterback play that he had at Florida. He started his career at Arizona State. He was teammates with Brandon Ayuk actually back in 2019, has trained with him this offseason. 65 grabs, 965 yards, 14.8 yards per catch, 4 touchdowns. This is a player that fits the mold of what the Niners look for in their culture. Tough, physical, willing to get slimy, willing to get grimy. He can go up and get it, come down with contested catches, great catch radius. But when you're drafting a slot wide receiver at 31, I think it's a little bit of a reach, and I don't think he's ever going to be a number one guy. Lastly, with Ricky Pearsall, some of the short area burst and quickness, he tested very well. 42-inch vertical. It's awesome, right? I think why the Niners made this pick. Willing run blocker, fits the traits, right? He's going to live in the middle area of the field coming out of the slot, down the seam, down the numbers, across the middle. Brock Purdy, great at targeting the middle area of the field. So I think he's going to be able to play right away, and he's going to be able to produce right away and be a security blanket for Brock Purdy. I've warmed up on the pick. Renardo Green, B- here. Some of the traits that the Niners look for in their football players in general, when you're building a tough, rugged, physical team, you want players who have those traits, who have a little bit of swagger, and at the cornerback position specifically, the Niners value corners who have no fear, who are willing to play against the run and lay your helmet down to make a hit, who could play a little press man, who can drive you to the sideline, who can make plays on the football, who have swagger and the short memory. Renardo Green has that. He led the ACC in pass breakups this past year, is also a very experienced player, offers inside-outside versatility, has the personality for the position, an intense, fierce competitor, uses awareness and physicality to win reps. That makes up for him being a little bit of a smaller athlete with the about 4.5 40-yard dash. He's only about 6 feet tall. He racked up a lot of PBUs, 1 career interception in college. Maybe you'd like to see him intercept the ball more. But when you lead the ACC in PBUs with 14 this past year, playing in a good conference against some good wideouts, that's making plays on the football. If you're not always turning those into interceptions, that's fine. That's why you're not playing wide receiver and you're playing DB. 83.2 Pro Football Focus grade for Renardo Green. A lot of draft evaluators had him going in the 3rd round, the 4th round. I like dogs, so Renardo Green is a dog. The issue I had with this is that the Niners could have gone Roger Rosengarten if they moved up, Kingsley Suamataia, who the Chiefs traded with the Niners with the flip-flop picks, and so they leaped them to get a player who I thought was going to be really good and is going to be good. Those are smart organizations that took players that I liked, and you went with Renardo Green, who in the eyes of a lot of people is a reach. I think it's a little bit of a reach, but I can't wait to see the type of confidence that he brings to the defensive side of the football, a hard-nosed football player. And then Dominic Puni, gave you my breakdown, give you my insight on him. This is a B grade, positional versatility, very experienced, a good athlete, and a good scheme fit. And you have Ricky Pearsall, you have Renardo Green, you have Dominic Puni. What is the common thing that I've mentioned for all 3 of these players? They love ball, they have swagger, they have confidence, they are tough, physical, they will not shy away from contact, and that is the type of identity that the Niners have built this organization on in the John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan era. B grade there for Puni. Grade the Niners draft up to this point. A, B, C, D, or F. Probably a B-, C+ here for me, but a lot of time left to see what transpires in this draft. Day 3, going to be really busy. What do you think? Killahunter Ray, B-, Antonio, C, Jacob Martin, C+, Muhammad, B-, Sinister, B. Greg Smith is back in the chat. What's up, Greg? Luigi, B-. Six Plizzit, B to C. Let's get you caught up on some picks here. You have Jalen McMillan, another Washington player. And how about this? Michigan, Chip. Washington, very well represented in the first 3 rounds. He goes to Tampa Bay. A good wideout alongside Chris Godwin and Mike Evans. So we'll get you caught up on some of the picks here recently. You had Zach Zinner, offensive guard out of Michigan, going to the Browns. Niners trade up for Dominic Puni, 86 overall. Maris Liafu, hopefully I pronounced that right, to the Dallas Cowboys, 87th overall. They've had a focus on building up the offensive line after losing Tyler Biotish and Tyron Smith. And they go Cooper Beebe and Tyler Guyton to replace them. Now they go defense there at linebacker. Marshawn Lloyd, running back to the Packers after they gave Josh Jacobs a bag. Tyke Smith, the safety out of Georgia, to the Bucs at 89. Elijah Jones, the cornerback, Boston College, to the Cardinals. Tyron Hopper, the linebacker out of Mizzou, to the Packers. And then Jalen McMillan to the Bucs, wide receiver out of Washington, 92nd overall pick. On the clock right now, Baltimore Ravens and then the Philadelphia Eagles. Yeah, because we're at the end of the round here. Yep. That was good. I like the flow of that. That was good. So who should the Eagles draft? We will not forget about the chip boot here. And let's push Venmo 50-50. Do people want to get involved in the Venmo 50-50? Last night, we gave away $45 to the winner. If anybody wants to get involved with the Venmo 50-50, you can get involved right now. $10 to enter. The more Venmos that we get, the bigger that the pot gets. And then you can win money right from us. Tax-free. Adisa Isaac to the Ravens. Such a Ravens pick. Good edge rusher out of Penn State. So the Venmo username at Chase_senior. The QR code is up on your screen right now. We'll decide it with the duck race, which last night, absolutely electric. So if you want to be a part of the 50-50, Venmo information on the screen right now. Only a couple of calls to action for that, so try to get those in quickly here.
All right, well, a player I would have loved, Adisa Isaac to the Eagles, would have loved that. So who do the Eagles draft now? Who do the Eagles draft now? Let's see. Troy Franklin still on the board. Could that be the pick? I would like that. I would like that for the Birds. Jaden Hicks, Peyton Wilson, Jalen Wright. I don't think they go running back. I think Peyton Wilson could start to slide. I think the injury stuff was probably a bigger concern to NFL teams than we realized.
Yep.
I don't think they go corner again for
Pick is in for
Tampa,
Philly.
and the pick is in.
Who is it? Let's see.
Interesting. So they do go edge. Wonder if they were looking at Isaac there.
John Lynch said today the Niners did not entertain any Deebo Samuel or Brandon Ayuk trade talk. Quote, we are thrilled with our wide receiver group. Interesting selection here. We do. Jalix Hunt out of Houston Christian. He's a 4th, 5th rounder on Brugler's board, so he should. No? The Southland Conference Defensive Player of the Year. Eagles clapping it up inside their draft room. 6'3", 252. 23 years old. Started his career at Cornell. And then went to Houston Christian. The last 2 years, he's combined for 13.5 sacks, 7 in 2022, 6.5 in 2023. He ran a 4.64 40-yard dash at the NFL Combine at that size. Long arms, 34 3/8 inches, 82 3/4 inch wingspan. No shuttle or 3-cone at the Combine, but the shuttle and 3-cone, 4.38 and a 7.18. A good mix of athleticism, length, and foot speed. He was 195 pounds when he enrolled at Cornell as a safety. Has worked to develop his stature as far as adding weight and bulk to his frame. Has burst, acceleration. Definitely an athlete, a raw player as compared to an experienced edge rusher. That's fine. We'll get it done. Body length, explosiveness, wants to be coached, draft and develop prospect. I think he's a practice squad guy, maybe from the jump, Jalix Hunt. But clearly smart. Cornell. Millie 315, not what I was expecting at all. Me either. Definitely a surprising pick. The largest super chat that has come in on Niners for our Joe Montana jersey that is autographed is a $20 super chat. The number to beat for an autographed Joe Montana jersey is $20, but we have a lot of people who are tied for that number. Will anybody beat it? Romeo, where are you? It doesn't say anything about Nolan Smith, Millie 315. A. Yeah, A. A, B. Yeah, A, B, and then C plus. Or no, yeah, C plus, C plus. Romeo said, I think this is Nolan Smith 2.0. We did get a Venmo in from Mike as part of the 50-50. We've only gotten one in. Spilled milk. What happened to drafting a linebacker? Awesome. So how many picks left do we have? So just Jacksonville, Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, Rams, and then the Bills on the clock. Wow. Very, very interesting. Yeah. Converted safety. Started his career as a safety at Cornell. Nathaniel, it's been a long day, huh? Live 6.5 hours yesterday, and we've been live for 5 hours here today. Yeah, you can show it, just so people are informed about the fourth rounder that they're getting. Cheers. We're talking more draft coming up. Yeah, 3 picks. 3 picks each squad. Yep. All right, let's talk about this Jalix Hunt selection for the Philadelphia Eagles. Day 2 of the draft is officially in the rear view after rounds 2 and 3. Next up, the final day of the draft on Saturday, rounds 4 through 7 will once again be live here on Philadelphia Eagles Now. But the purpose of this show, Philadelphia making a surprising pick at the back end of the 3rd round, addressing the edge rusher spot. They do not go linebacker here, and they go with an under-the-radar prospect here in Jalix Hunt. Stay tuned, too. My draft grades for Philadelphia coming up here just around the corner. Now, Philadelphia making a move here with the San Francisco 49ers, and there was a lot of movement for Philadelphia. They did not have a 3rd-round pick originally, but after packaging 50 and 53 to move up to 40 to take Iowa cornerback, safety, Swiss Army knife Cooper DeJean at number 40, they got a 3rd-round pick, but then they traded out of that and then traded out of it again to now land at number 94 overall. And the 49ers, in exchange, they move up to get a player who they really liked, an offensive lineman, Dominic Puni, out of Kansas with the 85th pick. And at 94, Philadelphia going with an intriguing prospect, a freak athlete who has a fascinating story, and an under-the-radar player at 94. I thought this was a little bit of a reach for Philadelphia, but it's Jalix Hunt, who is an edge rusher out of Houston Christian. By no means a football powerhouse. This is going to be a draft and develop selection for the Eagles here. It wouldn't surprise me if Hunt spends a majority of his rookie season on the practice squad. I've seen a lot of people fired up about this as far as Eagles fans saying, how did Howie Roseman in the second or third round not go after linebacker? He just doesn't value the linebacker position like he does edge rusher, offensive line, corner, and he's remade the defense to a certain degree, right? They got 3 years younger, and they addressed it in free agency along the defensive line, in the draft, Quinton Mitchell, Cooper DeJean. I thought those were home run picks for Philadelphia in rounds 1 and 2. Great value plays, too, for the Eagles. I understand that linebacker is an issue. Devin White, Oren Burks, they signed those players in free agency. Jeremiah Trotter Jr. is still on the board here as of this recording. Maybe he's a day 4 target, but he just doesn't value linebacker like he does edge rusher. And this is an Eagles classic pick because they're betting on some upside here. And get this for the path of Jalix Hunt as you take a look at the 2023 numbers as an edge rusher at Houston Christian. 46 tackles, 6.5 sacks, 37 pressures, 3 forced fumbles. Athletic upside here. 6'3", 252 pounds. He's 23 years old. And he has this interesting path where he started his career going to Cornell. So Ivy League guy with plenty of smarts, a lot of football IQ. He started his career as a safety. And he has worked very, very hard to bulk up his frame to become an edge rusher here. He has a great mix of athleticism, a lot of length, 34 3/8 inch arms, a wingspan of nearly 83 inches. At 252 pounds, he ran a 4.64 40-yard dash. He can really move at that size. He was 195 pounds when he enrolled at Cornell back in 2019. And he has really just worked hard to kind of bulk up that frame, add some strength. He fires out of his stance. He has burst and acceleration to really threaten in a couple of different ways. And because he played safety, because he's a good athlete, he has good bend to get around the edge. I thought some people in the live chat made a decent point in saying, this kind of reminds me of Nolan Smith. Nolan Smith was much more experienced and had a lot more pedigree. He went to Georgia. Jalix Hunt went to Cornell and then Houston Christian. But if you want to talk about a player who does have twitch, has burst, has bend around the edge, can kind of set the edge to a certain degree, I could see the similarities there. The weaknesses, he plays like an inexperienced player because he is an inexperienced player at that edge rusher spot. He's extremely raw. His pass rush moves certainly indicate that. This is a player who's going to need some seasoning, going to need the development, and I'd be surprised if he's an impact player from the go. But with what Philadelphia likes to do, a Jordan Mailata, a Nolan Smith, they'll take chances on athletes, I just think this is too early to take a chance on an athlete at 94 overall when you had good linebackers on the board, you had a good wide receiver or two on the board. This is a project, and I don't love the thought of going project with the 3rd round selection. What position should the Eagles draft next? It is going to be a busy rounds 4 through 7 for Philadelphia because they have stockpiled a lot of picks, and we'll continue to give you great analysis right here on the show. Let me know down in the comment section, and stay tuned because my draft grade's coming out through 2 days and 3 rounds for the Philadelphia Eagles here. Game Time, our sponsor for this show. Make sure you download the Game Time app. Use the code CHATSPORTS to get $20 off on the best ticketing app in the game. They're not going to hit you with a bunch of outrageous fees. and you're guaranteed to get in the door and get the best seats at the lowest price guaranteed. And when you use the Game Time app, prices drop as the event gets closer. And if you want to go to 76ers Knicks, Game 4, Wells Fargo Center, Sunday afternoon, Sixers looking to knot that series up at 2-2 after Joel Embiid dropped the 50-piece against the Knicks on Thursday night. You can go to that game. Tickets still available for a very affordable price. Philadelphia Phillies, a hot ticket in town right now at Citizens Bank Park, a beautiful ballpark in South Philly. Use the code CHATSPORTS. They have these flash deals, and you can see the view from your seat before you buy, so you know it's exactly what to expect when you arrive. All of this information down for you, and the link to download the app is down in the show notes, and then use the code CHATSPORTS at checkout to save $20 off your purchase. So the Eagles have wrapped up their work in the first 2 days and 3 rounds of the draft, and I like what Philadelphia has done here, in particular the first 2 selections here. And I'm going to give out my draft grades here, but a recap and a refresher. Quinny Mitchell, round 122, the cornerback out of Toledo. Cooper DeJean, I think he's more of a safety, but you're going to be able to use him as a defensive weapon with special teams ability. Cornerback safety hybrid, round 2, number 40. You move up from 50 to take him. I thought he was a round 1 talent. And then Jalix Hunt, definitely a reach here, a project, round 3, 90 for the edge rusher out of Houston Christian. Quinny Mitchell is a player who I coveted. He's a player who I love. He's a player that when I put together my perfect Eagles draft plan, I had Philadelphia trading up to take him. Love the player, love the prospect, love the makeup, love what he brings to the table culturally and as an athlete. Why I also love the pick, though, on top of who he is as a person, who he is as a player, is that Philadelphia did not have to trade up to get the number 1 corner on my board. He fell right into their laps at 22 overall. And that right there, ladies and gentlemen, is just excellent value. He's a speedy corner who ran a 4.3 40-yard dash in the pre-draft process. He fared well in both man and zone. He didn't have to play a lot of press at the Senior Bowl, or he didn't play a lot of press at Toledo, He did do that at the Senior Bowl. I thought he fared really, really well against some wide receivers who were premier talents in Mobile, Alabama. He could be a little bit stiff coming in and out of his breaks, but here's my thing with Quinny Mitchell. You can tell that he is a guy who likes to get in the lab, who likes to work on his craft, who has been coached and developed throughout his entire upbringing, both in high school and at college, because the footwork, the back pedal, the awareness in and out of breaks, I think he does a good job of flipping the hips. And he uses that 4.3 speed to go step for step with wide receivers. I like the physicality to his game. On top of that, great ball skills. Consistently makes plays on the football. 24 pass breakups in 2022. 19 pass breakups in 2023. And that's what you're looking for an outside corner. And then you talk about the makeup. He asked to be coached hard at Toledo. He's kind of a silent assassin where he's cool, calm, and collected away from the field, but an intense competitor on the field. He's consistently had to prove to others that he's legit. He went to Toledo, so he's had to really work his way to a point where he becomes a first-round pick when he's been doubted. That's the identity of the city of Philadelphia. Chip on your shoulder, blue-collar mentality. Nick Saban wanted him to come to Alabama. But Quinny Mitchell liked the relationships that he had at Toledo, what he was able to develop there, and he wanted to stay. And for the traits, the ball skills, the athleticism, I think he has it all to be a shutdown corner in this league, the swagger and the confidence, the short mindset, because you're going to get beat. And you have to be able to flush that at the NFL level, because if you let it impact you, teams are going to keep picking on your ass. And he's also willing to play outside, inside, but at Toledo, he played primarily on the outside. So value, the player, the ability, the potential, the need with Darius Slay at 33, James Bradbury at 31. I like the pick. And then So that's an A grade for me. Cooper DeJean, I'm going to give this a B. I thought he was a first-round talent. I like what the Eagles' thinking is here. They're getting 2 premier athletes who I think have boatloads of potential. That secondary at the end of last year was horrendous. It was a joke. They could not stop anybody in the pass game. They were an awful tackling unit. And when a player who's a first-round caliber talent starts to slip deep in the first round, then he goes into the second round, I think you have to do your duty as a general manager to try to improve your squad and move up to get a player who you really, really like. And I reported at the NFL Scouting Combine that Philadelphia really liked Cooper DeJean, according to my sources. At the time, the only top 30 visit that he had set was with Philadelphia, and clearly their interest was there for the player all along. This is a player who can do it all. He's a weapon on the defensive side of the football. He could play outside corner. He could play in the slot, nickel, hybrid linebacker, coming off the edge as a blitzer. You can use him in just a handful of ways. Talented zone corner, great straight line speed, 4.4 40-yard dash speed, willingness to tackle, loves physicality, offers great punt return ability. He had 7 career interceptions. He brought back 3 of them for touchdowns throughout his career at Iowa. Did suffer a fractured fibula in a November practice with the Hawkeyes, but said if there were a game today, I would be able to play. And when you have a defensive mind who's as creative and as experienced as Vic Fangio, he's going to find ways to maximize the ability of Cooper DeJean. So you have Cooper DeJean, you have C.J. Gardner-Johnson, and you have Quinion Mitchell in a pass-happy era that is the NFL. You need to have a good back end. And if that pass rush gets home with the Darius Slay, who I still think can play, the Eagles defense can rebound in 2024. Pro Football Focus coverage grade of 76.8. He plays off a lot as a corner because I don't think you trust his abilities fully, which is why I think he might be a safety at the next level. But if you utilize him like a Trent McDuffie, like a Tyrann Mathieu, you can use those players as chess pieces, and they can cause mismatches and problems for the opponent. And then Jalix Hunt, I'm just going C+ here because I'm willing to take chances on prospects later, but when you're reaching and you're taking a developmental prospect in the 3rd round, when there are good players at your disposal, I'll go C+ here. But I like the potential that the prospect has if you can develop him here. So grade the Eagles draft so far, A, B, C, D, F. Be bold about your opinions and let us know down in the comment section. Luke McCaffrey, the brother of Christian, going to the Commanders here with pick number 100. The wide receiver out of Rice. Correct me if I'm wrong. That's the final pick of the 3rd, right? So the final pick, last pick of the 3rd is Luke McCaffrey, who at the NFL Combine ran a faster 40-yard dash than his brother Christian McCaffrey. Was a quarterback, converted to wide receiver, put up a lot of production at Rice, good footwork, good bloodlines, Father Ed, Super Bowl champion, All-Pro, Christian, best running back in the game right now, Offensive Player of the Year this past year, 2,000 all-purpose yards. They love the game. They love the craft, and that's evident in the way that Luke McCaffrey runs routes, how he made the positional switch, his passion for football. Talked with him at the NFL Scouting Combine, and you could just tell he was so excited to have this opportunity. And his mom, Lisa McCaffrey, a soccer star at Stanford. So that does it. Day 2 of the NFL Draft in the rear view officially.
What a couple days it's been here. What a couple days it's been. And you know, we'll be right back with you tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
So remaining picks, Cooper
Yo, what up?
Steen.
Good win for the Mavs.
Big win, of
Did
course.
you see my Slack? So I sent a screenshot of you like going irate at one point. because at one point when it was a close game, I heard you and you were just going off. And I heard you like screaming and stuff. So I'm like, what's going on? I was like, oh, Coop's doing a Mavs watch party. So I turned on the stream and you were just like going in. It was great. I love the emotion. What was the final score?
101-90.
You know why I won? I had Paul George in my prize picks for more than 20.5 points. So
Paul George and Kawhi Leonard, that was an embarrassing.
Luka Doncic, the Clippers' daddy. Continues to be true.
Spilled milk. I'm grading day 2 of the draft for the Eagles a D minus.
D minus.
Seems a bit harsh.
That's the new poll question here. So on the Niners report, I'm going to change the poll question here. And we'll what's the poll question on Eagles? Grade the picker Cooper DeJean, 74% A. You get Eagles.
Yeah.
Grade the draft so far. I'll get Niners here.
Cool.
So get your votes into the poll here. By the way, oh, $50 super chat from Niner Dad 86. He wants that Joe Montana jersey. That now is the number to beat on the 49ers report for the autographed Joe Montana jersey. $50 is the number to beat. Is it going to go to Niner Dad here? Yes, we can outdoors, asking for the 50-50. Let's see how many Venmos we've gotten in here.
I'll get that up for y'all as well.
We've gotten $30 in Venmo. So the winner would come away with $15 on the $10 buy-in. Let's plug that again. And Chip and I are in a good spot. We've done our cuts. We've done our videos. If you want us to hang out, we can hang out for a little while.
It's only 10:30 out here.
It's only 10:30 out on these streets. Mike Blanda. And then 2 from Kayla Thompson. So the Venmo 50-50 is up to 30. Now, we just plugged this a few minutes ago. So you can get them in right now at Chase_Senior. More Venmos that we get, the more that you can walk away with. QR code on the screen right now. We're up to $626 on Eagles now. $328 on the Niners report. So good. Yeah, I saw Reetma tweet out. He's like, Russell Westbrook is a piece of shit. One Starbucks drink, you can enter the 50-50. Exactly. Facts. Hey, we could do a 3-person race if we want. Chip still has to do his boot. Chip still has to do his boot. And according to John Lynch, the Niners did not take calls on Ayuk or Deebo today. So does this signal they're just going to run it with their wide receiver room this year of Ayuk, Deebo, Ricky Pearsall, Juwan Jennings. That's a stacked receiver room, man. Stacked receiver room. Spilled milk. What's he saying? Yeah, that's why he's a safety. Yeah, really good athlete. So they're talking about the DeJean pick on NFL Network here. Trying to grasp what they're saying. His basketball highlights are mean, man. He had some serious bounce. I wish I could have jumped like that. I did not have that twitch, that's for sure. He's throwing down 360 dunks. He's throwing down yams in traffic. Hunter Meck, DeJean Loki has Earl Thomas upside. That's pretty bold. I know that Earl Thomas's career ended in a very weird way because he's just a weird dude. But my gosh, when he was at his peak, when he was at his prime with Seattle, Legion of Boom days, what a special player. Dewey, the trade rumors are no more. According to John Lynch, no calls on Ayuk or Deebo today, and he's thrilled about the wide receiver room. Yeah, Greg, I did see that, and this is pretty cool. So Ayuk knows Ricky Pearsall pretty well, and he said to Lynch and Shanahan on the pick of Pearsall, that was a fire pick. For those of you in the older generation, means it was a really good pick. Super chat for Anema Chug. Chill. I will say, cheers to everybody for still hanging out. Round 3, round 2 in the books. Millie said below average speed. He's a 4.4 guy. The boot. The chip boot is coming up. Dewey, any first or second round players still on the board? No. I mean, we're going into round 4 at this point. Some of the really quality players have been taken. How is that possible? No ACL in his knee. Romeo, I bet Philly 500 is losing his shit about the pick. Which pick? He's so funny when he's mad at Howie. Yeah, he is. Another good content creator out there. No more Venmos that came in. So just 30. Mike Blanda. Oh. Romeo with the 50. All right, so that increases the pot to 80. So the winner comes away with 40.
All right. Beer boot time for Dennis Design. We'll see if I can take it down in one.
Yeah, tall test. Everybody type chip. Oh, the Hunt pick, Romeo? Yeah, I get it. Third rounder, reach him, developmental guy. I mean, they don't have a lot of holes on the roster, so you can take a swing. So that's probably what their thinking was. Andrew Nathan, Peyton is on borrowed time. No ACL, dude? That's wild. Still ran a 4.4. A chip chug. Is he going to get it down in 1? It looks like he is. Yes, we can outdoors said, bro, stop staring at us at the same time, Chip. Are you freaking people out? He's just determined. He's determined to take it down. And he does. Hey, we're done our videos that we have to do. If people want to hang out, we're down to hang out. Andrew Nathan said Chip has ascended. Yes, he has. There was never a descent. It's just like you buy in on a stock early, and it just takes off. So funny, when we did the job interview with him so long ago, such a measured dude. And we're like, what do your friends say about you? They say I'm low-key. I just like to work hard. That's all he said. Dude's a grinder. Works hard. Pretty accurate now. Just a chill dude, you know? Just goes about that business. That's it.
Hey, yes, we can outdoors. I just want you to know, I was staring right at you. You specifically. You specifically. Woo. Yeah, crazy that Peyton with his injury history went before Trotter with no ACLs. We can recap some of the picks we missed real quick, because we definitely missed a few there. So let's see here. We left off here, the Bucs taking Jalen McMillan. And then this is where we went from there.
Okay, Adisa Isaac, the edge rusher out of Penn State. I wonder if the Eagles really liked him, and then they're like, oh, shoot, we really wanted him. Let's just go for an edge. Jalix Hunt, developmental guy. Hunt's going to work hard. Dwayne Carter, defensive tackle out of Duke to the Bills at 95. Jarian Jones, the cornerback out of Florida State. Some people liked him more than Renardo Green. He goes 96. McKinley Jackson goes a little bit earlier than some people anticipated, but you can just see in this draft a lot of people really prioritizing an interior rush and just controlling the interior line. A lot of defensive tackles went off the board today. McKinley Jackson, Texas A&M, huge upper body, a little bit smaller on the lower half. Peyton Wilson, the no ACL is crazy. I guess he can just continue to play like that. Goes to the Steelers. It's so funny because our Steelers host, Jack Sperry, told me last night, he said the Steelers do not care about knee injuries. If you have a previous one, they'll still take you because they think it's fixable. Peyton Wilson, long injury history, doesn't have an ACL, going to Pittsburgh. Cam Kitchens, 4.6 40-yard dash, but a ball hawk out of Miami to the Rams at 99. And then to round out day 2, Luke McCaffrey, pick number 100, goes in the 3rd round before Brendan Rice to the Washington Commanders. Adam Peters, familiar with Christian McCaffrey from last year and this year.
So real quick, people are going to be confused about the no ACL for Peyton Wilson. There are players who have played the same way. Hines Ward played without an ACL as well.
Steelers.
Tyjae Spears, current NFL player, does not have an ACL in one of the knees. So it's been done. It's possible. The ACL just helps provide stability to the knee. So there's definitely injury concern there because the no ACL, less stability in the knee. But it's not, I guess it's not essential, which is kind of crazy. He still ran, a 4.4 with no ACL, 4.43 with no ACL in one knee. But that's got to be a concern.
Yeah. This comment's funny from Jam18. Hell, just remove every player's ACL and boom, no more ACL injuries. Spin zone. That's what you call that right there, is a spin zone. Let's do a 2-minute super chat shot clock here. We'll continue to stay live if you want to support the program. If not, we can sign off. Let's go 2-minute super chat menu. Joan or John Send in a $10 Venmo. 2 minutes. 50% off. $5 gets you a raffle ticket. $10 will spin the roulette wheel with the raffle ticket. We'll give you 2 raffle tickets instead. And then 25, I'll do a chug. 50, I'll shotgun. Come on, let's get it going. Can you make a weigh-in 2 of the Super Chat battle? Shante Patterson said A+ pick. Which one are you talking about, Brody? Solid Snake. When I saw Brendan Rice at USC, I thought he had potential. Oh, he has plenty of potential. 12 touchdowns last year from Caleb Williams. A lot of ability there. Frankly, I'm a little bit surprised that he didn't go before Luke McCaffrey, that Luke McCaffrey went before him. What's the leaderboard for the Eagles ball? The largest super chat that came in for the Eagles football. We have a 3-way tie between Romeo, the Don, and Dennis Designs. All sent in $100 super chats. The leader for the Joe Montana autographed jersey is only $50. So it's only $50 for the Joe Montana jersey. Fascinating. Anybody going to beat the 50? That one came in from Niner Dad. Dennis Design said Super Chats in a wheel spin. 2 minutes just went off the clock. Nobody sent one in. Should we sign off? Yes, we can. Raffle, but give me a follow. Where are you at? Oh, did you comment on my Instagram and then I responded back? Does anybody know Meat Dad? He's got 1.2 million followers on Instagram. He just followed me. Yeah, he makes meat. A butcher who likes eating meat. TikTok, 1.2 million. Facebook, 2 million. 1.2 million. On Instagram. That's wild.
Oh, you know what? I think I've seen this guy before.
Dude, he makes some gas food.
I think I've seen this guy before, yeah.
Let me see. I'll give you a follow back. Yes, we can outdoors. Oh, I see you with the 1,100 Instagram followers. Outdoor enthusiasts. I love hiking, bro. Simi Valley, Cali. I see you're in the YouTube game. Almost 2,000 subs. Nice, bro. Oh, Adam Singleton did send in a couple of super chats that we missed from Dennis Designs. And Dave. Adam Singleton, longtime OG. He sent in the 20 and maybe a 5, and then we'll pop up the one from Dave.
Let's see. Yeah. We didn't get to these yet.
Romeo, Meat Dad, pause. That's a catchy nickname, though, because does that lead to people following you if you're called Meat Dad? Adam Singleton! Hey, guys, it's been a while. You guys are dogs. Adam. I think that came in when we were doing the video.
Yeah.
Singleton with the 5. Another one. So one wheel spin for Adam. Dennis Designs with the 20. Dave. Oh, Marcella. We popped up Marcella. But we got a wheel spin for him. So Marcella wheel spin, Adam wheel spin, Dennis wheel spin.
I'll show Marcella again just so.
Yeah, there we go. Because I remember reading that out. 3 wheel spins to come. And you know what? Beer cheers.
All right, 3 wheel spins. Let's do it.
3 wheel spins. Let's ride.
Oh, man.
Wear the beer hat.
Oh, man.
All right. I'll put on the beer hat, take a sip.
So y'all know what the beer hat means now. I have a beer, so I can do this because I have an unopened one still. We'll wear the beer hat for how long? 2
Until we
minutes?
get another super chat.
Okay. Well, so the beer hat is however long we wear it. Every super chat we get in that amount of time, I have to drink no matter the amount.
Oh, I like that.
So how long do we want to go for that?
So break that down and simplify it.
So
Because I messed you up there.
So we'll go 2 minutes on the clock. Every super chat that comes in that 2 minutes, Chase wears the beer hat, and during that time, any super chat that comes in, I have to drink.
Okay.
Any super chat.
All right.
While the beer hat is on.
All right.
So 2 minutes. If we get it again here on our next 2 spins, we'll add 2 minutes. So
Okay.
I will.
I'm putting 2 minutes on the clock right now.
Cool. Oh man.
Oh, pick a player to talk about. Can we pop up the scouting profile for Luke McCaffrey?
Yeah. And then we got one more spin real
One
quick.
more spin. Let's do that. And then we'll talk Luke McCaffrey.
The beer hat is on. 2 minutes. Any super chat that comes in, I got to drink. Oh man. Oh!
Sub shot clock. All right, sub. Hit that sub button right now. Let's continue to grow the channels here, grow the empire. 35 seconds into our 2 minute clock. Get this damn hat off my head.
All right, let's see.
Brent Davis said shots. I don't have any liquor here right now because we have so many streams that are live, but I'll give you a beer cheers.
Unfortunate, we don't have Luke McCaffrey.
No way.
Yeah, we only have 2 L's. Leatu Latu, Lad McConkey. That's it.
That is a crime.
That's criminal.
All right, Luke McCaffrey. (6'1", 198 is Luke McCaffrey, 23 years old. Started his college career at Nebraska as a quarterback, went to Rice as a quarterback, and then in 2022, he finally made the switch to wide receiver. To his credit, he made a seamless switch and had really good production in 2022, 2023.
We have his stats here.
58 catches, 723 yards, 6 touchdowns in 22. And then 71 catches, 992 yards, 14 yards per catch, 13 touchdowns in 2023. NFL athleticism in his DNA, of course, with his dad Ed and Christian. Plays physical to the football. Doesn't allow crowded catch points to really interrupt his focus for trying to get after the rock. Gets upfield after the catch. I like that quality about him. He has good height, 6'1". He's just like kind of small. Now, he was 198 at the combine, 203 at his pro day. So he added 5 pounds. Not really twitchy, but I think the footwork allows him to win. ONG, it's Zila. Who have we picked so far? We could pop that up for the Niners.
Yeah.
Emilio! Chase, what happened with the guy before you at Chat Sports covering the Niners? First of all, you're a first-time super chatter. Number 2, I'm ringing the bell for the first-time super chatter. Who was on the channel before me? Thomas Mott. He has his own channel now on YouTube. He's doing well. Solid snake. You ain't nearly drunk enough. $50 super chat. I'm shotgunning again.
All right, so we're showing the Niners picks, right?
Yep, Niners picks. And you got to drink with that super chat that came in from Emilio.
Oh,
Is Niner Dad still here? Yes, he is. Niner Dad, is he going to get the Joe Montana jersey? He's closing in.
Cheers, Emilio.
Niner selections. Here you go. Ricky Pearsall, wide receiver out of Florida, 31 overall. Renardo Green, the cornerback at 64 out of Florida State. And then Dominic Puni, offensive tackle, offensive guard out of Kansas. Shorter arms and wingspan, so I think he's going to be more so of an interior offensive lineman.
What's up, Brent Davis?
I got to use the bathroom again. So I'm going to put Chip up, run to the bathroom, come right back. $50 for a shotgun.
This light is ridiculous.
Welcome me back when I come back. Yeah, I guess when it gets dark in the background, that's when it becomes a little bit too bright. Like, what does it look like now? Let's see. Yeah, now it looks a little bit better because you're like blown out.
Yeah.
You're washed out.
Yeah.
All right, I'll be right back.
What up? What up? Hey, y'all know the rules. Whenever Chase leaves, any super chat that comes in, I have to drink. So even though the beer hat's gone, rules are rules. So whenever Chase leaves, any super chat that comes in, I have to drink. Woo! Solid snake. Y'all ain't nearly drunk enough. Well, hey, that's up to y'all here. Those are the Niner selections, Eagles selections for the Eagles stream here. Quinion Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, and Jalix Hunt. Still plenty of draft left to go tomorrow. Droofy, just getting on, what's with the Montana jersey you're talking about? So, we have Super Chat MVP items for each channel. The largest individual Super Chatter on the Niners report, whoever sends in the largest individual Super Chat. And right now, I believe, let's see, on Niners, we had some 20s. So right now, the largest individual Super Chat on Niners is $50 from Niner Dad. Whoever sends in the largest individual Super Chat will win a signed Joe Montana jersey. So $50 is the number to beat right now. We're going to be signing off soon, so it's your last chance here to get that in. So anything over 50 right now, you would be the leader in the clubhouse for the signed Joe Montana jersey. We have the certificate of authentication, so you know it's legit. And that is the deal right now. That is the deal right now. Andrew Nathan, Chipper, I want a linebacker, wide receiver, and guard in the fourth. Also wouldn't hate a running back. I imagine receiver. That's my number one right now, is to get that third receiver. Linebacker, I mean, I went to Clemson. I'm a big Clemson guy. I would love Jeremiah Trotter Jr. I think he's being a little underrated right now. He was a very, very good player. High impact player for the Clemson Tigers. Wouldn't hate a running back. I feel like they'll probably wait until 6th round. They don't have a 7th round pick, but 5th, 6th round for a running back makes sense to me there. Yeah, Joe Montana. Up there with the GOATs of quarterbacks. Probably definitely top 5, maybe top 3. Depends where you have, Brady, Peyton Manning has got to be up there as well. Joe Montana's up there. Dan Marino, John Elway. There's a lot of guys up there. I would have Brady number 1. But Joe Montana's up there for sure. But yeah, Droofy, that's the deal. $50, number to beat for that jersey.
Oh, yeah, Droofy. So we have an autographed Joe Montana jersey. It'll go to our Super Chat MVP, largest Super Chat of the stream. Right now it's 50 from Niner Dad. And here it is right here.
Looking nice.
So any super chat over 50, you become the leader in the clubhouse. All right, let's do our Venmo 50-50 raffle.
Droofy, till what time? We're signing off like very soon.
Yeah, we're going to sign off soon.
till the end of our stream, so.
We're signing off soon.
What the French toast?
Could have had Cooper at 31 and Green, Ricky at 64. Yeah, I get a lot of the frustrations from the Niners because I don't know if Ricky Pearsall lasts till 64. In fact, I don't think he does. I mean, you look at what the Chargers did. They traded up for Ladd McConkey. And a lot of people look at McConkey and Ricky Pearsall as similar players. Now, if you think Jim Harbaugh's a smart football mind, I do. He traded up for McConkey. If Pearsall's on the board, does you trade up for Pearsall, who has less injury issues than McConkey? I don't think he's available at 64. I think he's available, though, in the second round if you wanted to trade up. I just thought when you had Cooper DeJean, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Adonai Mitchell, all on the board at 31, I thought there were just better players available. Donald Allen, $20 super chat for the Man Cave raffle. So when you've sent in a $10 super chat, you've gotten one ticket for this. $20, 2, 50, 5, 100. Even though we haven't gotten that, you get 10.
And that's a wheel spin.
That's a wheel spin. That's a wheel spin for Donald. What is the chance we get Brendan Rice or Frank Gore Jr.? I would say Frank Gore Jr. as a UDFA is a good possibility. You know, I feel like he would want to come to the Niners. The Niners could use a backup running back. They'll take a chance on him as an undrafted free agent. I'm surprised that Luke McCaffrey went ahead of Brendan Rice. But you taking Ricky Pearsall in round 1, I think eliminates taking a Brendan Rice or a Luke McCaffrey. Obviously, McCaffrey's off the board, but I'm saying hypothetically, you went wide receiver in round 1. So I don't think they go Brendan Rice, and that's why they didn't go Luke McCaffrey. All right, let's do our Venmo race.
Let's do it. We also just got 50% off for 1 minute on the wheel.
Yeah, another minute of 50% off. We have Joan, Romeo, Mike, and Kayla for our Venmo race. So we're up to 10, 20, 30, 80, 90. So the winner comes away with 45, once again, just like yesterday. So give Romeo 5 ducks with that 50. Everybody else gets their duck, and we'll do our duck race. And then we'll raffle away our Man Cave sign and the Eagles mug. That's this raffle item. Oh! Droofy! Now he's the leader. $75 super chat is now the number to beat for the Joe Montana jersey. Droofy, Droofy, Droofy. And because you're a first-time super chatter, we ring the draft bell for you. And I'll shotgun for you. And Niner Dad, I never win anything, damn it. Niner Dad, can you email me, chase@chatsports.com? Or can you reach out to me on Twitter or Instagram, Chase_senior? Because you've been a supporter of the show. I want to send you a Chat Sports shirt for being a loyal viewer. So if you email me your address, we'll send you that Chat Sports shirt. It almost held, but I appreciate you for being a real one and supporting the show, and we'll send you a Chat Sports shirt to say thank you. Droofy, bang, bang, Niner gang. What the French toast? Washington got my draft crush, Ben Sinnott. They're killing it. Yeah, I like what Washington has done in the draft. They've made a couple of moves to trade back, and they've gotten some good value in doing that. I like the players that they've been able to select as well. Sinnott, Kansas State, tight end, H-back, a little bit shorter, but is tough, athletic, in and out of his breaks very quickly, allowing him to separate really well, better than what some tight ends are able to do as far as their separation skills go coming out of the break. So he's going to be an interesting player at the next level. Good blocker, too. Oh, Niner Dad, just hit me up, man. Chase@chatsports.com. We'll send you a shirt. Droofy. Chase, C-H-A-S-E. We're gonna put it up on the screen here. But chase@chatsports.com is the email. So Niner Dad, if you check that out, you'll see it. There it is. Chase@chatsports.com. Could throw in a bottle opener, some Chat Sports shades. Shotgun for Droofy.
Let's go.
And we're about to do our Venmo race here. Winner comes away with 45 on the $10 buy-in. Romeo, the leader, because he's going to have 5 ducks. Romeo, Eagles need to steal Brendan Rice. That would be a saucy pick. Cheers, Droofy.
Here we go. Chug, 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 chug. Woo-hoo-hoo!
I'm actually surprised at how easy that went down.
Light work.
Light work. What up?
What up?
Oh! Gump Wolf! $100 super chat. Now he's the leader for the Joe Montana jersey. Cheers to the faithful and to Chat Sports, especially Chase and Chip.
Wow.
So Gump Wolf is now the leader.
Gump Wolf.
Gump Wolf. Wow. 100 the number to beat for the Gumpster.
The Gumpster.
All right, let's do our Venmo race here.
Awesome.
I won't take your phone this time. Great streams.
Awesome.
All right, here we go. Winner comes away with 45 here in the Venmo race. And let's get that race underway in 3, 2, 1. The Duckies off to the races. A slow start. Kayla Thompson. Romeo. Is it Joan or John? Kadua. We'll just call it Kadua.
Kadua.
Romeo leading the way. Look at all of Romeo's ducks. That's because he sent in the $50 Venmo. You have Mike Blanda starting to make a little bit of a push. He's winning by a beak's length. 20 seconds left. Close race here. Who gets the victory? One of Romeo's ducks looks like Donald Trump there at the top. Mike Blanda, Romeo. Here comes a couple of ducks. Romeo with 3 seconds left. It's going to be Romeo. So Romeo gets the victory. V for victory. Shout out to Entourage.
Romeo keeps on winning, baby. Keeps on winning.
So we'll send that to you, Romeo. I'm actually going to send you 60 because he sent in 50. So I'll send you 60.
Right now, Eagles is up by like $100.
Oh, did you make that weigh in too?
Yeah, I got it. Let me
Cool.
update it. Since we got these big ones.
All right, Romeo, set that to you. And here's a look at our Super Chat battle right now. A great race. We'll give you the updated figures here. If there's a lead change here, if the Niners take the lead, rookie Reed, who just started yesterday, will shotgun. So here's a look at the leaderboard here. 647 Eagles now, 538 Niners report. Let's do the Eagles mug giveaway.
Okay, cool.
Eagles mug giveaway. Romeo, I love the Trump duck. Yes, we can outdoors. Swan identifies as a duck and steals our money. I like that. That's quality right there for the current political temperature. All right, what do we got here? Midnight on the East Coast. That's crazy. $619 likes on the Niners report. 419 on Eagles. Now, we're going to put our names together here to see who wins the Eagles mug, and you got to be here to claim your prize. And then we'll do the same for the Niners Man Cave sign here. We'll put those names together. It's just Nas Fashanu from Penn State going in the first. How y'all feel? He did go in the first. He goes to a team in the New York Jets that desperately needs offensive line help. He's going to be able to hopefully protect the blind side for Aaron Rodgers if he plays right from the jump. The Jets need him to. He's a younger player. I still think he's only 21 years old. If he came out last year, there was chatter about him being a borderline top 10 pick. He goes back to school, refines his skills, and still goes number 11 to the Jets. So Eagles raffle coming up. We'll give away the mug. Gotta be here to claim it, baby. Gotta be here to claim it. And we have a lot of names on here. So in 3, 2, 1, spin that wheel. What the French toast? What's in the drops? These are electrolytes. Shout out to my guy Brent Smith, viewer of the show. Dennis Designs, the big baller. He was sending in a lot of super chats because he said in the chat, I want the mug. I want the raffle tickets. He gets it. So these are actually awesome, and I got to give a shout out to my guy. Let me see. Sorry, Braxton Smith. He works for Elite Electrolytes. And he sent me these, and they are incredible. Clean ingredients, keep me hydrated. The running streak continues. Tomorrow, 359 days. Got to be able to stay hydrated. And Elite, some of the best electrolytes in the game. This has a little lemon flavor to it. They're great. Check them out. All right, Dennis. Did Dennis dip or is Dennis still here? I have his address, so we're good there. And we'll give away the Niners Man Cave sign. Or a woman cave. We're very inclusive. We love our Niner ladies. Oh, Niner Dad is Eric. What's up, Eric? It's hard for me to remember the usernames all the time. Romeo, I got the address. The new address. Jeannie White sent me an email saying that she met. Oh, Jeannie. Oh, yeah, Dennis Designs. First win. Is it really your first win? That's crazy. Jeannie Wyatt. Niner fans know her. She said, I know you're disappointed with the Ricky Pearsall pick. Listen, Danny Gray is out. Ricky Pearson, or Pearsall. She said Pearson. Ricky Pearsall is better than Danny Gray. He is not here to replace any of our top receivers. So Danny Gray has to prove himself. I love it, Jeannie. I've warmed up to the pick. Danny Gray has to step up. Jeannie, if you're watching, we love you. All right, let's see who gets the Niner Man Cave sign. Niner Dad, you're still in the running. Droofy. I think Droofy's on there. Is Droofy on there? With the 75? Let's put Droofy on there. You can give him 7. Give him 7 with the 75. Gumpwolf gets the 10. Chase Sr.'s twin. How's it been, bro? Now, is that... Who is that? Who's got the Chase Sr.'s twin profile there? With my headshot. Who dat? Romeo giving a shout to Dennis. Dennis, same Florida address, I imagine. We'll get that to you. All right, let's do it. Spin that wheel to see who gets the Man Cave sign. What do we got here? Infamous. Is Infamous still here? I haven't seen Infamous in a minute. Is Infamous still here? Snow Walker, I was supposed to have 3 tickets. We put a couple in there. Snow Walker, you're in there. Yo, playa. What up? Read in the chat. Is Infamous here? Yeah, Snow Walker, you sent in the 20, so we gave you the 2. Infamous, are you here? Just give him another one. We're feeling generous. We saw the 20, we saw the 5. Sometimes when we do the 50% off, people send in the 5 so much later because they're watching on delay from when it actually happened. But we'll add you on there. All right, Infamous is not here. Let's spin that wheel again. And let's see where it lands now for the Niner Man Cave sign. Niner Dad! There you go. Niner Dad, you've never won. Now you have. So Niner Dad will send you the Man Cave sign. Chip and I will sign it right on the back. We'll give you a little message. Thanks for supporting the show. We'll send this to you. Niner Dad. And then we have a tie for the Eagles MVP football because we had Romeo, Dennis, and the Don all send in $100 super chats. What should we do? Should we go wheel? Should we go duck race? We're taking suggestions now. What should we do? A 3-way tie for the football. Yes, we can outdoors said duck race. How about people on Eagles now? Dennis, Romeo, the Don. What should we do? What should we do? Common Ground Podcast said, wow. We don't know, yes, we can outdoors, who's been subscribed the longest. Now, I will say, Dennis and Romeo have been around for a while. The Don, not as long, but a long time. A long time for sure. Analytics will show you. Man, I'm deep in the analytical game. I've never seen that, though. We could go wheel. Yeah, let's go wheel. Romeo, Dennis, any words? Romeo says, what do you say, fellas? Check it up to tomorrow's prize? Now we can announce, we have another prize tomorrow. So we'll give away tomorrow's prize tomorrow for tomorrow. Actually, let's go duck race. I feel like duck race could be electric for the football. Yeah. We'll go Romeo, the Don, and Dennis in a duck race for the MVP football. Will Dennis go 2 for 2? Yes, We Can Outdoors really wants to see the Trump duck. Is that just like it just populated? All right, Dennis said duck race. I know Romeo's going to be down for the duck race. All right, so we got regular ducks here. Now, I haven't seen the Don in a little while. Will the Don be here to claim? All right, let's do it. Minute race for the MVP football. Who gets it? Let's go. The Don. Out to the early lead, but it's close, and it's going to remain close. Dennis lurking. Romeo, a beak's length behind. Romeo's looking like the female duck. I see the eyelashes there with the little crown. Very cute Romeo. And then you have the Don and Dennis as the bald ducks. Dennis starting to make a little bit of a charge. Here comes Dennis. Here comes Dennis. Now Romeo. 14 seconds left. Look at this lead for Romeo. But is a jet stream going to happen? Here comes Dennis Designs. Is he going to go 2 for 2? He does. Dennis Designs 2 for 2. We'll sign the football for you, my man. And how about this? Not a winner until tonight. But he gets the mug. He gets the football. Our Day 2 2024 NFL Draft. Winner, winner. Chicken dinner. Romeo saying, it's my night. The Ducks are awesome. All right, we're going to sign off. A lot of fun here. Gump Wolf. Joe Montana autographed jersey. Niner Dad with the Niner Man Cave sign. A great night for the draft here. My legs are cooked. We've been live for 6 hours again. So 12 hours, 12 plus hours of live coverage the last 2 days. Tomorrow, rounds 4 through 7. Let's check the start time here. Let's see. Day 3. We know it's tomorrow. I think it's at 12 Eastern. Let's see. 12 p.m. 11 a.m. Central. So we'll be live. Rounds 4 through 7 tomorrow. Definitely by noon Eastern, 9 a.m. on the West Coast. Hope to see you all there. It's going to be a busy day. It's going to be a fun day. A lot of scouting profiles for all these draft selections. And we'll catch you then. For Chip, crushing it. I'm Chase. All of you, crushing it as well. We've gone live for 12 plus hours the first 2 days. We're going to round it out, rounds 4 through 7 tomorrow, and have a lot of fun. We'll see you then. Peace.